What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another exciting episode of the True Earth Debates. We are super excited to be joined by two wonderful guests. We have Dave Weiss from deep inside the rabbit hole, as well as Mr. Joel. We appreciate your guys' time. Let me go ahead and bring you into the show and get things rocking and rolling. Thank you all for joining us over on the YouTube and the Rockfin. We have quite a few legends over there as well. Can't shout you out, until you chat it up, but not everybody's comments makes it up. As you know, for those who have been here, for those who are new, that's just how it goes. So click the link in the description if you'd like to support not only myself, but tons of other content creators as well. So only one way to know, and that is to go. So let's go ahead, pull you guys in for just a second. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
What's going on? This is going to be fun. And Joel, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
For those of you that are like, this guy looks familiar, let me just give you a quick rundown. Sean Hibbler and I had Joel on was it a year ago or how long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago.
So a year ago. And first I want to apologize, Joel, for any comments in the chat that are mean. It's just we have a lot of passionate flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I respect it.
And the way that we see your beliefs, people get fired up. So everybody, Joel is not a shill. He's not a troll. He believes what he's saying. And he's, we see the world completely different, but he's a good guy. And we're going to try to share some information and see who learns something tonight. Maybe it's us, maybe it's him, maybe we both learn something.
Hopefully it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a couple quick rules, and you're already off to a good start. You need to smile at least 3 times, and you need to crack at least 3 jokes. We're talking 2 or 3.
I'm sure we'll surpass both of those. It'll be fine.
All right, good, because you were very, very serious last time. Very serious.
Yeah, it was the first time. So.
All right, good. I'm happy to hear it. So,
all right.
Skylar, anything you want to start with to say, or we'll let Joel kick it off? And also, last time I did listen to our interview, and I had warned you that we were going to interrupt you a lot and talk a lot, and we sure did. We're going to try to not interrupt you too much today.
Likewise.
All right.
So you're Skylar? Sorry,
Yeah, it's all good. Joel, we just met, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this very important matter. I feel like the True Earth debate is probably one of the most, it's starting to be the shoe on the other foot, right? But it was for a long time one of the most underrated but controversial conspiracies out there. So controversial that even the YouTube heads got pulled into Congress and said, well, what are you going to do about the conspiracy videos, the flat earth videos, and so on and so forth? And so now we have seen the results of that with a completely stacked deck as far as the search algorithms go. But neither here nor there. It's nice to meet you. I run the True Earth Debates. I'm also on Dave's team here. I believe we're on a stationary plane with topography over top. We actually build all of our useful data about the Earth off of a flat plane. We have the sea level. We have sonar mapping the oceans as flat. We have, as well as radar waves going over 10,000 miles. Lots of other evidences that seem to indicate that, there's no curvature in sight. So I'd like to go ahead and pass the floor over to you. What do you think is the biggest reason why you believe that you're on a spinning space rock?
The biggest reason?
Oh, hold on. Dave is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, hold on.
I do that once every show. Just Joel, we asked Joel to do them. Last time he said, I'm going to go do the math and I'm going to come back. And he came back and said, hey, I want to talk about these 3 things. And I agreed that we're going to talk about those, but then we're also going to talk about others. So Joel, you can answer that question right now if you want, or you can start wherever you want. I want to make this I want you to lead the conversation.
Well, in good faith of, I guess, following on from our last discussion, and this is sort of like a sequel, if you will. Like you said in the last interview, you guys hit on the inverse square law a lot, because I was bringing up math a lot, and you were like, well, if you like math so much, it doesn't really work out with, us being able to see Polaris. It's way too far, 433 light years. So I was like, okay, I wrote that down. I said, I'll do the math, and I did the math, and I wanted to share it with you guys, if that's fine.
Sure.
I wrote up the little paper here. It's only 4 pages. It's not crazy. It won't be.
4
pages. Yeah. No. Well, it's because it's a lot of diagrams. So like visuals.
I got it, but I have a question for you. How do we know that Polaris is 433 light years away? And I believe mainstream science is trying to decide if they need to subtract 100 light years from that number. So to me, in my world, the way I see it, it's a made up number.
Well, that's going to be off like spectroscopy and things like that, and chemical makeup and maturity of the star and things like that. So we can measure the type of light that's emanating off of it, and then we can basically figure out how far it is from that. That's one of the ways anyway. But right now we're kind of just giving the 433 light years somewhere in there as a given. So if it's all right if I went through this with you guys, it's not crazy or anything. The craziest part about this is unit conversions. That's it. Like converting light years to meters and things like that. So
I'm going to do my absolute best to not get mentally fatigued.
Okay, I'll try and go quickly. It shouldn't go too much longer than the intro.
Touche. There you go. It's one. You're good.
Alrighty. Can we see this? Is this seen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I wrote this. So I'll just sort of paraphrase through it. The question is, with the inverse square law, how are we able to see the North Star? Okay, Polaris. So the way that we kind of understand it, we have a point source of light like a star, and you can imagine that light emanating off of it, in sort of circles, like spheres coming off of it. So we're interested in the intensity of light at any distance from the center. And so we would have to know the surface area, the area of these spheres, of any one of these spheres, like however distance you want to know, which is going to be given by the radius. So in this case, the center's there, radius is the distance, and the surface area is the area around the sphere. So this is basic formula, like first grade math kind of stuff. So the inverse square law is basically this.
I think first grade is a bit. I definitely didn't learn. I definitely didn't learn this in first grade. I'll just say that.
Well, I just meant like formulas for like basic formulas, like volume, area, perimeter, surface area is one of those. Is what I meant. So 4 pi r squared. And so, all right. So this is kind of what's happening. So imagine these are the different spheres here, right? And so, like you were saying, Dave, the further away you get, so at 1r, one distance away, you have a certain intensity. Then you go 2 times as far away, you have a quarter of the intensity. And then 3 times as far away, you have a ninth, and so on and so forth. It's kind of, it's just a simple. And then this graph here kind of displays that relationship. You've got distance on this x-axis here, and then the intensity here. So you can see 2 times as far away, a quarter, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. So it gets dimmer, obviously, the further away that you get away. The big important part here to realize is that the further away you get, the less difference there is in brightness. So yes, it gets dimmer, but the amount that it gets dimmer is a lot less the further away you get. So the example I gave here, say you're like 10 times as far away, you'd see 100th of the brightness, or 0.01. Whereas if you're only 9 times as far away, you'd see 181st, or like 0.0123, which is only a difference of 0.0023. It's not that much of a difference if you're 9 times as far away or 10 times as far away. And the further away you get, again, like the less difference there's going to be between those brightnesses. Okay, so that's the big point here.
At what distance do we start to really notice that relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying, that the more distance there is, the less you're going to notice that relationship. So David, you're muted again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's 2. I'll do it one more time. So you're saying that something is a ridiculous distance, like 100 light years. Long before you get to that 100 light years, you're saying that the difference between like 20 light years and 50 light years isn't very much. It isn't as big of a difference as the first few steps. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay,
that's correct.
So something's 100 light years away. then can you see it at 200 light years, or it remains the same intensity at 200 and 300 and 400 light years? It goes to a point where it stops getting less. Is that what you're saying?
Well, sort of, yeah. So well, there's not going to be a point where it stops getting less, but because eventually, you know, obviously it's going to be past what you can see. It'll be too dim. So, but there's also nothing obstructing the light from getting to our eyes. Like, for example, in some of the stars in the core of the Milky Way here. Oh, this way. So a lot of these stars here, you know, they kind of just look like a haze at this point because they're really far. You can't see individual stars with your eyes, but you just sort of see this haze. So the light's still getting there, but you can't make out the stars themselves, the pinpricks, if you will.
Well, the only problem with that, just to interject for a moment, is that normally when you have something that's too far away to see that it's like pinpoint, right? When you zoom in on it, you're not going to be able to make it bigger, right? At least not with not unless you have an intense, like a ridiculously intense amount of zoom, right? Most of the time, you would agree that you're not with like a camera, right? You're not going to be able to zoom in on something that's, you know, 400 light years away. You know, if we're seeing a pinpoint source, right? Would you agree with that? That we're not going to be able to zoom in on that with a P900?
To a degree, yeah. Essentially, you can't just get a whole bunch of detail out of something unless you're closer to it, you know. So if you're really far away from something, you can only zoom in so much. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's actually it's not just that, but it's also the actual size of the thing that you're talking about. So there's a point where you're pretty much only seeing a point source of light, and then there's almost no difference between 200 and 400 light years. It's basically the claim that you just made in the simplest terms, right? So if that's the case, then when you have a star that's 400 light years away and you're seeing the pinpoint source, zooming in on it a little bit is not going to it's not going to bring that size back in, right? It's not going to get larger by zooming in on something that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that we have tons of videos of people zooming in on stars, and they get bigger every time. So, and that's what P900s.
That's a slightly separate subject. Let's go ahead and just finish this off, because the second part of this, I explained the concept, and now I plug the numbers in. Is essentially what's happening here. And then once we get through this, then we can have the discussion. All right. So I said let's try. Let's plug everything in. So there's a couple terms here. So what we were looking at here, when we're looking at like the area, this is like square meters, right? You have a meter here and a meter here, so it's square meters. That's actually going to be called the flux. So that's the astronomy term for it. And then luminosity is whatever the star's wattage is, output. So it's the same thing. The inverse square law is the same thing. We have luminosity here, and we're trying to get the flux. That's basically like if Earth was right here, you want to know how much light is sort of like at this sphere, at that distance away from the star. So that's the flux. So all we need to find is how bright the star is and how far away it is. So its estimated Polaris is 25,000 times brighter and 50 times larger than our sun. All right, these are estimates, but we know the luminosity of the sun is this. So I call it L Sol. So all you have to do is times that by 2,500, because it's 2,500 brighter. So we multiply that out, we get our luminosity. So this is the supposed wattage output of Polaris. So we have our L. And then here it's 431 light years I put here. You could say 433. It's going to be kind of negligible at this point.
Would you agree that this is all theoretical?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of these are hard numbers. So
which one would you say is the hard number?
Well, certainly the luminosity of the sun.
How did we get the luminosity of the sun?
You can measure it with spectrometers and with light measurements, essentially. Like you can measure how much light is hitting a sensor.
Okay, that's
Joel,
fair.
do you have any examples of anything that's twice as bright as the sun?
I mean, there's plenty of stars. Like stars.
No. When you look at a star, you can theorize that it's whatever number brighter than the sun. But do you have any examples around here of something brighter than the sun? Twice as bright.
The issue with that is the sun is giving off all wavelengths on the electromagnetic spectrum. So I could find something that's brighter in the visible spectrum, but not
So
like on all wavelengths of
I find
radio
it hard
waves and everything.
to imagine something
Well,
twice as bright as the sun. But let's just go 10 times as bright as the
I don't
sun.
think
10
there's
times as bright as the
anything.
sun.
I don't think there's
I don't
anything
even.
brighter than. I don't think there's anything even visibly brighter on the visible spectrum brighter than
But
the
let's
sun.
just say 10 times. Let's just pretend that we can do something 10 times brighter, which is unfathomable to me. And you just carefully, because you're doing some equations. The equations are not empirical evidence. Saying this star is 25,000 times brighter than the sun. And you just roll it off like it's a fact, but you have zero evidence of that other than it has to be if you pre-assume space is real and stars are far.
Well, I also wanted to get.
Not necessarily, because there's neutron stars and there's very dim stars as well.
But I wanted a clarification on, are we talking about the sun's apparent brightness, like its visual brightness to us, or are we talking about its actual, like
its actual brightness?
Okay,
Yeah.
so how did we get that compared to its brightness to us?
We sent probes into it. So I know you don't believe that, but that's how we got that data. That's why it's.
Do you have any evidence of those probes going to the sun?
Yeah, you can look it up. I don't know what their names were.
You can look it up, and it's written by NASA. I believe last time
I think that was actually a Russian probe. Was the one that went to the sun.
Not Russian, China, Japan, NASA.
Well, I mean, you gotta.
We don't have to believe the story about Narnia.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, I could say these things happen, but it's kind of hard because I know you guys don't believe it, but that's like, what am I supposed to fall back on, I guess?
But that's kind of where our problem is that we're looking for what we can actually verify, and we're always having to rely on these stories from the accused, right? And so it's just not. I mean, it's really not very good optics for the globe model.
All right. Well, let's just continue. So we got to find the distance now, right? So we only have 431 light years, but our flux measurement is supposed to be in watts per square meter. Okay, so we can't use light years. So I converted light years to meters, and then 401 light years is this many times that many meters, which are how many is in 1 light year. And so we get the amount of meters. This is how many meters away Polaris is. So now all we do is we plug that in. We get the luminosity of Polaris, and then we get the distance. All I did was plug those in. This is the luminosity and the distance, squared the distance, multiplied it by 4 pi, and then I divided them. And I got this really tiny number, right? So 4.61 times 10 to the negative 9th watts per meter squared, which is really small. That's this many zeros. The sun, for example, is 1,400 watts per square meter. So that's in the positives, that's, not in the positives. That's past the decimal point. That's 1,400 watts per square meter. This is 0.0000, like really, really small. And so for a comparison, and by the way, the human eye, the lower limit is in the magnitude of 10 to the negative 10. So anything below 10 to the negative 10, our human eye wouldn't be able to pick up. And then another reference is one foot away from your average candle, which is how we get luminosity measurements as a standard. That's going to be 0.01576 watts per meter squared. So it's still pretty small. It's a small, it's a relatively faint light. So then I looked at all of these other stars. So we have Sirius, which is the brightest star in the sky. It's only 9 light years away. And that's still 10 to the negative 8th. And you can see that sort of relationship here of how they're not that different. It's because we have 10 to the negative 8th, negative 8th, negative 8th, and negative 9th. With all these different, Rigel, I never know how to say that, 773 light years away, and that's still negative 8, while Sirius is only 9, and it's still like negative 8. So you have a bunch of different variables in size and intensities. But you have Polaris at 431, and it's only at negative 9, and that's above our limit of being able to see the star. So with all the numbers, with the distance, and with the size, we would be able to see Polaris with the inverse square law, and that's essentially kind of how the numbers would work out. We can now have discussion about the sources of that stuff and all of that good stuff, but with the numbers that we purport to have now, it does work out. It's not
So,
against it.
so I'll throw something in, and then Scarlett, you can go. Everything that you're telling us is you're great at math, by the way. You're awesome, and great charts and everything. And I could actually show you a chart of an unknown island off of Japan, one of the 7,000 that they just found. And there's an amusement park there with the biggest roller coaster in the world. And I could show you the coordinates for that. I could show you how far it is. I could tell you the specs on the roller coaster, the G-forces. I could show you all of the building plans, everything all about it. And everything will add up no matter how you look at it, sideways, forward, reading it, upside down and backwards. Does that make that amusement park on that island real? Or is it just theoretical, right? So everything you're talking about is theoretical. You're pre-assuming that space is, infinite and expanding. You're pre-assuming that those lights in the sky are billions of miles away and 25,000 times brighter than the sun, to me, which is absolutely insane.
2,500.
2,500. Well, if it was twice as bright, that's still insane to me. And so this is just a quick quote. All of the theoretical work that has been done since the 1970s has not produced a single successful prediction, says Neil Turk, director of the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics in Waterloo, Canada. That's pretty intense.
Well, what about all the theoretical work done before the 70s?
Like what?
Like general relativity.
I'm not a fan.
That's the big one.
Not a fan.
Yeah, so actually there's a big discussion on upending general relativity amongst even mainstream physicists. It's actually, when you look at that coupled with Big Bang Theory and what they've been teaching in the mainstream schools, there's actually 16 predictions that the theory gets completely wrong. And the James Webb Telescope has actually only apparently furthered the mystery. I know for us it's like a catch-22. We don't believe in the James Webb Telescope, right? So why are they, spinning these different narratives? I think it's for confusion. But in any case, even if the data is real, right, the data is not lining up for the expectations of general relativity. But again, that's kind of a different topic than the discussion of the stars. When my
main point was just because a majority of the last interview was saying how the inverse square, we shouldn't be able to see Polaris, and so at least with the numbers that we have, we would be able to.
So I mean, theoretical numbers. You're making a statement that
they're observations.
Hold on, you're not making an observation. You're making a statement.
I'm making
Hold on. That light, the light of a star will get dimmer and dimmer fast, and then it gets less dim and less dim, and then it just travels forever and stays at the same brightness. You have no evidence of that being real, and logically, it doesn't make any sense to me. But you have no way to prove that's real. That's just a theoretical statement that has to exist for your infinite solar system, infinite galaxy, and universe to exist.
I'm not sure that they're infinite. I'm not sure I believe it's infinite.
Well, expanding, very large, bigger than the flat Earth concept, if you will.
Sure, yeah, it's definitely bigger than that.
Right. So you're reaching to places that you can't verify. You can just read books and trust government agencies. They're very trustful entities. And you're not looking here on Earth where we can actually scientifically prove that we're not a globe. I mean, you want to believe that Polaris is 2,500 times brighter than the sun, which that's crazy. I mean, if that was the case, there's other stars that are probably 100,000 times brighter than the sun, or a million times brighter, right?
Not a million. I don't think a million.
Okay, yeah, but
many magnitudes, yeah.
But these numbers that you're coming up with, but they all kind of look pretty much the same. And when we zoom in on them, they all
that's proof of the inverse square law to me. I think that's proof of the inverse square law that the further away
they all
things
look the
get,
same. Everything just evens out.
Well, in our local celestial neighborhood, yes, but like once you get further out, like out to the middle of the galaxy and stuff, things look a little different. They get denser and they get closer together, and they get into you have nebulae and everything like that. So, and then you have other galaxies, and then you can zoom into and see specific stars in other galaxies.
Do you believe in the James Webb Telescope?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So the James Webb Telescope, it finds a spot called Lagrange point 2, and that's where the gravity of the sun and moon and the Earth, and it just finds that perfect spot. Okay.
It's a saddle point. Yeah.
So over the course of 6 months, the sun and the distance between the Earth and the sun change. I had all the numbers before, but as it changes, it would have to move like it's in a tractor beam. Okay, it would have to move, and it's moving like very fast in two different directions, throughout the year towards the sun and away from the sun. And you're just believing that tractor gravity is holding it in the perfect spot. Here's my question, though. If you watched the launch, did you watch the launch of the James Webb?
Yeah, I did.
And it was over Earth. Maybe this is that's not it. That's me making a James Webb image. Let me just find something here for a second.
You good?
Where is it? Here it is. I think this is it. So this is the launch. Let me just see if this is the video I want. And it's up in space. And then is it deploying here? All right. So it's the next one. This is it. So here it is, and they're showing us this beautiful curve of Earth. They always show us this beautiful curve of Earth. So it's ejected it here. Now, how many miles away from Earth is that? Is it 1,000,000 miles away? It's not 1,000,000 miles away. It's a couple hundred miles away. Right?
Yeah.
Let's round up to 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000 miles away. Got a great shot of Earth. Somehow we can see through all the atmosphere and see the perfect edge of this. And here it goes out here, and it's going to deploy. Let me just jump forward. It's gonna and if you watch, the signal's breaking up here, and it's only 1,000 miles away, probably a lot less. And it's going away. It's already ejected from the rocket.
Yeah.
And I'm going forward, and it's out. It's now putting out its solar panel.
Right.
How does it go park itself 1,000,000 miles away? What gets it to the Lagrange point?
Well, that's literally rocket science, man. I mean, that's orbital mechanics. They exceeded the escape velocity of the orbit, and so it was no longer within the.
So you're saying the rocket is in orbit and it pops the satellite out, and then that satellite knows to go 1,000,000 miles away and park itself. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. It doesn't know to do. It's.
How does it get there? How does it get there?
I think you need to know that it's constantly correcting itself.
How does it correcting? Does it have engines on it?
No, it's got I don't know what the nozzles, pressure nozzles. I don't know what they're called.
So the satellite has pressure nozzles that are pushing against what? What are they pushing against?
You don't have to. It's not the pushing against. It's the fact that it's pushing something of itself out. So it's equal and opposite.
And what is it pushing out? What is it pushing out?
Pressure, air pressure.
Gas. It's pushing air out.
Gas.
So have you ever seen where we take a vacuum chamber and we put a little rocket and a fan and all sorts of stuff and nothing moves? We just light it and it won't. There's no propulsion. There's no pull. There's no push. We hang a feather in front of a fan and there's nothing. There's nothing. So we could argue that all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're saying that this thing with where are the thrusters on here? If you take a look at it, I don't see.
I think thrusters. I can actually see them right there. There's one at every corner. At every corner.
So those four are going to take it out of orbit and park it 1,000,000 miles away. That is a faith. That is a religion.
I have another big question. Big one for the
think
thrusters.
It's just math,
right? Well, I'd like to see you try to use math to get out of this one. So we know that there's something called back pressure. That's how all our pressurized systems work when we're dealing with gases with the pumps, right? So we have atmospheric pressure pushing down. Without that, the gas will escape the pumps, right? So out in space, there is no back pressure. So what keeps the gas from escaping?
Gas from what?
The thrusters.
Well, they're nozzles. They open and close.
Yeah, but see, okay,
it's like it's a container. They're contained inside of the thing, and it pushes it out. And it's like if you were to blow in space, I guess. It doesn't mean it's just gonna deflate immediately.
Can I ask what right here? They're having this bad video feed. Is it going to get better as they get farther away from Earth? Are they going to be able to transmit some high-res pictures because they can't seem to transmit a picture here?
Well, I don't think the craft, the rocket, followed it. So, I'm not sure what you mean.
So the transmitter on the telescope is better than the one that's on the rocket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we could go ahead and move to the next thing I wanted to talk about, unless you guys had something.
No, we'll go to the next thing. And Skylar?
I still had one thing on the stars too, because my point
Sure.
on the fact that we can zoom in on all the stars and they all increase in visual size in the camera lens is evidence that they can't be at these varying distances of vast light years away.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what footage you're talking about.
Amateur footage.
That's not just blurry.
There's hundreds.
Besides blurry.
But you can just call it. I mean, I understand that you can just call it blurry, but even the blur, right? It's getting bigger in size. Like that wouldn't happen. It's a point source of.
Yeah, so I'd encourage you to take a similar camera, or to ask someone to do this. Take whatever camera that you did that with a star, and do it with like a different type of smaller dim light. Put it off in the distance in a dark area, and zoom into it, and it's gonna look the same, because it's a blurred. It's so exactly how you described earlier. Remember how you were
well, when you do it here on Earth, the diameter of it is, or not the diameter, but the actual angular size of it is going to increase, right? Of the actual thing.
No, it's going to get blurry, like he's showing that. That's blurry.
That's blurry. Looks pretty sharp to me.
No, that's what happens when you sort of when your camera zooms in too much, that it's not able to actually process the light appropriately. So all it's getting is just a bunch of random protons.
You can see this with your naked eye. You can see this with your naked eye. You don't even need to zoom in to see Arcturus. You look at it on a clear night, and you can see this with your naked eye.
Well, yes, it sparkles. It twinkles because of the atmospheric distortion in the way.
The atmospheric distortion is doing
this. If another interesting, an interesting way you can tell that, and I encourage people to try this as well. Look at Arcturus or Sirius or any other bright star when it's lower in the horizon, when it's near the ground, and then look at it again when it's straight overhead, and you'll notice a big difference in the distortion there, in the twinkle.
Well, absolutely. You're looking through the atmosphere; everything's distorted. Look at somebody, a quarter of a mile down the beach, and they're going to be all distorted. Yeah. But you look at something over your head, you're looking through less atmosphere. So just because you can distort things by looking across the thickest part of the air column doesn't mean that's what that doesn't mean anything, actually. But why doesn't this one look like Sirius? Look like Arcturus? This is Sirius. Why doesn't Sirius look like Arcturus? Why does every star have its own personality, focused or not?
That's a really good question, but that's kind of gets a little bit into spectroscopy, because they all have different chemical makeup. Obviously, it also depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the camera you're using, so that top middle one, for example, is very clearly out of focus.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Let me ask you a question. They tell us that, we're looking at the star, we're looking up through all the layers of our atmosphere and all of the radiation belts and everything else, but we can tell what gas the star is made out of. How come they have never done an experiment here on Earth, like get a garbage can, fill it with whatever gas you want, put it a quarter of a mile down the street, and then get somebody with a spectroscope, the spectroscopy instrument,
spectrometer.
Spectrometer, thank you, and have them tell you what gas is coming out of the can. No one's ever done that.
Well, that's okay. I think that's just because. So what spectroscopy is measuring is actually the wavelengths of light, and the different types of wavelengths of light will indicate different sort of gases.
So I have a challenge where we get a garbage can with a big bright light in the bottom of it. We fill it with a gas, and then we have somebody with a camera, let's say a mile down the road, half a mile, and they can tell me what gas it is. I'll point the light towards them. I'll pull the top off and let the gas escape with the light behind it. And you think that somebody can do that? It's never been done, right? They haven't tested these instruments here on Earth. And they just shoot them in space and go, oh yeah, well that's hydrogen, oxygen, and that's we can tell what that is. It's all, again, theoretical nonsense.
Well, the trash example is just that's not exactly what's happening. So
well, what you're saying is you could see the light and the gases in front of the light. I'm giving you a light with gases in front of the light. It doesn't have to be a garbage can. It could be a beaker. It could be whatever you want. We can put the gas in a beaker and put a light behind it. And you think you can tell me what gas is in that beaker? I
So
say you can't.
the thing is, it's heated. It's actual gas fusion. This is an actual active chemical reaction that's happening. That's the thing that's giving off the light. It's not just like a light with gas around it.
Where else do we
That would
see
be
that, and where do we see that terrestrially to be able to make that comparison?
Well, it's only with stars. Those are the only stable fusion reactions. I mean, unless you want to blow up an atomic bomb,
So
because that's the
let's
one time that we have done fusion.
let's
Uh,
let's pretend stars are real and that they're spewing out gases, and then we make a device here on Earth. We can look at it and tell you what it is. How did they adjust it? How did they set it so they can know that it's right? What proof do they have that they're right? What evidence is there that any of it is right?
I'm sorry, Dave. That was just a very general question. I'm not sure I got the.
When they take their instruments here, the spectroscopy. I can't. What's the word?
It's okay. Just spectroscopy. I have a hard time saying it.
The instrument itself.
Spectrometer. Yeah.
Okay, so they're taking that and they're looking at a star in the sky that's burning off gas or whatever, and they can tell what it is. How did they calibrate it? If they never did it here on Earth, they're looking up at theoretical planets and stars, and they're telling you what gases are there. It is all complete and total theoretical science. None of it has been proven.
Not astronomically, like we haven't done it astronomically, but we know what types of light and chemicals give certain. We know the characteristics of certain chemicals, and how they fall on a spectrum. That was a close one.
Now you can't say it either. Good.
How they fall on the spectrum, right? So you'd be able to see the spikes in which chemical is what, and that's with most things. You can test that terrestrially, but then when we point it up at a star and we're sort of receiving information from that star, light, electromagnetic information, you can see where the peaks are. What
about all the gases in between that are here in our own atmosphere? It ignores those.
Well, I mean, that's why we have observatories that are actually outside of the Earth's atmosphere and things like that.
Like the self-driving parking James Webb Telescope.
Well, again,
we're back to relying on Narnia.
It's not completely self either. I mean, you're able to calculate pretty. Almost exactly, essentially, of where it's going to go and how fast and all of that. So it's very.
So you have no idea how it works. You just say somebody knows. The guy in a white lab coat and a bow tie knows.
Well, yeah, I don't know everything, but I know how orbital mechanics work and how things can sort of fall into orbit, fall out of orbit, state velocity.
Theoretically.
Well,
yeah,
but
ahead,
I mean, I got to be honest. If we're just slapping theoretical onto everything,
hold on.
No, we don't have to slap theoretical on things. We have things that are here on Earth that we're trying to measure that are not theoretical. But go ahead, Skylar.
I was going to say, I mean, if you're going to say that, I mean, that's kind of a cop out. We can define what's theoretical and what's actually verifiable, right? So when we're saying when you say the hard number is the sun brightness before, right? Again, the thing that made it the hard number was the probe, right? So we had to rely on the story from Narnia. In this case,
that's not the only thing, but that was just one example of one of the many ways we've measured the sun's brightness.
Yes. Okay, so I'm not trying to start a whole nother rabbit hole on the sun brightness when we already moved on. In any case, spectroscopy, when we're dealing with a spectrometer, right, there's obviously a big difference between pointing something up at the sky and looking at a light in the sky, right, versus actually having an enclosed environment, a lab, because most of the time when we're doing, from the experts in the field, spectroscopy is done in an enclosed environment. The spectrometer is all enclosed with known variables. So everything's known when they're attempting to analyze these chemicals. So why, again, we're invoking between millions, billions of miles, trillions of miles, right? Unfathomable distances. We're invoking consistent, unchanging mediums when we have no way to verify that whatsoever.
Well, the verifying is those observations. That is the verification, I guess. So I mean, I know you guys deny it, but that's the verification. Is you can take the same sorts of instruments and measure the same types of things, and you get those observations, then we get these numbers that we work off of.
So Aristophanes, with his sticks and shadows, he measured the length of the second shadow. Hold on a second, and he said, "All right, the Earth's diameter is so and so." And then later, somebody said, the Earth's diameter is so and so, and if we took a stick and a shadow and we put them 5,000 miles or 500 miles apart, those measurements would actually equal the Earth. So you're self-reifying your space with space. You're using space as your proof of space when there's no proof of space.
It's also interesting how confident you are in spectroscopy when, the people at the top actually aren't that confident. They're like, yeah, there's tons of problems. There's tons of things that we're trying to weed out. And a lot of times we do end up with unexplained phenomena. So again, you're just kind of relying on the authorities, right? Because, I'm just like you. We were spoon-fed one model. But when you actually talk to the people who are doing the work, people like George Ellis, they admit that there's a range of models that can explain the observations. But cosmology is choosing them based on philosophical grounds.
Yeah, there was a lot there, but we're both sort of appealing to some sort of authority at some point. So
let's stop doing that. Do you have was there a third topic you want to bring up, or can we discuss something else?
I've only got through one so far.
Okay, all right. I thought that was two. Go ahead.
So the next one,
then maybe we can interject after that one.
The next one was this video that I got.
I do want to shout out Karen B with the super sticker. Appreciate the shout out and the support. It does help out the channel a ton. Be sure to, if you guys enjoy this kind of content, then definitely check out the GoFundMe. We're trying to make it to Flattoberfest. There's only one way to find out if I'm an AI or not, and that's to get me to Flattoberfest, where you have a chance to shake my hand.
That is truth. Joel, I don't know if Skylar's real. He could be AI. We're trying to get him to Flattoberfest. You should come to, where do you live? You should come to Flattoberfest. It's in Las Vegas in October.
Oh, I'm in Ohio, so it's pretty far. If I was closer, maybe. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to this. I thought this was interesting for you guys to look at. So I'm sure you've seen stuff like this, but I guess the interesting thing of note is the direction that this was taken.
Okay.
So in April, I went to Australia to meet with my fiance, and we went to Kangaroo Island, and this was looking directly south. So I'm curious what sort of explanation that you guys might have for this sort of observation. Because obviously, like on the flat Earth, so this is kind of where I was looking out. That's the way that the angle was with the camera, and we see these stars rotating in a clockwise direction around, I think the rotation point's somewhere around here, right around in there. So that's technically, for me, that would be the celestial South Pole. So if you were to, on a globe, to extend the South Pole out and sort of...
Is the Southern Cross in that picture?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Southern Cross is going around this way.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with the star rotations, first off, just for data's sake, right? Did you happen to have like a compass or any way to verify the direction that you were facing?
Yeah, I had a compass. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, awesome. because we had to use the maps to drive there and we had to navigate there and everything. So, and we just looked out into the. I mean, if I zoomed into this map, this flat Earth map here, I would be standing on this edge of the island, looking this way. So, yeah.
Sure. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to the stars, there's multiple explanations that we can try to explain what's going on there. None of them in any way actually prove the shape of the Earth one way or the other. That's why, as Dave's famous for quoting, shape of the lights in the sky don't indicate the shape of the floor unless you beg the hell out of the question, as the globe does tend to do. So with the observation, I've actually been challenged with 3 points, right? You have somebody on each continent at the same time looking out apparently south, right? So there's a couple of issues. For one, I do understand that you have a map that you can use to navigate locally. However, when it comes to the larger scale, there's also something called magnetic declination there, when we actually tried to navigate using a globe back in the 1800s, we were wrong consistently. So we went back and we made all these corrections. And I say we, the British military did. So went out and made all these corrections, and now we have our ever fluctuating magnetic declination map that's almost impossible to predict more than a few years out. What predictions we do have are iffy at best, but we're still going to invoke that maybe we'll have a shift in a couple thousand years. This is actually going to determine how we navigate. However, the stars themselves are not going to be oriented based on the magnetic field, right? So how do we actually verify the direction that you're facing, literally like on the ground versus to the sky? Like, how do we know that you're actually facing south in relation to that map to then have to explain the phenomena?
Well, because I could see where we were through GPS, and you can see on the island, you know, because so Kangaroo Island is an island, right? So we have to go out to the island, and it only has certain sides, and we were staying on one side of the island, and so obviously we could see that we were not on the other side, which was toward the north, and we knew that because when we took the ferry over to the island, we came off of a certain part of Australia, the southern out of South Australia near Adelaide, and then we came onto Kangaroo Island, and we went towards to the left, you know, and on either a globe Earth or a flat Earth map, you're still going on to one shore side of.
So long story
island,
short, you use GPS, right?
No, because we could see we drove 10 hours from Geelong, Australia in Victoria near Melbourne, all the way over to South Australia.
You know,
And
if the circle was like 5 miles in diameter, you wouldn't even realize that you're making a big circle, right? That's why people get lost in the desert constantly. So I mean, to say that you
no.
know definitively the orientation that you are, based on like something like the GPS, or that, oh well, we were just traveling and it didn't feel like we were turning left or right. That's not very definitive, right?
Well, there was no inaccuracies. I mean, there was nothing to say that we were wrong, and we never.
Well, if it was backwards,
You know.
let's just for a moment, and I know that we're going into conspiracy land, right? We make no bones about
That's
it.
fine.
There's a conspiracy, right? If there was a conspiracy and we're dealing with something that is a projection from reality, I mean, why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't they make it accurate, right? People would figure it out immediately if the maps weren't adding up. But I would add that people actually aren't navigating using a globe Earth, right? They're actually navigating using flat maps. Most commonly, the Mercator projection, 99% of maps are flat. There's only one map that's not, and that's a globe, and it's not even really used for navigation, right? When it was, it failed, and they had to invoke a changing magnetic field.
Okay, but this is kind of hard to discuss because I feel like it's so like point blank. Like even if the maps were distorted or the GPS got me to the wrong location, I was still on a certain, like I could see the coast. I was on the beaches, and you could see the consistency with that, with satellite imagery, with GPS, with maps, with compass. I mean, it was all, there's nothing wrong with it, I guess.
Joel, so first, compass, when navigators are using compasses, they're in the south, the farther south they are, the more out of sync they are. They find themselves 20, 30 miles a day off, according to their compass. So what NASA has done is they've taken all those data points and they've programmed them into GPS. Anybody can use GPS, but nobody is allowed to see the source code, because if we saw the source code, we'd say, whoa, why are they making all these adjustments? So you have no idea what direction you're facing down there, but let's pretend you are facing south. That we don't even know if the southern stars are a reflection of the northern stars. We don't know what they are. We don't know what stars are. We don't know anything about them, and their motions have nothing to do with the ground that we stand on. Can you admit, if we're on a ball, that there's physical curvature?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So if I'm on and wherever you are, let's just say it's the top of the ball. Okay. So I'm here on an airplane, and I'm looking at it's a perfectly clear day. I'm on the runway, and I could see stars on the horizon. So I'm looking this way, and I see stars right on the horizon. Right.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm in Germany, and I'm going to fly to Brazil. So I'm flying down over the ball, And when I get down here, those stars that were on the horizon are now over my head, right?
Well, it depends. It depends, like how much the Earth is rotated in that point. But yeah.
Well, the Earth is rotating this way, not this way. So I'm going from the north, right? The stars on the horizon. If I stayed there, and the Earth is rotating, those stars are going to stay there.
That's right.
If I go down, those stars should be on the top. So I want to show you a video that a pilot gave to us, and this is from Germany to Brazil, and it's a time lapse. And if you look at the stars, they're not rising up. You would think that they would rise up, but they're just the only time they move.
Yeah, that's an awesome example of him going along with the Earth's rotation.
No, so this is what Google Earth says that flight should look like, right?
Yeah,
Google Earth says
Google Earth isn't rotating actively.
it doesn't matter. The rotation, the east-west rotation, has nothing to do with north-south navigation. The stars, as he's diving over the Earth, these stars should go up. So this is reality versus Google Earth that is simulating what we're supposed to see on a ball. There's a problem. There's a big problem there. This is what it should be. These stars should just be rising up as you're diving over the ball. Whether it's spinning or not spinning has zero.
Dave,
if you hold on, if you were flying east or west on the equator and you had something on the horizon, yeah, you're flying towards it. It's going to go up or down slower, but north south has nothing to do with the spin of the Earth.
Wait, you said he's going from north to south? Are you saying he's going to north to south in that?
Yep, north to south. Yep.
Yeah, that's why you see the stars rotating this way.
Where was he flying from?
From Germany to Brazil, I believe, or somewhere. Germany for somewhere down there, down below the equator.
Okay. Trying to think. And
you can think. Here's one. Think about it, and maybe not. Right
I just think, Dave, that the answer is the Earth's rotation, and so to say that has nothing to do with it, like that's just dismissing the main reason that would happen.
Well, let's look at the Earth's rotation. You got a plane here in the north. Let's call that Germany, and they want to fly here. Okay, right? But the Earth is spinning, and by the time he gets here is now over here. So he has a choice. He could kind of keep correcting to the left, and chase it all the way over. Or he could say, you know what? I want to go here, so I'm going to fly this way because by the time I get there, here will be there. Okay? No one ever does that. Airplanes pick their location. They say it's that way, and they head in a straight line and go that way directly to the location. Okay? If the Earth was spinning, you got a problem, right? But the spin of the Earth, you gotta model it out. The spin of the Earth, east and west, have nothing to do with that observation.
Yeah, let me show you guys something. All right, so before you dog on this program, I need to tell you that it's extremely reliable because I've used it most nights.
Goes off of azimuth measurements.
Well, no, it does have an azimuthal grid, but no, it doesn't just purely go off of azimuthal. So this is close to where I was in Australia, so you can kind of see the same thing that was in the video.
Was the ground curved like that where you were? Did it swoop up like that?
No, obviously, like if you zoom out all the way, like it's going to be, it's just a matter of point of view. So really, it was probably closer to something like this. Because it was a wide angle lens, but otherwise, the reason I had to do that because otherwise you couldn't see enough of the screen. But the point is, this is looking directly south. That's right towards the South Pole, and I want you guys to notice the specific stars that we have here. We have the LMC, which is the Large Magellanic Cloud. We have the SMC, the Small Magellanic Cloud, and in terms of the Milky Way, you have the core there, and then up here you've got where's Polaris? There's Polaris. There's a Crux.
So we're not even.
Okay.
But we're not even really looking at the sky here.
No, but if you went to the same location and looked up, this is exactly what you would see. So this is a reliable software program or software.
So let me just before you finish that point. If I put you in a planetarium and it showed you those same stars in the same locations, would that mean anything?
Well,
would that mean the Earth is a globe?
Well, so sort of, because
So the
this is
planetarium proves the Earth is a globe because you're on a floor in a planetarium. You're looking at lights in the sky that are 50 feet away from you, and you think that they're trillions of light years. Go ahead.
Dave, I need you to be charitable with me here a little bit, because what I'm saying is, if what you see in the planetarium is the exact same thing as what you see in real life, then it's reliable. It's not just because you see it in the planetarium. Okay, this is just what I can use, because obviously I can't take you guys outside to look up. But this is, so in the southern hemisphere, we have, that's the southern celestial pole right there. So all the stars, you're on the bottom of the globe in Australia, and you're looking down towards, towards the downwards from the Earth, from a right side up Earth anyway. And then here we have where I am, and you can see totally different stars. You could see, so this is the literal opposite side of the Milky Way, because the other part was down here. You were looking through there. So this is what I see every night where I live, and they're actually rotating counterclockwise around a different point. These are different. You didn't see Cassiopeia, you don't see M31, you don't see, the Big Dipper, you don't see Ursa Minor, you don't see any of these. And this is looking directly north, right? Because that's the North Star, and all of the stars rotate around the North Star. So you have the southern hemisphere where it rotates counterclockwise, and we have all of these constellations. They're beautiful and whatnot. I'm sure we could all agree with that. But they're totally different stars than are over here. Totally different.
So if I may,
different directions.
Explain that with a phenomena that's not the Earth actually curving, right? And just to narrow it down, right?
Well, that's the point. Yeah.
Of course, Joel. Your claim right now is that the way that the stars are moving, right, and the way that they appear to be curving around the Earth, right, is evidence of the Earth curving, basically.
Not the Earth. It's evidence, because if you were on a globe and you were looking out from that globe, you would expect to see certain things. So if if you're on the North Pole, you look straight up, you could see the stars rotating directly above you, and you wouldn't be able to see the southern hemisphere. And so, when I took the flight down, I went from Dallas, Texas, down to Melbourne straight, and I got footage of a night lapse of the stars like moving, similar to how that pilot did, except I was looking out the side of the airplane, and I can see the stars literally shifting orientation in the sky as I was crossing the equator and stuff.
Okay, so let me simplify it even further then. In your worldview, is perspective an actual thing? Like, do things get displaced in relation to the viewer based on how far they are in their relative position, right? So in other words, even if we're dealing with a flat plane, right, if something is moving level parallel overhead optically to the observer, would it not appear to drop? Or would it still appear to drop because of perspective?
Like in terms of something getting further away from you, that's like has a certain height, and the further away you get, sort of like looks like it's
two parallel planes.
Yeah. You can see that with train tracks. Sure. Yeah, the distance.
So what if the stars were close and local, and you're flying underneath a low sky? You would see the stars curving over you as you go by. They would drop down lower. They'd be high above the plane as you're flying, right? And the reason that you see different stars is simply because the stars are so close. If you and I were in a room with 10-foot high ceilings, and there's recessed lighting, and they're in all different patterns. Look, there's a starfish, and there's a bull, and there's a cow. And I say, hey, Joel, walk 5 miles. We're going to expand the room to 10 miles wide. You go 5 miles down, walk there. So I wait, a little while, and I can't see you anymore because my vision has brought the ceiling to the floor, and you are too small for me to see. So I call it, and I yell, and my voice spreads out like light spreads out, and you can't hear me. So I call you on your cell phone, and I say, Joel, are there still lights above your head? You'd be like, yeah. I see a horse and a dog, and I'm like, well, what happened to the cow and the bull? Well, I can't see those. Okay, you can't see the stars that I'm under. I can't see the stars that you're under, and we're just 5 miles apart with in a small room with no atmosphere causing issues, just perspective. So that's why you can't see the same stars from the south, because they're too far away. Problem is, on a globe Earth, there's a physical horizon, So on a globe Earth, if you use globe math, you love math, there's a certain distance, which is the max distance you can see. Never, ever can you see farther. Only if conditions like waves on the water or density of the air could you see less. You can never see farther because there's a physical horizon. On a flat Earth, our horizon is very optical. And depending on weather conditions, we can see farther than we should be able to see. So, a 6 foot tall person standing at the edge of perfectly calm water on a perfectly calm day, a perfectly clear day, should only be able to see the surface of the water for 3 miles, according to your math. Okay, there's a 6 foot drop in 3 miles, according to the Pythagorean theorem. Okay, so I shouldn't be able to see the surface of the water, but we can see the surface of the water for magnitudes farther than that. We can see things magnitudes farther, right? But globers like to say, well, I can't see that mountain. I can't see that mountain, therefore the Earth is a globe. And then we break out a infrared lens, and all of a sudden we're like, oh, we can see that mountain with infrared. And infrared, and the only thing they have is screaming refraction, but infrared even cuts down refraction, right? Without an infrared, you see a blue sky, right? But we can see this mountain with infrared. And infrared, if it's refracted up, it should be even less. But we can see all of this mountain except the lower part because the atmospheric density. So we can see too far because the horizon is a theoretical limit of your vision, okay? It's not a physical horizon.
Yeah, but what about the rotation? Because that's specifically the
rotation.
So the rotation of
so the rotation is so this is something that I've actually been trying to send you something, Dave, for the background because I can't share my screen while I'm streaming. Otherwise, I'd pull up the visual for you. But we actually
where are you sending it?
Well, no, it's just too big to send. So I tried to send it in my email, but it wasn't working. But anyway, in any case, Walter Bislin actually did us a favor on this and actually modeled out what the stars would kind of look like on a flat plane. They did use arbitrary stars, so it's not like you can see specific constellations or anything like that, but it basically just shows the general position of where the stars were and then what it appears to be optically to the observer. The reason why this happens is there's a huge discrepancy or a miscommunication in what we're actually dealing with. So we're dealing with measurements in our visual field. Right, we're dealing with things that are very far away, and there's a big assumption that everything is in Euclidean geometry. We assume this because for a lot of things it tends to work. But if you Google it right now and you look up the geometry for visual space, you'll actually see that there's not a set model for it. So, oh, good. They've got it pulled up right there. Perfect. So there's actually not a set model for what the geometry we should expect to see in visual space is. And there is now evidence coming out that we are seeing a hyperbolic geometry as our visual space. So in other words, spherical geometry. There's something known as the Alley experiment. There's a paper that is referenced that I also sent Dave a quote from. Then this would explain the spherical nature of what we're seeing. As far as the rotation goes, it's an optical phenomena. So it's literally an optical phenomena. You would have an optical convergence point at the furthest point away from the center point of rotation. Because again, the further out that things get, the more they're going to tend to converge. So the things that are rotating above you are obviously going to, if you're over the equator, actually, it's going to appear more straight. And then as you get further away, it's going to optically converge again as you look out. So this is just one of the explanations. Another explanation is that there's literally 4 different optical rotations, which is very possible if you just think of it as like gears, right? You have one rotation in the center and then 4 opposite parts of rotation coming off of that. So, but before I even attempt to explain any of that and get into the bottom of what's happening, I like to start with first principles, which is why I had asked you, how do we even verify the general position of where we're looking definitively, right? There's the quote right there. Euclidean geometry widely accepted as the model for our physical space. However, there's not a consistent model. There is evidence that our eyes work to make pictures and images of the physical space using a hyperbolic model. And this is obviously what we're basing our measurements off of. So I'm wondering what you would say to that. And if this is true, where is this accounted for in the mathematics that you present?
Well, there was a lot there. I got some stuff down. It certainly wasn't any simple uh, sort of a message that you just gave there. So you're talking about non-Euclidean geometry,
Right.
okay, and how that relates to our sort of more hyperbolic perception. But but you mentioned how, so for example, if you're on the equator and you're on a globe, you would expect the sort of the stars in the sky to sort of barrel over from you have the north here, the south here, they barrel over you just the same way. If you turn it right side up and you're on the North Pole, the stars would just rotate around that top point. If you're in the South Pole in Antarctica, you look up, it would be the same thing, but with different stars. So, but my question is, with what about the different stars? I mean, they're completely different, and you can watch as you traverse the globe, the
Joel.
different stars as you.
So that's
as you,
actually so that issue was actually solved before the rotation issue was even solved, right? So what happens is, because our visual space is curved, the things that are further away are obviously going to be dipping down. So what ends up happening is these stars, the stars that are over, let's say, the northern hemisphere, as you drift over the equator, you're going to start to see both of them, because again, the closer you get to something, the more it's going to rise up to your perspective. The further away, the more something's going to fall. So as you move away from the northern hemisphere, those stars are going to fall to the horizon and become invisible to you. And then the stars that were invisible to you, that you moved closer to, are now going to be visible to you. Long story short, let's pretend you're in a big warehouse with lights over top. You're simply underneath one set of lights.
Yeah. You're 5 miles away in the same room. We look up, we see the different stars. Now, as you walk towards me, you can't see the stars that you left behind, and you start to see the stars that I'm seeing. You're on the north side of the room, on the south side of the room. Okay. So it's the same thing. What's that?
How low are these stars to be?
We don't know. We don't claim. You know. I know how low they're 25 trillion miles away. I just made that up, right? But your theoretical ideas of where the stars are scientifically impossible, if you ask me. Our stars are very close. I don't know how far they are, but I don't think they're thousands of miles away or millions of miles away. I don't know. I'm not going to make a claim. I like looking at things here on Earth that we can actually measure.
This is just a question. I'm saying, so if you were to measure and work out the math of how far something would have to be to go a certain distance away from it to where it looks like it goes down.
Well, here's the problem.
You've seen mathematically.
Well, you've seen the orthographic view of like, the flat earthers say the sun's 3,000 miles up, and with the size that they say the Earth is, the sun would never set. Well, I don't think it's 3,000 miles up, but even if it was, they're not taking into effect that somebody standing under it, it's directly above them at X height. And now somebody farther away, it doesn't stay at X height. It gets lower already just due to perspective. And then they go farther away, it appears lower and lower. Okay. Phuket Ward, you don't know who he is, but he recently did a video on it. And it's really, it's how perspective works. People, they don't teach perspective in school, because if they did, people would be like, wait a minute, this doesn't work out. We don't live on a crazy globe. I want to get back to, you're talking about seeing the stars and stuff. The stars, we can't prove what they are. We don't know what gases they are. We don't know how far they are. The brightness is 2,500 times brighter than the sun. That's a made up story.
Well, that's only one star, though. There's different ones that have different.
If you told me something was 1.5 times as bright as the sun, I'd have a hard time believing it. Okay, because the sun, because no, you have no examples of anything brighter than the sun. Let's say, they could do something in a lab and they say it's 10,000 times brighter than the sun. Show me something twice as bright as the sun. They've never ever done it. But instead of looking up at these lights in the sky, let's just come back down to Earth for a minute. You said earlier, you agree there's a physical horizon. You agree that there is curvature of the Earth. Do you know anyone in history, or have you ever measured the curve of the Earth?
To the second question, no. To the first, I would say yes. But
like who? Well, and the other one is axial rotation. Do you know anyone in history that measured axial rotation? And can you tell me how?
Axial rotation? What do you mean by that?
Like the Earth spinning on an axis. The Earth spins on an axis.
What do you mean measure that?
prove like what? How do you prove the Earth is spinning but without looking at the lights in the sky?
What do you think would be a satisfactory answer for you? I
The Earth
guess for
isn't
that.
spinning.
No. I meant to test it. If we were to have a test of that, it's rotating.
If the Earth
What
was
would that look like?
spinning or curved, you'd be able to measure curvature. So let's look at this. Okay, so when you're down low, that thickest part of the atmosphere, you can't see 100 miles. Okay, because the atmosphere just becomes too thick. Right, but the higher up you are, the air is thinner, clear, less pollution, less moisture, and you can see farther. Here's an observation from a mountaintop.
Oh, yeah, I watched that video. Yeah.
You watched it. So what is your explanation on why we can see these mountains? We can see all of them in the right places and everything. The tops of these mountains should be over 40 miles below the curve. Now you can say, well, the curvature calculator is wrong. It's a parabola. You can say whatever you want. Oh, it's the hump. It's the Sagitta. Okay, only 20 miles. The tops of these mountains, which is nonsense, should be 20 miles below the curve, but we can see them. What is your answer for that other than refraction?
I'd have to look into that. I can't just like.
You know what? You would be the first one with a scientific belief system that is willing to look in it, because mainstream science won't look into it. No one will look into it. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I could look. We got that down for next time. Then
there you go. Come up with an explanation on how we can see all of these mountaintops.
Okay. Yeah, I will.
All right. Beautiful.
I like how you assume on faith that the curvature calculations are just going to work out. It's all going to work out.
I never said I'm good. Okay. But Skylar, you've got to like give me. I mean, how would you work it out then? I guess like
there's an Earth curvature calculator.
Would you use?
Right, so I would simply find the height of the mountains, right? I'd get the distance of the observer here, 700 miles, the height, and then I would plug those numbers into probably the Walter Bislin Earth curvature calculator, and then I would invoke standard refraction just to be a good sport, right? And then I would see what figures it give me, and then I would compare it. When you do compare it, it says that there's like 80 miles of curvature that's supposed to be there. Those mountains are not 80 miles high, so. That these are the things that to us, seem to falsify the model that everybody just keeps insisting on with hypothetical, celestial proof.
Well, I think celestial is strong because again, if we are on a globe in space, you should be able to look away from it and be able to predict what you would see. But is what I'm saying.
But the whole thing with the assumption of Euclidean geometry being shattered doesn't shift or make you want to relook into way that we're doing.
I don't think it's shattered. I mean, obviously they just said there's alternatives and there's different like ways to mathematic like the difference between radial.
No, well, so when I say shattered, right? I mean, I don't know how it could get more shattered than well, they nicely did it, right? They said the assumption of Euclidean space is wrong. And we have evidence that we are building our space in hyperbolic geometry. So I'm not sure how we wouldn't consider that shattered.
I actually think that's actually referring to like math, like tensor calculus and like general relativity, because that's using Euclidean geometry, and they were sort of criticizing.
So this all was done as a result of the Alley experiments, were terrestrial experiments, right? So we're not when they did this observation, they weren't even using celestial observations, right? So this can happen in the small scale, which is, again, this is the kind of stuff that we like to go on when you say that, well, yeah, both sides are taking something on faith. Kind of. At least our side, we have the ability to go and verify the terrestrial examples, whereas your side, we have to take on faith that this entity, NASA, started by Project Paperclip, Nazis, admittedly, sent probes out and gave us back the correct data.
Yeah, I mean, but I guess, because then I just ask, like, and then like, what is this thing? What is this? And then what are these?
Well, could you accept that we don't know, and that maybe the people claiming to know are just trying to get a leg up of credibility? Or that maybe you've been misled information-wise, and that the people who are actually doing the work on the ground don't claim to know these things, right? They claim that this is a theory that could explain the phenomena, but it's a work in progress, and it's surface level at best, right? It doesn't even begin to explain the deeper phenomena. Like you can't explain what gravity is. You can't explain quantum mechanics.
We can see other galaxies, though, is what I'm saying.
Joel, you see lights in the sky that somebody told you is another galaxy.
No. Well, you can see the shape. Like you can see
a shape that somebody told you is another. Like, did you take that picture behind you? Where's that picture from?
Yeah, I got it. Yes, I took this picture.
You took that with your camera?
With my GoPro, yeah, right here.
Your GoPro took that picture of the sky?
Yes.
That's a good picture. Good job.
Thank you.
You're taking pictures of lights in the sky that are not hundreds of trillions of miles away. They're close. They're close. But to assume that, that's a disc shape and it's kind of fuzzy, therefore it's 100 billion stars with a trillion planets, right? To believe that's just a belief, right? So here's the example I'm looking for. Okay. Is this the sun or the moon?
I can't tell. Probably the moon.
Is it a sphere? Is it a sphere?
I also can't tell.
Okay, that's right. And guess what? It's only about a quarter of a mile away. And as we bring it closer, you see that it's a train and it's not even a sphere. Okay. It's got rectangular lights on it, right? It's got orange lights. It's got different color lights, but you saw a sphere at a quarter of a mile away. But you think that you can see a light in the sky 100 trillion light years away and tell me what it is? You couldn't even tell that this is a train with 8 different colored lights of different shapes that are not even touching each other. It looks like a sphere. It's how we see.
But what about things that are shaped like what we call galaxies?
They're shaped like what we call, an egg is shaped like a galaxy. I don't think there's 100 trillion stars in my fried egg in the morning. Okay. It's shaped like a galaxy. It should be. It should have 100 trillion stars in it, and it should be amazing. I bet if I took a really close up picture of it, I could send it to NASA, and they'd be like, "Wow, you discovered a new galaxy."
Yeah. Oh, I mean, okay. Just I don't know.
I'll take an okay. I'll take an okay. That's all you need. That's all you need to give me.
Yeah. I just I wouldn't really know how to respond to that.
But here, I think I made a good point. You couldn't tell what shape this was, what it was, or anything at a quarter of a mile away. You think that you can tell what something that looks like? They say, "Hey, a galaxy is this shape." Okay, you think that you can tell what that is? You were told what it is, and therefore anything that's that shape, you believe it because that's what you were told. There's zero evidence for anything that you have brought up today. It is all theoretical. And getting back to the spectroscopy experiment, I want someone to do a I can't say the word, spectroscopy experiment. You get a vial. We should be able to get a beaker full of whatever gas, put a bright light behind it, set it on fire, whatever you want, and somebody a quarter of a mile away we should be able to tell me what it is.
That's not how spectroscopy works, though. That's not.
How does it work? we already went over this, but
we already went over that. But
okay,
so let me just one more example, and then we can start
go for
it. Shutting it off. But so this is the same program. I've seen these things myself, so I'm not like just showing you gibberish that I haven't seen myself. First of all, I'm sure you've heard the Andromeda Galaxy. That's our nearest galaxy. It's quite large. It's huge. I've seen it. You can see the shape with a dark enough night
right now.
What's that?
I said I can make that in Canva right now.
Yeah, but I'm not. You can't say this is fake, Skylar. This is real. I've seen it. This isn't like some made up. We have pictures of. You can go outside with a telescope right now with a DSLR camera, put a star tracker on this, and take a picture of it. So this isn't like some just made up thing.
You said that we could put a star
light
tracker
in the sky.
How is it that we're keeping up with this other galaxy? Right, that's definitely not within our galaxy. And when we're whipping through space over 1 million miles per second.
Well, because space is really big. So here's another one. So here's the Whirlpool Galaxy. I've seen this one too. You can see the shape. You can see the smaller galaxy here. It looks like it's kind of sucking it in. It's really cool. And then here's another one that I've seen, the Triangulum Galaxy.
Skylar, what if there was a book that said that these are spiraling lights that were just a couple hundred miles away? And that's what you were taught. Now, if I showed you all these and told you that there were galaxies trillions of miles away with hundreds of billions of stars that are bigger than. But my point is, you could defend either one of them with an equal amount of evidence, which is 0.
I'm saying so.
Try not to do a spit take.
It's just it's sort of like what you're calling it. It's just a matter of it's like semantics of what you want to say that it is. And then, of course, this would be our galaxy that we're inside of, so we're inside, that's the center of it, and you can kind of look away from it. So this is our Milky Way, obviously, and any of us could see that.
It's not obvious because you were told that. You're pre-assuming.
No. I'm saying that this is all stuff that you can go out and see yourself, and that you can take pictures of.
But you couldn't tell what a train light was, right? It's a cool story, bro. It's a cool story. So you have 0 proof of it. You were told that it's a galaxy. You were told that it's trillions of miles away. You were told it's 2,000, or you figured out on your own that it has to be 2,500 times brighter than the sun. These are all things that you have 0 evidence of. 0.
But wouldn't the evidence be the observation, like looking at it?
The observation, but as I said before, if you were taught in school that these galaxies were actually energetic sources of spiraling light that are, a couple hundred miles away, that would be your story.
Well, hey,
and then there's another one. There's another one. There's another one.
There was something. One of the biggest debates in astronomy was actually this exact point, when we believed that the Milky Way was the entire universe, and we didn't believe there was other galaxies. We didn't even know what a galaxy was. And so, where'd he go?
I'm still here.
I'm here.
Right back.
Okay. So the point was it was called the Great Debate. You can look it up. Where it was Andromeda, that first one that I showed you. They were saying, "Oh, that's actually not a nebula." They thought it was a nebula, and turns out, well, Hubble discovered that it was a galaxy, and you can look up how he did that. But
so they changed their story. They literally just changed their story.
Well, I think better term would be updated their story, but
that would be impossible to catch them in any kind of
right.
How can you falsify the model if you're just going to change it whenever you get narrowed down?
It wasn't falsified. It was added because they didn't deny that the Milky Way existed. They just said
kind of like refraction. Kind of like refraction was added to save Earth curvature.
Well, you and I both know that refraction is a thing. Like, you can see how refraction works.
So refraction never brings anything up that's gone. It can move things that are in your visual range, but it doesn't bring things back from when they're completely hidden and keep them there over 24 hours.
I'm just saying refraction itself is a thing.
Refraction, but that doesn't explain the observations. For example, the famous shot across Lake Michigan of Chicago, there's a time lapse, 24 hours with different weather coming through day and night, and the buildings never move 1 inch. They're just there the whole time. And we proved that they're not refraction because a couple of our guys got in a boat and watched it and went across the lake, and it should have disappeared at one point because they're getting closer to it. The refraction should change, and it never changed. We proved that it's not refraction.
But all I'm saying is, with the Great Debate, it wasn't falsified and debunked. It was just added onto. They're like, oh, I guess the universe is way bigger than we thought it was.
Well, that's again theoretical nonsense. You believe that this is a giant star manufacturing factory where there's dust and gas in space. Another scientific impossibility that is collapsing upon itself and spitting out stars like ping pong balls. Okay, that's what you believe, right? This is a nebula that produces stars.
Yeah, that's the pillars of creation. Yeah.
So cool story, bro. It's a cool story. It's not even a cool story. It's ridiculous. Okay, how do you have gas and dust in space?
Well, I think we probably won't get into that topic here. But
when you say things like, my issue is when you say things like, well, the observations are the evidence, right? Do you know that we changed the distance to the sun over 7 times in modern history?
Yeah, probably. Okay. We updated it. I think we got more refined.
Do you know why that's significant? Yeah. Do you know how much they changed it by, first off? Do you know how much they changed it from?
No.
1,000 miles was the first predicted distance. So they have...
Who did that?
I can't remember the exact names of everybody who did the predictions, but in any case, we end up now obviously with our figure of 93 million miles. You admitted yourself that they probably changed it to update it, right? So here's the issue. We base a very important unit of measuring all these other distances off of our perceived distance to the sun, which was the astronomical unit. It's also how we defined our speed of light, right? We simply define it as constant. We think that the sun is so far, and then we measure differences in angle. So it's pretty funny that we don't actually have in my opinion, a real measurement, a direct measurement of light. It's an inferred measurement. But in any case, the AU was changed 7 times, which means that the units to all the other stars were changed several times. And now, I mean, this point was kind of breezed over when Dave brought it up. The North Star, they're talking about give or take, right? That means they could give it 100 million or 100 more
light years.
Yeah, 100 more light years, or take 100 light years away. That's a 200 light year discrepancy. And we're going to sit here and pretend that that's not going to have anything to do with the other predicted distances, when we know that several other predictions were made about the distances to other galaxies and other stars based on where our projected distance of the North Star was. It's a house of cards.
Joel, the mainstream science, if you don't agree with them, you don't get published. So mainstream science tells us it's 93 million miles away. But during one of the recent solar eclipses, a bunch of truthful, honest, researching amateur astronomers said, "Hey, they did the math, and there's something wrong. The eclipse doesn't work. The sun has to be farther." And I forget the number, but it was significantly farther. And so all of these chat groups, these articles started popping up, and then they all disappeared. Inside of a couple of days, bam, you can't find any of them. It was completely squashed off the internet. And wait a minute. There's something wrong with the eclipse and the shadows and everything. It didn't line up. And that was just squashed, and nobody heard about it.
That's interesting.
It is interesting.
Yeah.
So I got an okay and an interesting.
Would you be able to acknowledge that, again, this is why I say it's theoretical at best. I'm not saying that the theory can't work, right? It very well could, but we can acknowledge that the observations on their face are not proof of themselves. In fact, you even stating that is a literal begging the question, or also known as a reification logical fallacy. If an argument is logically fallacious, then that means it's not good support for that claim. Not necessarily that your claim is wrong, but just that argument is not a good argument for that claim. So when all of your arguments pretty much are like that, it's flat earth or fuel.
No, I don't think all of my arguments have been like that. Not all of them. But yeah, it is a what'd you say the specific name of that fallacy was?
Reification.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, it's hard. It's I could scrub through this whole video and watch it back, and I'm sure all three of us has made plenty of logical fallacies in the stuff we said. So it's kind of really, really hard to avoid. But yes, and to your point, it doesn't necessarily make it valid. So I guess it is a sort of pleading the question or begging the question. But I guess that if I acknowledge that, I also like if you guys could maybe acknowledge that if on a globe model, those celestial movements would make sense if it was a globe.
Which one specifically?
The rotation, the celestial rotation.
Sure.
It would make sense on a globe.
Yeah, I'd give you that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think this was productive. It was very involved, very in depth.
There was a third question I wanted to ask you. The one was axial rotation. No one's ever measured it. The curvature, no one's ever measured it. And high pressure next to no pressure. Have you ever seen or heard of a test in a lab or in nature that can have high pressure next to low pressure without a physical barrier in any orientation?
Hold on. Is the question high? So the question's high pressure next to low pressure.
Yeah, without a physical barrier.
Hold on. Let me see. I'll write this one down too. I mean, but the thing is, when you start talking about these things, you have to start using things like Boyle's law and fluid mechanics and all this stuff that is mathematical, So it's hard because when I sort of like start responding,
I don't look at it that way. Math is not empirical evidence.
But when you're talking about these concepts, the way that we understand how things interact, how things
So-
high pressure and low pressure, why it goes.
Here's an experiment you can
high to low
do.
pressure.
Get a cube, a box that you can suck all the air out of, right? And carry it around with you. Let's say it has a little trap door that can be opened on the side, on the top, on the or the bottom, right? Is there any place, any altitude, any place in this world where you could open that and it wouldn't equalize instantly?
Not that I'm aware of.
So how do we have a high pressure atmosphere next to space, which is no pressure, not even low pressure, no pressure, like insane?
Well,
right?
you know my answer to that.
Gravity, right? So you've seen the train car that they suck the air out of and it collapses upon itself,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
How come?
I think we've all seen those videos now.
If you did it the other way, you agree it would explode, right?
Yes, yeah. If we put
So how do we have spacecrafts made out of aluminum? How's the ISS up there, which has high pressure in a no pressure, not even low pressure? How come it doesn't explode? Because the vacuum chamber we have here on Earth has walls 10 feet thick out of steel and concrete.
David, the hard part is because then you have to start quantifying, okay, how much pressure is in here, how much pressure is out here. So you start getting numbers, and then you have to start using mathematical relationships to describe why something would or would not
Forget
happen.
that. Show me in reality.
So that's what I'm saying, Dave.
Listen,
I'm saying
Google
it's
Earth.
hard.
Google Earth showed you using math how the stars should rotate. Reality shows you something else. That pilot didn't use any numbers. He filmed reality, but Google Earth used mathematical equations and numbers and everything, and it worked perfectly for a globe. But reality. So show me in reality. Don't show me in Narnia math, right? Show me in reality. Take a box of vacuum, find a place where you can open up in any orientation that little window, and it won't equalize. And the answer is you can't. Nowhere. Not in Death Valley, not at the top of Mount Everest. Nowhere. It'll equalize instantly. That shows you that we are not on a globe. We're not on a globe. I don't believe space is a vacuum.
But
okay?
So if I was to show you what pressure was in a spacecraft, for example, and how maybe it wouldn't overcome the structural integrity of the outside of it.
Let me interrupt. All right, go on YouTube and search vacuum chamber. Okay, they explode. Anything you put in there explodes. When they put a soda in there, it explodes. Okay, when you open up a soda can, it equalizes instantly. Right? Get a vacuum chamber and put something in it and suck the air out. It's going to explode. Okay, it's going to explode. Right? But the space station, no problem. That their seals work perfectly. Everything works years and years and years. They run around in gorilla suits up there. They got a meteorite, not an asteroid, a meteorite, a mini meteorite, put a little hole in it, and they fixed it with duct tape and gum. Okay? They're mocking us, Joel, and you're buying into all of it. Okay? Listen, you are a super book smart guy. You're a nice guy. You're super book smart, but your book is Narnia. You're literally living in Narnia.
I'm not sure how I could respond to that.
Because you know what? Narnia is kind of a nice place. It's kind of fun there, I heard.
Yeah, I would agree. But
I wouldn't know, though.
Yeah. No, of course not.
Well, what do you make of the? I mean, I know it's one thing to say that we just disagree with your beliefs, right? I mean, that's one thing. But what about when you have the people, I won't even call them the so-called elite, but like some of the people who have come out with some of these theories, like Kepler, saying that we need to, or sorry, was it Kepler or Hubble that said that we must avoid the unique position in the universe at all costs. Such a position is unwelcomed and would only be accepted as a last result, as a last-ditch effort to explain a phenomenon. In other words, what he's saying is we will make up anything, literally anything, including magic bendy light, in order to save a model that will mean that we can explain away some certain observations. Observations, of course, that we're not moving, that we're at the center. And believe it or not, observations that we are, in fact, not curving. Again, those would be radar. We have radar propagation over 10,000 miles, and it apparently operates in the manual off a line of sight, meaning you point and shoot where you think the target would be. There's no calculation for bouncing it off of the ionosphere. And we even have radio waves that go over the 100 megahertz broadband, which means it goes through the ionosphere. We have clocked those at over 2,500 miles. These observations alone, by themselves, destroy the curvature claimed by the globe. And so we don't have good evidence of its curving. We have evidence that it's flat. We have no, as you even admitted, no evidence for the celestial model that doesn't beg the question. So there's no.
When did I admit that? Oh, that doesn't beg the question.
Right. Reify. That's why you don't know how to answer when we accuse you of living in Narnia, right?
Yeah,
because
right. But that you just, I granted it to you when you just said that, because you said we have observations of this stuff happening.
Right.
So you were you doing the same thing, but I gave you that because, you can't always avoid that. It's a very particular fallacy that's one of the hardest to avoid, besides like the fallacy or something like that. But, So
sure.
you said the same. I need to say that you made the same claim. We have these observations as evidence for the flat Earth, and that's kind of almost exactly what I was saying.
But the difference would be between, and I could give it to you that's a reification, right? Because just because it shoots as if it's flat doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat, right? It just can hint at that, right? So I would give you that. Yeah. But the difference between our observations would be, again, that we can recreate ours here on the ground. The things that prove out your observations demonstrably are probes, NASA, again, and everything that relies on the accused or reifies the issue.
Well, what about astrophotographers, like amateur astrophotographers?
They take pictures of the sky. What about them?
Well, I mean, because they use a lot of these theories and methods, and they use these star trackers, and they use...
So what they use... So the only thing that you need to know in order to be an astrophotographer really is the cycles, obviously, of the celestial bodies. But then also you just need to know how much they move in a day, which is about 1 degree per hour. So, I mean, as long as you know that, I mean, you don't have to do advanced these calculations, this assumption, right, that you have to know the layout of the cosmos as NASA and the mainstream presents it in order to take pictures of the things up there it's actually ridiculous when you look into it. It's not even claimed that that's the case.
Joel, what happens when you go back and you decide to look at that mountain, that 700-mile mountain thing, and you can't come up with an explanation that works on the globe? What would you do? What are you going to do then?
Well, that's hard because it's very hard for me to just not accept no explanation. So I mean, I feel like I would keep trying. And
here's the thing: that observation, although it's not easy for anybody, but anybody could go there and do it themselves, right? It's not we don't have to go to space.
You could do everything I showed you yourself too.
No, you can't. You're looking at things that you can't tell. Right. If I didn't move that train forward, you can do all sorts of measurements, and you could say that light was 250,000 miles away when it was only a quarter of a mile away. And you could say it's spherical, but when it wasn't spherical, you can say anything. That's not, this is something we're viewing a terrestrial object that we know where it is. We know how high it is. We can go measure it from another terrestrial place. We're not looking into Narnia. You're looking at Narnia.
Well, things like Jupiter's moons, for example, like you can watch.
Can I call them the light that we call Jupiter, the little lights that are near it?
Yes, I know, okay. Dave, but we're trying to be charitable to each other's positions here. So you can Jupiter rotates once every 90 minutes, which is insane to me. But you could watch it rotate. I mean, it's such a big planet, but it's rotating so quickly, and you could watch its moons in a telescope rotating around the planet through the night.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
So things like that.
Ask you a question. Jupiter, what's Jupiter made out of?
Yes.
Spectroscopy should tell you. It's made out of helium and hydrogen.
Not necessarily, because it's not emitting light. It's a failed star.
So what
basically.
But it's not, it's like 98% hydrogen and helium, I heard.
Yeah, well,
is that right?
I don't know.
Spectroscopy should tell us it's right here. We're not looking at it. It's not trillions of light years away, or millions of miles and millions of light years. It's right here. So the spectroscope. I'm trying to say both words at the same time. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. It should be able to tell us what Jupiter is. Okay. So mainstream science says that it's correct me if I'm wrong, Skylar, it's helium and hydrogen. Is that right? Am I right on that?
That sounds right. Yeah.
I don't remember.
So helium and hydrogen kind of defy gravity here on Earth. They also tell us that Jupiter has more gravity than all of the other planets combined. How much helium and hydrogen does it take to create more gravity than all of the planets combined?
A lot. Quite a bit.
And so more of something that's lighter than air. It doesn't make any sense. And then if you were on Jupiter,
it's lighter than oxygen and nitrogen. But yeah,
how NASA says that from Jupiter the sun would be very small. It would be like a quarter of the size. It'd be like a large star.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So you have to believe if you're on Jupiter and it's a gassy surface, I wouldn't call that very reflective. I'd call it kind of light absorbing surface. And the sun is really small and it's far away. You have to believe that faraway sun is lighting up the gases, reflecting off of them back to us. And it wasn't yesterday, but the last time I saw Jupiter in the sky, it's the brightest thing in the sky next to the moon. Okay. Yeah. So how is that light getting intensified, reflecting off of that non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles back to my eye, not getting any dimmer, getting brighter? How is that possible? How come when I look at a rock on the ground at noon that's much closer to the sun and much more reflective than a gassy ball, how come it's not shining bright in my eyes? Because I'm right next to it. Okay. It's not as bright. When you look at Jupiter in the sky, it's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. It's a light. It's as bright as the sun. It's just smaller. Right. But I should be able to look at a rock on the ground and it should be brighter than Jupiter, but it's not. It's not.
Make God great again says Flurfers just don't know how time traveling eyesight works. Obviously, Dave, we probably should just pack it up, call it a day.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I don't understand. Like, it's not getting brighter.
Let me ask you a question.
It's just reflecting the light off of.
Is the light reflecting off of this blinding you right now?
No, it's not the sun reflecting off of it.
Should. Now, if the sun was
unless you're outside,
if I was outside and the sun was over there, it would still just look like this. And this is actually I'm pretty fucking bright in here. Okay, the sun reflecting off of this, you can just see it. It's not a light. You look up at Jupiter, it's a light, right? But you have to believe that a distant sun, a smaller sun, is reflecting off of a non-reflective surface, traveling millions of miles to my eye through my atmosphere, and I could see it as bright as the sun. I'm sorry, you're not thinking if you're believing that's what that is. The only reason that you're defending it is because it has to be that way, because that's the way it is.
Well, I just don't think that position that you're describing is accurate. Because
all right, explain to me how we see Jupiter as bright as the sun. Well, it's a bright light in the sky. It's bright light in the sky.
It's not nearly as bright as the sun.
Okay, but it's brighter than any star. It's bright. It's literally a light in the sky. How is it lit up? Explain to me how it's lit up.
Well, because it's reflecting what's showing behind your screen there.
It's reflecting the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so how come when I look at a rock, I'm standing next to a boulder here on Earth, that's a smooth boulder, and it's kind of reflective. How come it's not as bright as like Jupiter is bright? It's literally like a small piece of the sun. It's like a small piece of the sun.
You know how big Jupiter is.
So you're not explaining how that.
I'm saying
that light's intensifying.
Well, no, it's not intensifying. What I'm saying is you have a massive, massive planet, a planet.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the sun. Hold on. Let me just finish this point. They say the sun's 400 times bigger than the moon and 400 times farther. Therefore, it's the same size. So if I look at a rock that's this big and I'm 5 feet from it, okay, well, Jupiter is so far away that it looks smaller than that. It doesn't matter. I'm right next to this. The sun is shining on it. It should be blinding me, but it's not. And the sun is closer to this, right? It should be blinding me. That argument alone completely destroys the light in the sky being a gassy ball planet that they tell us.
What are you seeing when you look at it?
As Skylar said before, I don't know. I think it's something to do with creation. I think we're all part of this living system, and those lights in the sky are part of this system. That's why astrology is what the real elite use, and astronomy is for the masses to keep them believing in space.
Well, I certainly don't believe in astrology, but
well, that's of course because you believe in astronomy, which is complete and total hypothetical BS with being nice.
Yeah, but like so Venus, for example, is much brighter than Jupiter. I'm sure you've seen Venus in the morning when it's
I have. I saw Venus last night. It was right next to Mars, and it was also very bright. Now, Venus, you could kind of argue it's closer to the sun and it's reflecting, but Jupiter makes no sense. Jupiter makes no sense.
Well, it kind of because you can't see like Neptune or Uranus with your naked. Well,
because again, because they're not what they say, right? They're not what they say.
But but then what are they? I guess like if I were to accept, okay, they're not planets, then what am I supposed to do?
That's not.
I guess like what?
Listen,
what do you do
I don't
that?
know. I'm not responsible for coming up with the answer when you don't know what something is. I don't have to come up with a replacement model. But if we look at Jupiter, hold on a second. This is what I want to show you. This is from this is from NASA, right? Why isn't it so bright? How did they get it? Did they turn the aperture down?
I would need to know the exact source for that. I don't know.
Actually, I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. That's a pond with ducks.
Nice.
That's not what I was doing.
That's good. Yeah.
Come on. I said you have to have a joke. Okay.
Yeah, that's funny.
All right.
It's even funny because yeah.
That's real,
here's Jupiter that NASA has. I'm trying to find the one. Oh yeah. So this is a space probe that took a picture of Jupiter. How did they get? What did they have, a solar filter on there? Because Jupiter.
What did you say took that picture?
This is from NASA, from some Voyager or whatever. It took this 2014 and 2016.
So it was a passing by.
Yeah, but again, you have to believe that this is real, and none of the clouds changed over 2 years. Every cloud is exactly the same.
Are we just going to breeze over how those look literally identical to the miniature
That's what we're talking
Jupiter?
about. the one I just showed?
Yeah, it's identical. Yeah. And these stuff like this, and the Jupiter's not the only one. They have one of the moon too. I've heard that from
Skylar. They use this picture to make that model. Come on, it's not the other way around. That's crazy.
I do think
you're right.
I do think I don't know. I'd have to look at exactly. I'd have to see what they said about those images specifically to see.
I'll tell you what they said. They found out that Jupiter has a magnetic core because they filmed the Northern Lights.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Come on. Now let me ask you a question. Did I put this in there, or did NASA put this in here? Do you know? Can you prove either way?
No, I don't know.
Okay, but
that's
when
what I'm
you
saying. I'd have to look at it myself.
So if I put it in there, did I do a good job?
Sure.
Really? That's good. That's believable. So if NASA put it in there, then it has to be real. Do you see the bias that you have?
No, not. See how I'm not just accepting it though. Like I'd have to see.
I appreciate that.
You can see both of you can go and look at Jupiter, and it looks just like that. Is what I'm saying.
It looks just like this. This is the new picture of Jupiter that NASA just gave us. All right. You believe these are paintings.
It actually doesn't look like what you're talking about unless you use some digital imaging and rendering with it, right? You're not going to get Jupiter.
No, that's not true. You can see it.
You can see some blurry. You can see some blurry bands and a little. I'll give you. You can see a little spot and some blurry bands, but nothing to the detail of what NASA's claiming.
Well, with a legitimate telescope, you can with a big Dobsonian 12-inch telescope. It's just purely optics. It just has two mirrors, right? Three mirrors.
Joel.
And it can look like that. You can see it's not just blurry bands. You can see the detail and the red dot and everything.
So Joel, if you do the research and see that the 2014, 2016 photos are both claimed to be from NASA and all of the clouds are the same, what will you do? What's your excuse? What will you say?
Well, I'd have to see what they say about it.
Let's say they say these are two separate pictures. The second one showed that there's northern lights. Okay. What will you do? Because you now have evidence that they're lying because all the clouds are the same. When they show us this, the clouds don't say the same. This is just over a couple of days. Okay. Right. The clouds are moving right? But they showed us 2 years apart. The clouds are the same. So I'm not saying that, you have to do your own research. When you find out that that is both official from NASA, can you completely say NASA's a complete and total fraud and throw out everything they've ever given you? Or are you going to make it?
Well, I wouldn't go to that extreme because that would be a slippery slope fallacy, which I'm sure you're aware of, Skylar.
But it's
you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
But it's the burden of positive claims and letting things pass through the lens of empirical of what can be empirically verified and what can't, right? We keep having to, on the globe side, rely on the story from people who came admittedly from Project Paperclip. If you don't know anything about that, you should definitely look into it.
No,
it wasn't
I know about it.
Yeah, it wasn't just America though. That's actually what people don't understand. It was America, China, Russia. It was all the big countries took the Nazi scientists and then you employed them in their own scientific programs, not just the space program, right? So for us to just blindly agree that, okay, what they're giving us is factual when they do show us like horrible footage like this, like you can make stuff like that super easy today, and all you need is a little bit of theater magic to do it back in the day, right? If you take in even 1 year of stagecraft, then a lot of the magic of NASA just kind of falls away.
Yeah, I think again, well, I take things on a case by case basis. So like, I'll look into the mountain things. I looked into the inverse square law thing. I'll look into the high pressure versus low pressure thing, and then I'll look into the 2014. So did you make those images, or
no? Those are from straight off of NASA's website.
So you didn't make those. Okay. So yeah, I'll look at those and I'll see what they say about them, and then I'll also reference those against other amateur images that we have. But yeah, no, Skylar, I did need to make sure that you understood that we can see Jupiter with a significant amount of detail just with.
So yes, let me point that out. Yes, you can. And Jupiter is actually a train with 8 different lights on it. Okay. I mean, you don't know what Jupiter is. You can see it. It doesn't mean it's millions of miles away and it's a giant gas ball made of helium that has more gravity than all of the other fictional planets. Okay, you're believing a story and using it to reify your belief. Basically.
Yeah, I guess in general, but doesn't mean the story is necessarily false, I guess.
So
we all accept a narrative perspective of reality ontologically.
Okay,
so
quick question.
You have to start somewhere.
Quick question about Jupiter for clarification. The method that you use to get the clear picture of that, is that similar to the method that you use to also get the clear pictures of Neptune, where you have to allow so much photons to come in to build out the picture, and so it doesn't give it
long
to you.
Exposure.
Yes, exactly. It doesn't give it to you instantaneously, right?
No, I'm saying with a big enough telescope, if you're getting a picture, it's different. But if you're using a telescope for direct observation with your own eyeballs, or even directly into a camera, you can see a significant amount of detail, like Dave said.
So I mean,
and
I guess
then you can also see its moons around it.
I can agree. I'll even give you the moons. I've actually seen amateur photographers with cameras take pictures of the moon. So I'm not saying that you can't see that. Again, I was talking the insane detail that you're seeing between the different colors in the clouds. Like that only comes from NASA. And anytime that I've ever seen anything like that from any amateur was because they had the long exposure. They had it digitally rendering through a computer. And in my mind, there's no way to verify that the program, the software, is not actually just building the image of what it is expecting to see.
I mean, I'm sure you could do it yourself and try it. I have an astrophotographer friend who took it up in New Mexico, and he's
like
done it himself.
Build the software from scratch and everything, huh?
Well, I don't think the software's biased. It only takes in what you puts out what you put in, I guess. It's not going to do something so like off, where it just flips from one image to another. You have to meticulously yourself hand.
Well, I'm just saying, if I was at the top and I wanted people to believe in this thing, I could potentially put out a program that just gives people the proper, quote, correct images of what they're supposed to see. You wouldn't expect it to be off because it's programmed to be right. But I'm not a coder. I wouldn't, have
Hey Dave,
the
I think is one of those things that that's put in there. I think one of those. So those are actual objects. I think that it's using, right? At least that software. It's using actual images of things, is it not?
No.
It's all CGI, all of it. It's using CGI images of CGI images.
Oh,
Okay,
I see.
you
Okay.
you believe that they're all real.
Oh, I can't really
So,
tell through the
I
thing.
once
I was just curious.
took the deep star field that they did a time lapse, of a piece of the sky the size of a grain of rice, and they saw like a million galaxies. You know what I'm talking about,
10,000
right?
galaxies. Yeah.
Yeah, 10,000 galaxies. I took that and I put it into my film editor, and I zoomed all the way in on the smallest area I could, and then I did the effect where it just starts panning out slowly, and I made like a 30-second video of it just panning across, and the stars are going, and then I posted it. So it looked like it was from NASA. And I got into a week-long argument with Globers saying that no, it's real, and telling me how they did it and everything. And then finally, when I revealed it, they all went silent on me. So
See, it's kind of funny because on Facebook, I'll call out. There's a lot of space. Well, this probably sounds funny coming from me, but there's a lot of legitimately fake space stuff that comes out, and I'm always the first guy to comment that, and everyone's like, oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. I'm like, wow. It's like, no, this isn't real for X, Y, and Z reasons. And
It's
you're
a big
halfway
niche
there.
it's a huge niche that's actually muddying the waters quite a bit.
yeah, it's really unfortunate for, I think, both of us, honestly.
Well, we're not
because
the ones with
it's
the. Honestly, it's not so much of a problem for us because we don't have the positive claim, right? We're not claiming that the Earth is a curving, spinning, wobbling, tilting space ball. Which, I mean, we didn't even get into, since you brought up rotation was brought up briefly. I mean, we didn't even get into all the different wobbles that the Earth has been experiencing over the last several years that they've predicted or is somehow required for the model to work, including
yeah, we could get into that next time.
yeah, for sure.
No, I want to bring up one thing. They have Earth-based telescopes here that take these deep field images, and when they took the deep field image, they said that the telescope is mounted on a cement block that's 10 feet thick, a huge cement block, and it's perfectly leveled or whatever. And the operator during this 10-hour exposure has to walk around in socks because the vibration of his shoes could ruin the entire exposure. Right? You've seen the documentaries on that, yes?
I didn't watch the documentary.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they talk about that, but then you have to say, well, while he's worrying about the vibration of his feet, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. It's orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour. It's chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour, and the entire galaxy is moving sideways at millions of miles per hour. And how does the tiny vibration from his foot make a difference? And then you look at the Hubble. The Hubble telescope does these long images too. It's doing everything that the Earth is doing. Also, it's traveling 17,000 miles an hour around the Earth while the Earth is going around the sun. So it's moving in 5 different directions at once, and it's able to hold itself steady on a grain of rice-sized piece of the sky to take a deep field image for hours and hours. I'm sorry, that's a religion. That's a ridiculous story.
Well, what's the explanation that you've heard for that?
The explanation is it's fake. There is no Hubble telescope.
No. What is the explanation?
They won't address it. They don't address it.
Oh, no one's addressed that with you?
No one will address it. I know exactly what they'll say.
Next time too.
I know exactly what they're saying.
Yeah, so that's what I'm
perfectly,
asking.
or it's perfectly orbiting around the Earth. It's perfectly matching the spin of the Earth, the orbit of the Earth, the speeding up and the slowing down of the Earth. I mean, it's insane.
So I guess the question is, why would I don't want to get into this now. We could do that next time because that's another whole topic. So what just like Earth's rotation, I guess we could get into that next time.
Well, you can, but no one's ever measured it. Okay, no one's ever.
No, I'm saying an explanation of why you wouldn't feel it and like how that all would work, like the mechanics of that.
Well, that's the thing. Like you can explain away the observations literally all day
Yeah,
long.
but what's the counter explanation? I guess like what's wrong with the explanation?
Oh, well, here's the thing. It's explaining why we don't experience any movement. I don't need to explain like a problem with that. It's explaining away an observation. The observation is that we aren't moving. But your side wants to invoke that we in fact are. So in order for that, you have to beg the question and create a mechanism for that. We have no need to do that because we're not asserting that we're moving.
Yes, but you are asserting that the explanation doesn't make sense. And what I'm asking is, what about the explanation doesn't make sense? But that's what I would like to get into probably in a future podcast, because it has been 2 hours. If you
All
guys
right,
didn't
Joel,
realize.
any final comments?
No, I mean, I think it was fun. We touched a lot on a bunch of different things. A lot more than I think I expected. But I think it's fine. I think it was a fluid conversation. We were never bickering or like kind of.
If you had to pick your one best proof the Earth is a globe, what can you pick one? Or
I would say the celestial movements. Yeah.
the movements of the lights in the sky that don't
Well,
make
you
any
could
sense.
call them lights in the sky, but you know.
Yeah, you can call them stars that trillions of miles away.
You guys did acknowledge
brightness.
that it did make sense on a globe if the globe was real.
No, we acknowledge that some of the movements could make sense, but we wouldn't be able to observe them because we would all be dead. Right. And you're I'm going to think about it because it's amazing that light gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and dimmer until it just gets to that dim point and then it just goes forever. It's amazing.
Well, why would you expect otherwise, I guess? Like what?
Because light spreads out and it keeps spreading out until it's so dim that you can't see it. And that happens very quickly.
Well, yeah, until your eyes can't see it, but it's still there. Like if
we can so how are we seeing stars that are hundreds of trillions of miles away?
So like in a galaxy or something?
No, like stars in our solar system. Stars 100 billion miles away, whatever. We can see other galaxies that are 200, as you said, 200 light years, right?
Andromeda is 2 million light years away. 2.4.
2 million light years. How many miles is that, dude?
Well, so I guess what's stopping those photons from that galaxy of coming to Earth?
They're nothing. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They spread out. They like this intensity of light here, 10 feet away, it has to spread out and fill this much area. And then 20 feet away, it has to spread out and fill a bigger area. And it becomes less and less and less.
Right, but it doesn't become non-existent, I guess. It doesn't go. It
just goes forever, and you could see things trillions of light years away.
But what's wrong with that? Like what? You know,
it's because it makes no sense. That's why.
Why doesn't it make sense?
No, here's what doesn't. This is what doesn't make sense.
How big can you blow up a balloon before the plastic's gone? Can I blow it up forever? Because the balloon's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner. But in your world, after it gets to 10 feet wide, it can go to 1,000 feet wide and 1,000 miles wide, right? At 1,000 miles wide, you couldn't find the surface of the balloon because it would be gone. Just like light, just like sound.
What were you going to say, Skylar?
If the photons are spreading apart, then at what point are the photons so spread apart that there's not a photon to hit your eye?
It's not that it's because of the nature of light that's hard to answer, because you got to think of like just a rays of spherical light coming off of something.
Is light photons? Is light photons?
Yes.
If there was no photons hitting us, there'd be no light, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so you have a surface of a star and it has X number of photons on it, and as that expands, those photons that are all side by side, they're all touching each other. They get more and more spread out, exponentially spread out. Okay. At what point will a photon completely miss Earth?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
It's not far at all. Do the math, and you'll see that it's not far at
all. What I was going to say is I think it would have to be a pretty far distance, and I think the math would reflect that.
Like what, 100,000 miles?
The problem, Dave, and I say this with charity and respect, but even if I did do the math, it's almost a waste of time. And you know why? Because once I present the math to you, it's like there's nothing I can,
Math is not empirical evidence. Math is not empirical evidence.
Yeah.
Let's try to keep our feet on the ground.
It's not charitable to say do the math when you won't.
Well, I'm saying if you do the math, it won't work out because the photons are become too far apart. Okay.
Well, that's what you said about the inverse square law, and it did work out.
Well, no, it worked out in math. All right, you're right. It doesn't work. Let's just stay here on Earth. Explain the observation away of the mountaintops. There's no curvature calculator. Even the worst Globee Pro calculator puts the tops of those mountains 20 miles below the curve.
No, I'll look into it. I'll see
Okay.
Whoever this other Joel guy was, you seem to want him to
Oh
check
my
it
God,
out. So.
there was two Joels, and it was crazy. It was crazy.
That was funny. But
All right,
all right, yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
All
been
right.
fun. Nice to meet you, Skylar.
Yeah, Joel,
It was a
thanks for
pleasure.
coming on. It was very nice to meet you. Just to let you know, if you ever want to dip your feet in this again, I do an open panel usually tonight at 10 p.m., but we did this instead. So I was definitely happy to change it up a bit, give the audience a little something different. And I know
What's
that.
your YouTube? You got YouTube?
Yep, Troubling Tribune.
Oh, it's just troubling. Okay, cool. All right.
Yep, simple.
Well, awesome. Yeah, I hopefully it was sort of productive. You know, it's swapping perspectives and whatnot, and giving our sides, and that's what we were here to do. So,
Absolutely.
All right.
I hope you guys enjoyed it.
If the Globies, anti-flat earthers could be as nice as you, well, life would be amazing. Life is amazing.
Certainly,
it'd be more amazing.
That's Dave. That's why I told you I even started doing this in the first place, seeing how you were treated.
The problem is that there's anti-flat earthers that will literally make just bad, bogus arguments that now genuine people digging through this stuff have to then peer through. And unfortunately, it can be kind of easy to fall into the bad information. So,
well, that's on both sides, I think, for sure.
Absolutely.
So,
on any side, you're going to have misinformation, as it will. So, always important to do your own research.
It's getting worse. Yeah, I agree. I'm a strong proponent of that. So. Alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night. I actually like your shirt, Dave. That's actually kind of cool.
Thanks. It says something on the back, does it?
No.
You can find that on my new T-shirt shop on the flatearthpodcast.com. Hit the shop.
Oh, you made that shirt. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Nice. I have a whole bunch of new shirts and new printer. They're much higher quality printing, and they're awesome. So check out the shop, everybody. It's also on your app in the shopping cart button.
Nice.
All right.
Alrighty, guys.
Everybody go check in your app, and if you don't have it yet, you're definitely going to want to go to the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app by Blue Water Bay and use your referral code Tribune so they know that Tribune sent you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Also glad that we were all able to avoid the ad hominem fallacies. That's always nice in any kind of disagreement.
We almost poisoned the well a few times, but I think we did a pretty good job.
Yes, I agree. So anybody who's wanting to comment or whatever, like I ask that you just please, be respectful of both everybody.
The chat was actually pretty was okay. Flat earthers are okay. They could be quite passionate. They become passionate, and I used to do it too. So sometimes I do too.
Alrighty, guys. Well, you have a blessed night.
Alrighty. If you want to check out the outro, we're gonna play some an epic outro on our way out. So for you guys just joining us, if you want to stay for just a moment, it'd be absolutely awesome. Dave, do you have anything else that you want to add on before we call it the show?
No, that's it. I'm good. Thanks.
Awesome, man. All right, you guys have a wonderful night. I will see you on the other side. Peace.
Peace out.
All righty, guys. What an awesome conversation that we just got to have there. Let's move it on over back to where the heck is the theme page? There we go. Perfect. Awesome, man. Joel does indeed love space, but we definitely liked having him on. Great conversations. Hopefully we can have him on again and continue on. Maybe go for a trilogy of sorts, if you will. But while we go ahead and wrap it up, I do want to shout out just a couple people over in the Rockfin side as well as the YouTube. Been doing a lot of work, keeping it real busy. We got 25 legends over there supporting on Rockfin. There is a link in the description if you guys would like to subscribe if you have an account already, or if you don't, what better time to go and check it out, right? There's tons of content creators out there doing some great work. There is Jaronism, Karen B, Mark Sargent, myself, Mellow Dome, and many, many more. So if you want to know, you really got to go. But to shout out just a couple people, we got Willie, Nanny, Lord Byron, much love, as well as Fishhead Montana and Lord Byron, Roger Meadows. Alrighty. Lots of back and forth. I'm not going to try to scroll through the whole thing. John Osborne. Awesome. If I missed anybody, I'm the you are still appreciated. All right, let's head on over to the YouTube. All right, many thanks, Skylar. This was a great stream. Thank you, Benny Boy. It was a lot of fun doing this. We got Jesse Palmer, True Niece, Singeman, Lord Racer, Dirt, or Dither. It's hard to pronounce Dither, so you just naturally want to say Dirt because of all the anti-flat earthers out there. I do apologize. We also have JK, Jess Palmer, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, Dr. Law. How is it that you are not a member? That's crazy. We have Justin Johnson just giving out tons of memberships. Absolute legend, putting the entire tribe on his back. We got Chillin, Joshua, Sarles, Thrash, List, Smith, Bill Wheel. By the way, we also have a members-only stream coming tomorrow night at 10 p.m. We are doing an Ask Me Anything, and I will be joined by my lovely wife, Miss Tribune. So it'll be a nice chance to get to know us a little bit better. Only have the members chat and members only viewing to avoid the trolls. But we do appreciate everybody being a part of that. So if you want to join up, now would be a great time. Also get your absolutely sick emojis. We got the mind murked emoji and the True Earth cosmology. There's many, many more. As you know, one way to know, and that's to go sign up today. Rob Glow, much love. Mellow, awesome. Rob Glow and Mellow. Martin Haley. We got Shifty Eyes, Shady, Donald Piaskic. Welcome to True Earth. Awesome. Sunglasses emoji. Miss Tribune, what is up? Oh man, I can't pronounce that. Earthica Stashi. Probably butchered that. Sorry. Joshua Sarles again. Justin Johnson. What is up? That's super funny. You guys are awesome, man. All right. JK, I want to see a flat beard on Dave Weiss. How many votes did we get in for that? How many threes did we have in the chat for Dave Weiss growing out a beard? That'd be pretty interesting to see. All right. So if I am missing anybody, again, I do apologize, but there's so much back and forth. So it is what it is. We are going to go ahead and get things closed on out, but it is taking me just a minute to find what I'm looking for. Where? All right, guys. Much love to all the supporters, all the love, all the thoughts and prayers. We do appreciate it. And I will be seeing you guys either later tonight, right? For Witsit's got a show going on. We'll be in the chat. We may join the panel. Who knows? We'll see what goes down. And then we will also see everybody tomorrow night for the members only stream. It's going to be awesome. But until then, I wish everybody a wonderful night, morning, evening, regardless of where you're at on the plane. And I'll see you then. Peace.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water's surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like, I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me. If you like this video, there's plenty more where it came from. You can subscribe to us on this YouTube channel. You can like us. You can just spend the rest of your life watching Brain Stuff videos. I advise it.
This size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about 1/2 inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it. But the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Siruz, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly, generally. What are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's as simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more! Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Oh, fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord. Yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So you're I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now, what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
What? Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
Oh. This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted. Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar you're brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
Shut your...
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the...
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really.
Well,
it's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again, my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like true.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What?
From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God! It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it. And nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, damn, this dude's mic is terrible. And then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see, where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie, right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie. Because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church. He worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text, to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not changing. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually existing. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like that. Who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So like, it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller, y'all.
Make money, but I'll breeze past that. Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, state doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more $58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, maybe. 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah.
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical. Okay. It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time that's ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of me speaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
This
is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
You tell us, what is the curvature, that sea level 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but it should curve, something like 66 foot of drop. With accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level. You know.
Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, you know, like me. That's island all around. It's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that? You can live with that because you know people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, and
forces.
not just gravity.
Oh, not just gravity, kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such, where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all costs.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
Gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yes.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me, that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, yeah. Well, being it is observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an actual physical thing that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is. You know what? No, I'm going to go for the Google definition because now you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
We'll be patient.
Okay, guys. So, apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
wait,
so.
quick question. Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual?
No,
it's not
like
real, right?
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. Continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
That's the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with it.
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve? No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time. Really listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower? This time I want you to stress the A's and O's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah. How do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
Like, he asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question: is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good, because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with, so you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind, but, anyway.
I get that, but the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call, 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to
when your conclusion is in your premises, it is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you
is
were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit? Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Well, no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then. Maybe
I shouldn't
I'm
go.
not speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why I call you a sophist.
The subject is done. You're a bully.
Why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's
because
just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. If they've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
Victim.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has not. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim. No, I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably are not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
Oh no, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. It's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop.
I'm attractive and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
You've just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women could be great
really
if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? If any.
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away, we're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking for the curve.
There is things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into like a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
Directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the hemisphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high we need to go to see the curvature, April?
Like many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends. What eyes do you have?
You are saying now.
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends. It depends on conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how lake it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up pyramid, cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was like 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google is saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. And that's on you now. It's not, nobody wants that you...
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve.
You believe in evolution? No, you don't. You don't believe what nature shows you.
That's a false equivalence.
Man-made
theory is not nature.
April, how people in Switzerland calling sea level? People in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level?
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that?
I don't know. They call sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland. What?
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average?
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
And
know.
what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
What is that in UK? That hills, you know what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations. Sorry, different. Not elevation. What the fuck's it called? Different.
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitude.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter, and now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level, but sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea that there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made the photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Okay.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about? Are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, they're talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just
for something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving, and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere. So your question.
Okay. So what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid, so...
Approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay, so there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. We can observe the effects. We don't directly observe it.
That's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like...
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
It is.
So how big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Got an approximate radius
has consequences.
Okay, yeah, curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was
use it as a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do, but does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
at a 1 foot observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot observer height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyway, try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No promises.
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My airtime?
That's what you have the airtime for. Okay, now you're going to waste it on not talking. So you're either going to not talk about the topic or you're not going to talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you gave me the approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical...
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed, if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind-reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind-reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do. That's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god. I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them
They're
in
not
like
too
a laboratory.
Not too large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that we can derive the rate of curvature, we can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah. We know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking patterns of the stars.
Oh, so now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
something
anywhere
away from the surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature... What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Right, well, like you say, we should see the effects of it, the main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you have to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this, yes?
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you cannot see. It is irrelevant.
It's a false equivalency.
You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta mute you again. It is irrelevant.
This is a false equivalence.
False equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see, because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it, doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given a telescope, a telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
When it comes to where you are, where you're standing, what you're standing on, do you have any ideas around that? Like, what do you think? What do you perceive? What do you experience?
I think it's quite spherical.
What you're standing on is quite spherical. What leads you to believe that in your kind of everyday life, your experiences?
Probably from what people who know more than this have told me. Well, no more than me have told me.
Okay, so it's not anything that you, as a thinking human being, experience per se. It's just a story you've been told, and you believe the story. Your everyday experience doesn't necessarily match that. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You could give me maybe an example of how your everyday experience would lead you to trust that story.
Well, it's just I'm taking somebody who knows more than me and has spent more time on this subject than me, his advice, like I do with everything in life.
Yeah, well, one of the things I do that earns me money is I'm an accountant, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you might trust me to be your accountant, but being an accountant, if I was not being a professional and not living up to the standards of the profession, I could probably figure out a way to swindle some money off you without you knowing, right?
Yeah, probably, but I'd say it's quite different than making up scientific proof.
Oh, so you're under the impression there's some scientific proof of what exactly? Because a shape claim isn't really science, that's more measurement, right?
Well, I guess more everything kind of fits and works together, which is what a theory is, isn't it? System of belief.
So when you say everything fits and works together, are you under the impression that there's some sort of scientific model or some working model of what may be portrayed to you as the Earth and the universe?
Talking model, isn't that called the heliocentric model?
Yeah, but we got to stop right there real quick before we continue.
A scientific theory is not a systemized belief. A systemized belief is a religion. So if you're claiming that the globe is a system of beliefs, then you're basically saying it's a religion or a philosophy at best.
Well,
Continue.
kind of, but the definition of theory is a system of ideas intended to explain something.
Could religions be theories, right? Could we take any religion you want to pick, and could we say that religion is a theory as to God, a creator, a prophet, certain theological beliefs?
Yeah, I guess that makes sense if it's a system of ideas. Yeah.
Fair point. The problem is we're now all confused. Because you're starting by talking about science. And then you use the word theory, and then you give a definition that it doesn't have to do with science. A scientific theory is a specific thing, which is not the definition you gave or the explanation you gave.
Isn't science like, I don't know how to explain it, it's like proof, isn't it? Do you get me? It's facts based on observation.
No.
What is science?
Okay. Science in the way in which we're using science in this arena, right? When people say there's scientific evidence of the globe, okay? Scientifically validated evidence is about cause and effect relationships that are validated by experimentation. Okay, so a theory in a scientific theory comes after an observation of the natural world, a phenomena that occurs within it, a hypothesis about if this occurs, then maybe it causes that phenomena, the effect. You then have a rigorous, you then have a rigorous experimental phase of validation that will either validate your hypothesis or nullify your hypothesis. Once all that is complete, then you can start having a scientific theory. So that being said, since you use the word science, where is any of that for the idea that the Earth is a globe?
Okay, so first of all, I apologize for saying science is. Yeah, I mean, sorry, as far as a religion is a theory, I'd say it's more of a hypothesis, then, isn't it?
No.
Because if it's so with that, why is I'm a bit confused with that? Because like, wouldn't it be a hypothesis because it's what you think is happen, like what you think, but you haven't observed it yet. And it hasn't been tested.
Not in a scientific sense.
Same thing you're talking about.
It's just an idea.
Yeah, exactly. Hypothesis.
Right, but you see, a hypothesis in regards to science is a specific thing. Just because it's the same word doesn't mean it's the same thing. You know, in general common language, yes. So in general common language, a hypothesis is just the underlying belief, right? Of why you hold a proposition to be true. That is not what a hypothesis is in the scientific method.
What is the hypothesis?
It's a specific if-then statement that's validatable. For example, if 180 degrees Fahrenheit applied to water, then water boils at sea level, right? And then you can validate that by demonstrating it. So, for example, let me give you an example of something that doesn't apply. Okay, there is a blue knife on my table, right? Not a scientific proposition. It simply is the case that there's a blue knife on my table.
Yeah, because you observed it.
Yes, directly. The object in question is directly observed. There's no causal relationships required, right? Now, I want you to ask me questions about my knife.
Okay.
So ask me questions about it.
What questions do you want about your knife? Is it sharp?
You think of the questions. You think of the questions that you would need to ask to divine what it is, because it is a knife of a certain type. So start asking questions like maybe the size of it.
Okay, how big is the knife?
7 inches long. Okay, stop. Don't continue. Did I need to do any science to get that answer?
You need to measure it.
Oh, there you go. All right. I pass it to my friend who was talking to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that my cue?
I think so.
You can take it, Napalm.
Sure. So, yeah, the measurement isn't science, right? Is that what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I thought it was a part of science.
It's not. Measurement is just measuring something.
Yeah, it can be a tool used in science, but it wouldn't be science itself, right?
So it's to measure. I'm a bit confused. So it's part of science, but it's not scientific.
Yeah, so like AI was saying, in this realm, right, in this arena, we talk about science, natural science, which is the study of the natural world through experimentation, right? So we observed something in nature. We observe an effect, right? So let's go back to when he was talking about water and heat. So you and I are walking along and we come upon a boiling pool of water. We've never seen this before. We look at it and we're like, oh, wow, this water's boiling. And then we come up upon it and we realize there's steam, and we kind of touch it briefly and we realize, oh man, this is hot. This feels exactly like the fire back where we came from. I'm wondering what's going on here, right? I feel heat within the water and I see it boil. So maybe we could form some sort of hypothesis as to why the water is boiling. Maybe it's because of the heat. So we go back to our campsite and we try this. We take some water, we put it over the fire, and it hits a certain temperature over time, and it starts to boil. So we can do this over and over again, and it's repeatable. So we have a variable that we're manipulating, which is the heat. We're putting the water on top of the heat, taking the water off the heat, stops boiling. So we're manipulating a variable that we think is the cause of the effect that we're seeing, which is the water boiling. So then we come to the scientific theory that heat causes water to boil. And we've demonstrated this through experimentation, right? So the key to all of this. Now, if we saw from a distance, really far off in the distance, a pool of water that seemed to be boiling, but we had no interaction with that pool of water, and we just started coming up with ideas as to what may cause that water to boil. If we don't touch that water, or we don't look at that water, or we don't try to take water ourselves and figure out what can cause this boiling, do any of our stories that we may come up with as to what is causing the water to boil, do you think any of those would be relevant?
It would be a hypothesis.
So let's say you have a hypothesis. So we're viewing this water that's boiling in a distance. We've never seen anything like this take place before. We're familiar with regular water. We've got some around us. What is your hypothesis as to why that water we see in the distance is boiling?
Because it's warm.
Let's come up with another hypothesis as as to why water is boiling. We have no idea. We've never seen this take place. We would have no inkling or indication as to what may be the cause. Throw out an idea.
I have absolutely no idea why water would be boiling.
Well, we could maybe we could say that we think that there's some sort of entity or being that lives within this water that is somehow below the surface, which is causing this thing to take place, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll make up a name for it. You pick the name.
It's unicorns.
Okay, so unicorns.
Read that in the chat, you copper. You want to cheat.
So our hypothesis is that we've got these unicorns, whatever these may be, that are underneath the water that are causing this agitation that we see that looks like little bubbles. Now, what would be the first thing we would do to test this hypothesis?
I would try and see if we can find these by ourselves. I'd try and observe one of these little unicorns.
Right. So we never experience these unicorns. We don't see them. We have no viable reason whatsoever to believe that, one, these unicorns even exist, and two, that we would have the ability to find them, and three, that maybe if they got in the water that they would cause this effect.
Rule that hypothesis out. It's not true. We cannot observe it.
Right. We haven't observed it. But if we have no other viable hypothesis, can we just claim that since that's our best hypothesis, that it must be true? Nobody else has come up with another one. You can't think of another one. Nobody has done any experiment with water to figure out what may cause it to do the thing that we're seeing off in the distance. But we have this postulation that it's unicorns. And then everybody starts to catch on to our story. We start talking around town. Yeah, you know, that water off in the distance that we can't get to, but we see it and it boils. Yeah, it's these unicorns. Really? No, yeah. And then we start coming up with more stories about the unicorns, the color of their fur, how they can breathe underwater, all kinds of different things, right? Now, if we tell these stories, tell these stories long enough and nobody ever actually touches the water, goes to the water, tries to do any experimentation whatsoever regarding the water, does that make our theory, because it's the only one that we have, a viable theory?
It's the right hypothesis. Well, I mean, it's the wrong opinion, but
we haven't proven it.
It's the wrong hypothesis,
right? Because we haven't done an experiment. That's the whole point. We need to do an experiment in order to come up with a viable hypothesis, right?
Or you could observe these unicorns.
So let me ask you a question. When it comes to what you believe in, the heliocentric model, globe Earth, all of this stuff, has any of it been scienced? Is any of it
been
even a
observed?
question of science? So it's been observed.
It's been observed.
Right. So what in particular has been observed?
Curvature.
Curvature's been observed. Where is this taking place?
What do you mean? I don't understand.
Where and who has seen curvature?
Every person I can't remember the exact place. You know, every person that's ever seen an image or a video from above.
Every person that's watched TV.
Okay. So we got
every person that's seen an image or a video. Well, if you photograph one of these unicorns, you would have proven the unicorns there, and you know.
Right. So you're under the impression. So you're under the impression that we have a photograph of Earth from space.
Seems quite likely to me.
Seems quite likely. But the funny
Yeah.
thing is, it's 2022, and we still don't have one. Why is that?
I'm back.
Did you hear me? It's 2022, and we still don't have a photograph of the Earth from space. Why is that?
I don't believe you.
Where
Can you provide one to me, or have you seen one? Could you give me an idea of an image?
Blue marble.
All right. Blue marble 2.0. That's a picture of Earth from space? I'm sorry, what was that?
I believe so.
You believe so. Do you know so? Or do you believe so?
Doesn't seem very... It seems quite credible.
Seems quite credible. Okay, well, what if I told you if you go to the NASA website, you can find a data visualizer named Robert Simmons, who has also been interviewed on a radio show talking about how he created the blue marble image. So what he did is he took strips of high altitude pictures and took that flat map, wrapped it around a ball in Photoshop, and then started coloring it in. He put in the clouds. He talks about how he made the colorations within the oceans, how he made it a little bit more green in areas that they had sensors that sensed more phytoplankton in the sea. He decided to use that data to color those parts a little more green, right? So the interviewer even asks him, so there's artistry to making the Earth. And one quote that Robert Simmons has is that he says, it's Photoshop because it has to be.
I'm reading this.
Did you find Robert Simmons on the NASA website? You can read it all.
Yeah.
I'm not reading.
Yeah, while you're reading that, so you might say, oh, okay, that's not a photo. But the Himawari 8, that's a photo. And that came after the Blue Marble. And it's a satellite. Right? So in the modern day, they put up a satellite called Himawari 8, so they say, with the intention of taking photographs, right? Because they realize nobody's buying their other fake nonsense that's not a real photograph. So lo and behold, people believe that the Himawari 8 is taking a photograph of the Earth every 10 minutes. Come to find out, the Himawari 8 is just overlaying the blue marble data set that Simmons created with NOAA data, which is weather data. So it's a simulation. It's not a photograph. So again, like my friend said, where's this alleged photograph that everyone has seen?
It says here that in 1972, during Apollo 17, that was the last time someone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit.
1972. That's the only alleged photograph.
From what this is saying, whenever this interview was out, 2004.
So it's 2022, and the only photograph that's ever been taken of the Earth from space is from 1972. Do you believe that?
From low Earth orbit. According, so it shows the entire hemisphere.
It's from they were going to the moon, they claim, and that's when they claim to have taken the picture. But NASA admits today that they cannot cross through the Van Allen radiation belt. They would kill anyone who would try. So they cannot send people beyond low Earth orbit or to the moon.
What? So apparently,
so that's why they couldn't have taken that picture. And even if you watch the documentary, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
the tapes from when they were faking that actually showed more and were leaked and found and were shown in that documentary. So you can see exactly how they faked that picture as well.
Right. So what we're telling you here, my friend, is that the only photograph that everybody's seen is scandalous at best, unvalidatable at worst. So again, where's this supposed photograph that everyone has seen?
According to what you said, there isn't one.
Oh, there you go. That's the answer.
Well, I find it hard to believe, which I'm sure is quite normal. Wait.
So you think it's rational to believe that the only legitimate photograph happened at the beginning of space exploration, and since then, not one has been duplicated by an advanced system? You think that's easier to believe than just to believe that they can't take a picture because they can't get far enough away to take a picture? Just like our other friend just told you, they admit that they're planning missions to go past low Earth orbit, past the Van Allen belts. It makes it sound like, wait a minute, didn't you already go past the Van Allen belts? I mean, if you're a wise person, my friend, and you think self-reflectively, all that sounds pretty scandalous, don't you think?
Well, I don't think we've really have people really been past low Earth orbit since the end of Apollo. No, not really.
No, they never went past it. They never went past it, my friend. That's the point.
Yes.
Allegedly,
What he's trying
according to NASA.
What he's trying to say is in the Orion project, that's NASA. They admit themselves, just like he said, that until they fix this problem of going past the Van Allen belts, they cannot go past low Earth orbit. We're using the globe experts, NASA. They're telling you the truth. They can't go past. That means they never went in 1969 to 72 ever. They never went.
What? So they said they went, but then they said, for some reason, I don't think they do that.
Yeah, they said they went a long time ago, and then they realized, oh, the radiation would actually be completely lethal and can kill anyone who actually tries. So that's why anyone now cannot go. And for the last few decades, no one has been allowed to go because it's deadly. You can't go. It'll kill you. We don't have any shielding that'll protect us, so we can't go. That's their excuse right now.
All right, fair. However, the pace is getting too frenetic. Okay? People are interrupting each other, and that's causing people to create a fog of war in their mind that they have to talk faster, and it's just going to escalate. So I'll take a moment and breathe, and then continue.
So, Laundry.
Yes?
Is this new information to you that the Blue Marble 2.0 is not an actual picture, right? The only claimed pictures from 72. And there's certainly some issues around whether any of those missions did or did not take place, certainly because NASA's excuse of not going back is they're trying to figure out a way to get the proper shielding and protection against the radiation so people don't die going past low Earth orbit, right? So you said something not too long ago where you said something along the lines of this information was hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that maybe what you thought were real pictures actually aren't. Are you just kind of trying to process that? Are you coming into the realization that maybe what you thought you believed before was proof?
Yeah,
is not
reading up on
actually.
it. It says here that the last photo taken from above low Earth orbit was the pale blue dot, right? taken in 1990, which
Voyager?
would make more sense. Yeah.
So Voyager
which isn't a manned spacecraft. So that makes a lot of sense.
No, it's an alleged space probe, which, if you believe it or not, is still up until, I don't know, when was the last transmission we allegedly got from Voyager? Within the past 5 years, I think. We're still allegedly receiving photographs from this alleged space probe that was sent into orbit.
I don't think we're receiving photographs, and I think we have since the ones. Wait.
Maybe it's Voyager 2 that's still providing images.
The last photo from Voyager was 1990, pale blue dot.
Okay.
Voyager
So
2.
take a look at the dot. What does that tell you?
What's that?
Does that give you any indication as to what you're even looking at in that picture? Have you seen the pale blue dot?
I don't think the quality of the image is very, I don't think it's like why does the quality of the image matter? Do you know what I mean?
No, like if I handed you a photo that looks similar to that, right? If not the exact same photo, and I drew a little arrow on it to one of the more lit places within that image, and I said, this is Alpha Centauri. Would you just automatically believe that? If I drew the same arrow to the same pale blue dot and I said, this is Alpha Centauri, how would you know or verify, or what would give you any indication, even looking at that photograph, that that's Earth?
Well, I wouldn't see a reason for you to say that it's Alpha Centauri. And surely if you did, you would try and make it a bit more believable by maybe putting some sparkles or something around it. Yeah?
I don't know if sparkles would make it more believable. It actually would make it look more fake. But either way, man, looking at this pale blue dot image, does that make you think that that's where you live? That that's a picture of where you live?
Yeah, I don't see why they wouldn't.
So what on Earth itself, aside from you believing pictures that are shown to you, which we've already proven, the main one you thought was proof of where you live and the shape of where you live, was a utter fabrication. So what on Earth here, the ground that you and I are both currently standing on, indicates that you live on a globe?
Because that has no reason. Like what? So, wait a minute. Say that again. Sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah. So what here on Earth gives you any indication, you personally, any feeling, any observation, or anything that you see in your daily life looking around you would give you any indication that you live on a ball?
Well,
that's spinning.
Nothing, but it's the same for the other way around. There's nothing that gives me an indication that it's flat as well, because it's quite hard to observe that.
Sure, I mean, I observe it all the time. I live near water, right? So I see very far. Looks very flat. When I go over, across this very large bridge in my area that's tall enough for cruise ships to get underneath it, and I look around, everything that I see around me indicates flatness. No indication of curvature at all whatsoever.
But can you see those ships forever? Like, can you see them go forever?
Forever? Do you think you can see forever?
Well, I'm sure the higher up you are, the further you can see.
Okay, so if I had a penny in my hand and I was standing on that ship, would you be able to see the penny?
Ships are quite large, and you can
How far away do
see them
you be able to? How far away do you think you'd be able to see a penny?
Oh, I don't know. About.
According to you,
I
forever,
don't know.
right? Forever.
What?
If I just went straight up in the air, would you be able to see a penny that I was holding in my hand as I continued to increase in elevation forever?
If I had a telescope that could magnify it a significant amount.
Okay, so let's even say that the moon is as far away as they claim. Could you see a penny on the moon?
If I had a significant enough telescope, probably.
There's not a telescope good enough in the world to be able to see that.
What? Well, yeah, obviously.
So when the ships go off in the horizon, you don't have a telescope. You have your human eyes. With your human eyes, would you be able to see a penny on the moon?
Well, no.
Right, because you can't see forever.
It's different
right?
perspective.
You
things
understand that
things shrink.
Things get smaller with size. Yeah, things shrink as
Yeah,
they get
but-
further away.
There's a difference between a ship dipping under the horizon and something shrinking.
Yeah, can you explain to me the difference?
You can see the ship get lower, and if you go up, you see the ship again. If the penny was at the same distance, if the penny, that it doesn't matter how high in elevation you are, you'd still not be able to see the penny.
So as the ship moves away on the sea, wouldn't you expect it to get lower because it's getting smaller as it moves further away? Or would why wouldn't that be your expectation?
What? Sorry.
Why wouldn't
The
that
ship
be
is
your
getting smaller, but not a significant enough distance. It's not a significant enough distance for it to be any. I don't get what you're asking here. Sorry, it's quite late.
Well, you say
fair point.
these ships go over the horizon, right?
Yes. Yes.
So ships get further away, they get smaller and harder to see. But there's also a ton of different things that take place in the atmosphere.
Yeah, so I have a question. Because he's saying if things get lower in your field of view, I guess the insinuation is that they're going over a curve. So I'm in my house and my ceiling is getting lower. Is it going over a curve?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at my house, and for some strange reason I just can't understand, rather than my ceiling being straight, it seems to be angled down in my field of view, as if it's going downwards. So I can't fathom it. I guess my house is built on a curve.
Could be. I don't understand the question. Like, is the
Yes,
ceiling
that's the
actually
point, my
curved?
friend. My friend, the statement's incoherent. I know that my ceiling is straight and flat because I can measure the entire thing. So I know that the effect of it going down is not because of anything physical. It's all to do with optics. So why would you just jump to the assumption that if I can't see something, or if something is appearing to go down, that it must be because of a curved Earth?
But don't you? I mean, I've never seen my ceiling curve, so I don't
Right, but you have seen your ceiling recede in your field of view on the y-axis. Yes or no?
Can you word that a bit more?
Let me give you a visual here that
visual
Yeah,
aid.
let me give you a visual you might comprehend. So let's say you ever been to a hotel. Okay. So imagine a hotel with a very long hallway, right? We know it's flat, straight, because they don't build buildings that aren't straight, right? So we're looking down this long hallway and there's lights on the ceiling.
Yep.
When you look down that hallway, does the floor appear to ramp up towards your eye level, and does the ceiling appear to ramp downwards towards your eye level as it gets further away?
Yeah, to a point.
Yeah. So in reality, is that ceiling that's above you physically going downward, or is it just a matter of your perception? due to perspective.
No, but I don't think that's a large enough scale to see. Like the hallway would have to be quite long, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't even have to be that long. I mean, that's what you see.
To be able to see it. Well, yeah, yes, because
have you ever been in a hallway where you don't see the ceiling appear to come towards your center view and the floor appear to go up towards your center view? That's how you view everything. Always. It's perspective.
Well, I don't think there'd be a hallway long enough to show it not. You know what I mean? Like, unless the hallway's like, you know, so if you had a hallway that was from where you are standing to the ship that could be really far. I don't know how far ships are bend across the horizon. I'm not sure about that.
Dude, if you had a hallway, so let's talk about that. If you had a hallway, if you look at the live stream voice text, you'll see an image of a hallway that's running as a GIF, and you'll see the effect in question. Okay, so if you had a hallway, the length all the way out to a ship where a ship starts to disappear, you know, which is roughly 3 miles, 3 to 4 for a 6 foot tall observer if he was on the shoreline. If you were looking down that hallway, right, after a short while, the rest of the hallway would be unresolvable. And all you just see is everything converging to a point, and you'd be impossible to see the rest of the hallway.
I agree with that. But
right. So if you then remove the hallway, does the same angles of light not apply anymore?
The ship isn't the same as a hallway because
why not?
The ship is a point, if you know what I mean.
Right. So remember what I just said.
You know what I mean.
Remember what I just said. The angles of propagation within the hallway, the angles that they enter your eye or the optic, right, are at too small of an angle to be resolvable on the hallway, which is approximately the same height as a person, right? And all of the information from the end of the hallway recedes into a point. So if you then remove the hallway, would not the same thing be happening to the portion of the ship that occupies the same space as the hallway, being approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, standard hallway? So at you know,
isn't a ship bigger?
3 miles. I'm talking about the portion that represents the same scale as the hallway, like I just said. 6 to 8 feet.
But how am I supposed to see that point from a ship that's far away? I wouldn't be able to see that.
You got it. So what you would see by what you just admitted is you wouldn't see the portion of the ship that represents the same scale as the hallway, but you would see the portion of the ship that is much bigger, being the top. So by your own admission, you generally conceded that the bottom of the ship would disappear due to the laws of perspective alone.
The point of the ship that faces, you know what I mean? Like the point of the ship that is level with me.
Right, that part's going to disappear.
Obviously,
first.
Obviously, the whole length of the ship isn't the same size as
but
the whole.
Think about this. Think about this. The ground.
Hold on, stop there. Stop there real quick. Because he's saying something that most Globers don't get, and that it's worth noting. Okay, the whole ship represents a certain angular size, but each portion of the ship represents a different angular size. And the smaller portion at the bottom of the ship subtends a different angle than the whole ship. And due to the law of triangles, that angle is going to be smaller. And since we see in angles, once the angle gets too small, we won't be able to resolve the bottom of the ship while still being able to resolve the top. Thank you for being one of the first people to get that without having to go for 2 hours. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, that was a really good point. Just think about it for a minute. If the floor all the way up to the vanishing point, and at the vanishing point, that's where you can't discern the floor anymore. Of course, his feet or the bottom of the ship at that point cannot also be discerned when it's connected to that point on the floor. Do you get that?
Oh, wait, so you're trying to say that it's like a plane? Like, I don't know if, like, so every part, so, right, so every part is the, sorry, I'm a bit, you know, like, I understand what you mean, but every part of the ship. Sorry about this. Can you just
Yeah, so
say it?
think of it this way. If you had a smaller ship, like a dinghy, just a little boat, that was tied to the side of that ship as it goes away so that you can see it. And you see this little ship. Now, if you removed the big ship, you understand that that smaller ship is going to visually disappear at a shorter distance than that large ship because it's a smaller object, right?
Got less height.
Yes, less height. So you would expect the little dinghy to disappear before the large ship, solely just based off of its height, right? Because you understand perspective works. The angle is going to be too small for you to resolve that small ship first. Now imagine tying that dinghy to the large ship and sending it out. It would stand to reason that that small ship is still going to be unresolvable at the same distance, regardless of whether it's tied to the ship or not tied to the ship, right?
Agreed.
So as that little dinghy disappears because we can no longer see it due to angular resolution limits of our eye, it's tied to the ship. Wouldn't it stand to reason that the whole entire portion of the ship that is that height would also be unresolvable?
Yes, because in my opinion, it's gone under the horizon, but I understand what you said.
Okay, perfect. So your claim would then be that the only reason that things disappear from view is because they're being physically obstructed by Earth curve. Would you agree with that?
Yes, on long enough distances.
Okay, perfect. So now I do this on the regular. I go to my little lake, 333 meters across from the observation point to the observation, which is a yellow floaty boaty on the other side. Okay. Now you put that into the mass of the alleged curvature of the Earth, and you will find that the heights that I observed at, there is no way that the Earth curve, if it existed at all, could be precluding that boat in totality. Okay, so this means that it's not geometrically possible for the curve of the Earth to obstruct that boat. Yet, okay, 9 out of 10 times I go, pretty much consistently, the entire yellow boat disappears. So, my friend, what is causing that to happen?
All right, so it's 333 meters, right? How big is the boat?
About half
How
a
tall
meter,
is the
1.5
boat?
feet. It's about 1.5 feet tall.
Okay, well, let me do some maths. So how many? Sorry about this.
Just doing the math up the
Sorry
top
about
of my
this.
head, no portion of that boat should be hidden. And if it is a portion, it's such a small portion that you wouldn't be able to notice based on the Earth curve calculator. Because that's what, about a quarter mile?
Right.
It's 1.2 miles. No, sorry, 0.2 miles.
Quarter of a mile.
Yeah, 0.2 miles. Sorry. All right, so
So
then
do
that
you know
would
what
be
Do you know what the alleged drop
mile.
over 8 inches per mile squared, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah,
that would be
so-
at the surface.
So then it'd be like 1.6.
1.6 what inches? Would be
probably,
the
yeah.
alleged hidden height due to the curvature of the Earth, allegedly.
Mhm.
So when AI said he goes out, and 9 times out of 10, the whole entire boat disappears. Why? Is that Earth curvature? Do we have a tiny Earth? Smaller Earth?
That'd be funny. Probably not.
People want me to
I'm
go
so
for an
glad you
old
said
there's,
argument.
there's no reason.
Right. So
There's
then
no
what
reason.
must be the reason? Okay. So it looks like it's happening. So what must be the reason?
The only other hypothesis you've given is that whole stuff about vanishing points.
Well, let's just be more broad, just for fairness sake. Okay. It's not because of geometry. It's because of an optical effect of some kind, whatever that might be. It's no longer in the category of geometry. It's in the category of optics, correct?
Yes.
Exactly. So now that we've agreed that the bottom of things can be missing, or an entire object itself can be obstructed without the necessity of Earth curvature in the way, we can now make progress.
Brother. Sorry, I'm sorry, it's really late here.
Now, I
Sorry,
want you to realize that that's a necessary concession that you made because it's obvious, because it's observable, that it is not true that the only way for things to disappear from the bottom is because of Earth curvature. So that's a false statement.
You've proven that to me.
Yeah, I just did, and you conceded. So if you retract now, it just means, right, yeah, you're fair, exactly. Now, you might argue that those effects are this or those effects are that, but we know for certain that it falls in the category of optical effects. So now, since we can't do this for real right now, we're going to do this in our minds, right? Okay. And mental experiment, okay? So, well, first let's preface this. Do you know that the optical device, whether it be biological or synthetic, has a limit to it, known as the angular resolution limit? Everything that has an angular field of view has this limit. It's just that simple. It's a hard physical limit. It's known as the Rayleigh criterion.
Heard of it.
Yep, it's known as the Rayleigh criterion. So for the human eye, it's approximately 0.02 degrees. Okay, what that means is that any light from the source that enters below that limit will be interfered with by any other light that enters within that angle. And therefore there will be no resolvable information, and it can at best be only rendered as essentially, for lack of a better term, 1 pixel value.
Isn't
so you imagine
resolution?
Yeah. 1 pixel value, meaning 1 element, right? 1 element of the total picture that you're seeing.
But
so in that area,
everything have different
in that
resolution.
angular area.
Sorry.
No. This is angular resolution, not pixel density. So for example, if you only had 4 pixels in your sensor, right? If you literally had only 4 pixels in your sensor, you could never render something that requires 10 pixels to render, correct? It would look like blurry nonsense, would it not?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you fully understand the principle. So if you imagine a man standing on a line looking out, right? And these radials, right, of angles emanating from his eyeball, you can imagine the 0.02 degree triangle coming out from his eye and going out along the horizontal line in front of him until it intersects the horizontal line. And so you have a triangle, right? And I want you in your mind to color that triangle red. No, everything that enters that triangle must, of a necessity, render as one color value in the final image, which we've already agreed. It just so happens that if you take the time right now to map this out, it pretty much coincides with where the alleged horizon is for a 6-foot tall observer. The triangle hits the horizontal line approximately at the same distance.
Hey, what's up, Brandon?
Yo.
So what's going on?
Okay, that picture that was posted that I think this is how you measure the curve of the Earth. I conceded that was a dumb argument months ago. I don't know why people are using that as if I believe that now.
Well, there's people out there that probably think like you did once, and they still think that way, and so it's
No,
important.
they're teasing me for it. They're making fun of me because they think I think that.
They're using it for educational purposes.
No,
I mean,
what does the text on that picture say?
it mentions that you believe that, and you conceded that you don't believe that anymore.
Okay, that was dumb argument on that picture then, huh?
And you'd like us to change it from Brandon to Globers? Globers think this?
Well, yeah, that would be better because I don't actually think that anymore.
Okay. All right.
We recognize that,
reason,
man.
Yeah.
Recognize.
That's the reason why we have this live stream, Brandon, is so that way we can educate people, including, the own person. Every person in here has an educational opportunity.
I know, that really triggered me because I don't believe that anymore, and that was posted like I do, and I don't. That's stupid.
Nice work, brother. That's awesome.
Hey, Teus, though, Teus is one of those meme guys, man. Him and who else is in there in the live stream chat? There's a few of them. Donico. Literally, they drop shit all day long in the live stream, just in the text section.
It's a stupid meme because I don't believe that anymore.
Yeah, but you once did, and
but it says I believe it now. Believes. Brandon Royale believes, and I don't. It's stupid.
global logic. Huh? Well,
no, it's mentioning me. It's mentioning me though, and that's stupid. I don't. It's saying I believe that.
Well, you'll have to take it up with Teus because it's his meme. So,
anyone in here would take offense to it if I said that they believe the Earth is around. I know that.
Well, it's kind of like The Hangover, right? Like the guy gets busted having sex with another guy. He's forever known as having sex with another guy. Like when you say things and then you stand by it and then you recant on it later because you realize the error of your way, you're forever tied to that.
In that exact conversation, it wasn't later. It was in that conversation. I conceded to it. But in that recording, I think they have a recording posted of it too. I don't know if the concession is in that recording or not, but I conceded right when it happened because, look, my mind isn't as sharp as I would like it to be, and I make stupid mistakes like that sometimes.
All right. So since you conceded that was a dumb thing, maybe we should talk about the meme that you posted at 38 after.
So what would have to be wrong? Is that not correct? Would physics have to be wrong somehow?
Physics only works on a flat Earth. It doesn't work on a ball.
You deny gravity.
What is gravity? Gravity requires a radius, right? The definition of gravity requires a radius, does it not?
I don't think so.
You want to talk about a downward vector? You want to talk about shit falling down? That you want to call that gravity? Fine, you call that gravity. But then when you say gravity and you invoke science behind it, you're invoking a radius value.
It requires mass attracting mass, that's all.
It requires a radius value, right?
A radius of what?
The radius the radius of the math.
The radius of the math.
The radius of the mass.
The mass. Any type of mass. It's
right.
I'm not saying anything specific.
It has to do with the radius and the density, right?
Size and density, yeah.
Radius and density, right?
Size and density, not radius.
Size and density? Okay, so it could be a square. It doesn't have to be a ball.
Yeah, it can be a banana shape. I mean, it could be anything.
So then where's your proof of the ball globe?
I wish my mind was sharp enough to be able to research all this and say it. I don't know.
As you mentioned radar, right? And radar is a direct line of sight, right? I'm looking on here, and about 2/3 of the way down, it says satellites, radar, telescopes, observatories. Would venture to say that radar might be the only thing scientific on all that right there.
And it goes out in this field, right? It emits in it as a field. It's not like, I don't know.
But doesn't radar do direct line of sight? It doesn't curve around a ball, does it?
It can curve as far as I know.
Oh, it can?
Yeah. As far as I know.
Oh. Well, what's your proof of that?
I mean, isn't that how it all works? I think.
Well, I mean, there's got to be proof out there that it curves, right? For you to believe that it curves. Otherwise, you just believe that it curves. It's a belief. It's not. There's no proof.
Yeah, I don't have the computing power to keep all that kind of stuff on a hard drive. I'm only on a little laptop. I wish I don't know. I just whatever.
I mean, save websites, man. Don't you bookmark websites?
Yeah, I'm not deep into this though. I mean, I probably should.
Why are you so attached to it? Why are you so hung on to it? Like you are die hard. There's no way in hell it could be flat, because then that means everything in my life is a lie.
Well, that's what you were saying to me. Aren't you?
So going back to this list, I'm gonna repost it again so that way we can.
Isn't that what you were saying to me? Everything I know is a lie.
The story you were told is a lie.
Don't know much.
You obviously don't know much.
So yeah, you're saying all I know is a lie.
Or you don't want to go out and verify to see if it really is a lie or if it is truth.
You're just holding on to thoughts without any basis in them.
Because you learned it in school. Since kindergarten.
You're going against that. You're the rebel, aren't you?
But there's nothing to go against. You're presenting nothing. Like there's nothing there, man. You're just holding on for no reason. Listen to what he's saying.
Like, this is the most ridiculous thing. Things that must be wrong in order for flat Earth to be true. Astronomy. What is astronomy? Let's go one by one down this list.
All right.
What is astronomy?
It's the study of space, which you deny.
It's the study of things in the sky, right?
In space, yeah. in
Okay,
space.
and how are you studying them? Are you studying them there at their physical location, or are you studying them from afar and just have an assumption of what's really going on?
Telescopes and spectroscopy, things like that.
Yeah, do you stick a thermometer on the planet and test it? Stick a thermometer on the star?
Do you need to?
I mean, I would want to verify it, wouldn't you?
Well, do you need to?
Like if they're telling you something, shouldn't they be able to verify it and say, yeah, this is really what's going on?
Well, do you have to stick a thermometer on there though?
I mean, how else are you going to verify the temperature that's on the planet and it tells you like, oh, because of its size, this is what the mass must be. So this is what gravity must be on it.
Is there any other way to detect heat other than a thermometer?
Is there any other way? Sure, lasers.
Yeah, that's how we can do it.
Yeah, how they shine a laser on Pluto and figure it out, or how they shine a laser on Mercury and figure it out.
Lasers can go pretty far, actually. Yeah. Lasers have a limit to where they can go.
How'd they get it to reflect back?
They do not. It's about radar spectroscopy and stuff like that. With other ways other than lasers too, dude.
Okay, then show me the experiment that they did to do it. It's got to be public knowledge, man. It's got to be public knowledge. It's science.
Then you're going into a specific experiment. What do you want me to look up?
Well, what laser they shined on Mercury to prove the planet's temperature?
I don't even know if they did that or not.
But they know the temperature there. You could type in what is the temperature on Mercury right now. I guarantee you, there's going to be a Google answer for it.
Just ask how you can determine the temperature.
Yeah, and your audience could too. They would figure out the methodology that you use too. I urge the audience to do that.
800 degrees Fahrenheit. How do you think they figured that out?
Well, you gotta look up how they figured it out. Like you say, do your own research.
Oh, do my own research. You realize I know more about the globe than you do, dude?
You might. I'm not trying to fight here other than the meme that was posted that was wrong.
All right. So physics, what does physics have to do with the globe?
Well, gravity was to ignore mass attracting mass.
What did you do to manipulate mass attracting mass? Did you get bigger mass? Did you use different densities? What did you do to manipulate mass attracting mass?
It's been done. I'm sure it has. Why do I have to do it?
It's the positive claim, right? I don't believe in the globe anymore.
So I personally have to do the experiments?
Oh, you're the glober.
Or
you're the star pupil.
Can I just
You're the one that made you're literally the one that made this claim, dude. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go up and screenshot it now.
I'm not saying I didn't.
I don't know why. Screenshot it now because this is your literal claim.
You don't have to prove anything of mine. I'm not denying anything.
You're denying flat earthers and what they do to prove things.
If I was adept as
you literally just shout on flat earthers things that must be wrong in order for the globe to be true. Flat earthers. That is the most bullshit fucking thing ever. It wasn't funny, dude.
Bro, he's a comedian. Can't you tell?
Did I mean it to be funny? Do you know my mind? Did I mean for that to be funny?
Were you being serious?
Well, it's true.
All right, so now that we know that there's no physical phenomenon that has been manipulated, because you just keep saying mass attracts mass and you're never going to get past that. So what about astrophysics? What is astrophysics? He left. Darn it. This list, dude. Oh my God.
Everything on that list has to be unpacked, and they're all
Yes.
based on assumptions. Whereas we could just give you a simple observation.
You know, celestial navigation too, like I didn't realize this until recently. So latitude is determined by the angle to the North Star. And in order to do that, you have to have a flat horizontal.
Where's Jedi?
I know. It's so Jedi, dude.
Have we lost the comic?
Yeah, he left.
And that set was awesome.
As soon as I said astrophysics, he got off. But no, like what you said was true. So we can't post memes about you, but you can post memes about us. That's like, dude. It's like I can punch you, but you can't punch me.
Sounds fair. Sounds good to me.
Good to hear your voice, man. I haven't heard you in a while.
Sorry, mate.
I haven't heard you in a while. How you been?
Good, man. Good.
You're always lurking.
Sorry?
I said you're always lurking.
Yeah, man. I just lurk around in the background. Creeping on.
Right on.
What's the time over there?
Time right here is 2:18 in the afternoon.
Yeah, right.
This is Dallas, Texas area.
Dallas, Texas. Nice, man.
Landlocked. You know, something I can't figure out either is how do they figure like sea level, like how far above a town is above sea level? You know, like on a ball. Like that's absurd.
It is. You did well. There was no hope there.
Oh no. No, Brandon's pretty easy. And then I came in like right at the same time as rolling my boulder, Sisyphus. I came in literally, I think the same day he came in. And so he's pretty easy for me to read also. You know, I've known of all the Globers, I've known him the longest as far as argument wise. So he's easy to argue against too.
You telling me you're 2 steps ahead of him?
I'm at least 4. I'm at least 4. Because just when he thinks he's unwound, I fucking defrag that computer and I bring it all right back into the curve.
System fucking failure. That's funny.
What time is it where you're at?
5:15 in the morning.
Oh, okay. 8. Or are you just getting up?
Yeah, I generally get up about 4:30 and try and do a bit of circuit work before I go to work.
Oh, yeah. That's awesome. You work an 8-hour day or 12-hour day?
Whatever, man. I run my own business, so I run, generally sort of start about 7 and then finish whenever I'm finished, generally about 6.
Right.
Yeah. So
right, like you keep the line open till 6, and if nothing's come in, then shut it down.
No. Just I'm a tradie, so I'm a tiler. I just tile people's houses.
Okay.
So like at the moment, because it's winter, the days are a bit shorter, obviously, and sort of get home about 5:36.
Kudos to you, man. I need to start getting my ass up earlier.
Yeah, man, it's just a good routine to get into. I'm sort of habitualized like that, so.
I had to buy some melatonin, man, to try to like get this process going quicker. because I fell out of the routine. I think it's from depression from not having work.
Yeah, okay. So you have trouble sleeping, is what you're saying?
Well, I'm out of routine because I don't have work, and because I'm out of routine, sort of kind of depressed a little bit, you know.
Yeah. What did you do?
Like you're just wondering. Oh, I'm a mud engineer in the oil field.
What, just can't find work, or?
At the moment, no. I'm sure there's some out there. I just got my passport, so I'm gonna start looking overseas.
Yeah, cool. What are you thinking?
Anywhere.
Anyway, yeah.
As long as it's not hostile.
Yeah. Nah, cool, man.
If it's hostile, hope I can bring my gun.
Can't come here then.
my gun and my vest. I know, right?
Yeah, she's a nanny state over here, man. You can't have fun.
Yeah. Are you on the northern side too?
Eastern, to Middle East, Eastern seaboard.
Okay. So you're like.
I'm
so you're
in
like in the
Toowoomba,
middle
which
of
is
Australia?
just outside of Brisbane. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an hour drive from Brizzy.
I was just wondering. So like, I know. Sydney's up north, right? Is Sydney up north or is that south?
No, it's down south.
What's the northern town?
Darwin,
The northern
Cairns.
city. The northern major city. You got Brisbane. You got Sydney.
I guess
tourist spots,
Brisbane
I
or
guess you could.
Townsville or Cairns. How big of a city do you talking? Like million?
Like whatever whatever the tourist spots are.
Probably
Seems like
Cairns.
I'm from
Cairns
US,
is
so
like a touristy spot. It's just hot as shit. Humid.
like the more north you go, the more
it's hotter.
Yeah. I didn't want to get too far off topic from flat Earth.
Yeah, sorry, but anyway, man, I better keep going.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, good to talk to you, man.
Good to talk to you too. You have a great day. I hope you have a great workout.
Yeah, sweet, man. I'll be listening. See you, dude.
Yep. Later, man. All right. So who else do we have? Anybody else in here? What's new? What's happening?
What up,
Flat loader,
Sheepdog?
right?
Not much, man.
Oh, nothing much here. Just stopped to get a lunch after my workout. Thought
Yeah,
I'd
I
talk
heard
to
you talking
Brennan for a
about.
little bit.
I heard you say that you didn't have a job anymore.
At the moment, no. Like it's all contract work. Like as soon as
Right.
the explain it, like the contract people, not the drillers, the people that like the investors. As soon as the investors are done drilling for their area that they want to drill, then that contract is up, and I have to go find another contract.
Makes sense. Well, I was gonna say, hang in there, man. Don't be depressed.
Oh yeah, no. You know how it is though. It's like the energy gets a little low, and you know you're just stuck at home because you don't want to spend any money, so you're not doing anything fun.
I know the feeling.
And good to hear from you, man. How are you doing?
Pretty good, man. Teaching some summer classes. Teaching perspective. I love it, man. Every day.
That's awesome.
I love just throwing in there like this flat and level horizon, and they're like, "Why are you saying it weird?"
That's great.
I'm like, I just want to emphasize that it's flat and level. and always horizontal, right? That's
I
why
bet
it's
you got
horizon. Right.
I bet you got some great examples too, like things that you've saved over the years.
Oh, I mean, for sure. Like, I mean, great art. Some of these students, I mean, once they understand the concept of perspective, I mean, that's why they teach it in art, right? You know, so that you can understand and you can make things feel spatial and relevant, you know?
Yep.
But I just love throwing in, without saying flat Earth, you know, saying flat Earth. Yeah.
Right, because then it gets all controversial and everything.
Well, it's funny, you know, some of them will kind of squint a little and be like, okay. Yeah,
Oh, you know,
my youngest is about to turn a year old, actually, next week.
That's a big birthday, man. Like, boy or
I've
girl?
never been so proud. Girl.
Girl,
My second
yeah.
girl.
Second girl, okay. So you already know the what the first birthday looks like. It's like they don't know what's going on, but then you put a piece of cake in front of them, and they look at it,
yeah.
they take their first bite, and then they can't stop, dude. It's the funniest thing ever.
Definitely plan to keep that tradition. Give her a cupcake. I like to joke that she's the youngest flat earther I know. I tell her the truth every day and like whisper in her ear and like you're gonna be great. It's awesome.
You should get her a shirt with Neil deGrasse Tyson on there saying that stuff is flat.
That's brilliant, man. Yeah, I'm still actually doing the business too. That would be a good design, man.
No, that would be a pretty cool design. I still think Drace should market that when space is a no-go and curve is a GoPro.
Yeah.
I think you need to market that, like make it a.
That's a great one. Yeah, we need a little merch store.
We do.
I think CB was actually talking about it. Like, you know, if we can come up with a logo, if anybody out there is, you know, and I saw people kind of throwing some stuff in. I like the idea, you know, and just put it towards the server.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ethergross I think was talking about like maybe using some of the funds to pay for like the people who are less fortunate to go to the the flat Earth meetups. Give them a vacation for for a week or something like that. Hey, here's your plane ticket, dude. All you gotta do is show up to the airport.
That would be brilliant. I love that idea. Because, I mean, anything that I think can make flat Earth in a good light, because, I mean, we've all heard it. They think we're dumb. They think we haven't even passed high school. You know, I was talking about some of the TikTok stories recently, because I had this one person tell me I'm a disgrace to science. And it's just, there's got to be a way we can actually reach everybody, because I think it's going to happen, you know, and I don't want to see anybody left in the dark. I really don't. Honestly, I think if everybody could sort of wake up even to such a simple truth, days would start looking better afterwards. I mean, people are still going to be corrupt. It's the human condition, but man, we got to at least try.
Oh yeah. And it's the simplest things. Like I always use those stories. One of my favorite stories about that Irish surfer. I don't know if you remember that. Me telling that story. This guy is from Ireland. I was talking to him for a little bit, and I was front running the conversation, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm actually a surfer." I'm like, "That's great, dude. That means you go out on the water and you see that you look out into the ocean." He's like, "Yeah, man, it's great. Like it's beautiful, huh? Seeing all that water out there, how flat it is." And he's like, "Wait, what?" It's that simple, man.
It is so simple. And that's what everybody gets tripped up on. Yeah.
Yeah, they want an explanation for everything. They want you to replace the entire cosmos after that. They're like, well, what about the sun and the moon? It's like, it's right there in the sky, dude. no, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. I'm like, what else do you want? Like, we can't go verify anything else. Well, what about all those space stories that I was told? Stories, dude, stories. I'm so happy for you and your kiddo, man, for 1 year birthday.
Thanks, man.
What's the
Yeah, it
day?
feels good.
What day is her birthday?
July 28th.
July 28th. Maybe I might have to set a timer for that. So do a little happy birthday when it's like dead quiet in here and nobody else is talking.
Yeah, I think we had
Try
a
to get
couple of
everybody.
birthdays. This month and last month we had Sunny's birthday, I think most recently. Eli had a birthday. I think, what's his name? Jedi had a birthday too, I think. Might be overreaching, but yeah, there's like 3-4 birthdays going on. I try and keep
And
track. You
birthdays,
guys are like
man.
family.
Like how funny is that? Like, well, I made it around the sun another year.
Dude, I used to tell people that shit too. Like, CB's always bringing that one up, and I'm like, man, I really did too. I used to be like, yeah, there's another revolution around the sun, man.
We just got evidence of 2 planets sharing the same orbit. That is funny, Jim.
2 planets.
That is funny. Yeah, dropped out on accident.
Oh, I thought it was me. My bad.
It dropped you out, and then you came back in. So.
Well, how about that? Yeah, switching
Anyway.
satellites, I guess.
I know. Shout out to Eat the Grass, getting that gold.
Dude, congrats, man.
I don't know if I have the permission. But huge props. Huge props. The Chubbs, man. You sent me a DM. Sorry, I was driving. But yeah, dude.
Sorry, you're breaking up a little bit, Chico.
Am I breaking up right now? You hear me? Hello, hello.
Much better.
All right. So yeah, my daughter. Like I've been trying to find ways to make her question space. You know what I mean? Because she blindly believes what her teachers tell her. And so I just kind of like bring things up, and she's like, "Well, how do you explain this and how do you explain that?" You know, I just give her like a basic understanding of things. And I'm like, nobody's ever proven this stuff. They just tell you these stories. She's like, "Oh, okay." And I was like, "But for the sake of like learning what you got to learn for school, go ahead and listen to what the teacher says, so you can pass all your tests. But we'll have more talks about everything as time goes on." Okay.
Yeah, I've told my 9-year-old kind of the same thing. I teach her both models, but
right.
I even tell her, like, you know what, if you fail science class, you are okay, babe. Like, don't worry.
Yep.
But you're reading and writing, no excuses. You got to learn to read and write.
And math.
Yeah, even that is a bit sketchy. They have them learning some weird new math these days.
Yeah, no, they do. They do. I try to keep it basic. Because, I mean, really, what is math? It's just memorization, right? Memorization of repeating things, sequences.
But yeah, I tell her, did I tell you, Sheepdog, that my 9-year-old actually told me that she has 2 other flat earther friends.
What?
She met them at recess at school. Because apparently my daughter was saying something about, like television isn't real. Because, I tell her that, like, everything we kind of see on television is a story, essentially. Yeah. Even if it is real people, even if it's real situations, So I guess she was telling her friends that, and they go, do you know about the earth being flat too? And, my daughter was like, do you guys know? Apparently they got all excited and they were like, all kind of giddy. But what was funny is that, me as parent, I feel so much better that, there's other parents out there, that are telling their kids the truth, equally told them, hey, don't tell everybody,
Right.
Keep it to yourself,
Parent here has also said, hang on to it tight. You got some sacred knowledge. But don't worry, I got a little 7-year-old running around out there at summer camp about to burn them up.
Nice. At the same time, I'm like, I can't control her. She's her own human,
It's funny how they equator to from TV is fake to you're a flat earther.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Because her friends knew about Coco, and I was immediately, of course, telling my family. We were already flat Earth, so when it came up, week of, I was like, look, this is what's gonna happen.
I think with kids, it's a lot easier, especially depending on how they've been raised, because they've not just been told, no, the sun moves across the sky, and when a cloud gets in front of it, even though it's 93 million miles away, all of a sudden it's not hot anymore. If they've been told just like, no, the sun is actually moving from one direction to the other, like to them, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Exactly.
Next.
Yeah, they
Next
don't even think of it like, they're like, oh yeah, duh.
Well, and it's wild because you go talk to an adult with that, you're like, bro, you're telling me the sun is 93 million miles away and all that heat made it this far, but then a little bit of a cloud layer can just change the temperature and the intensity of the heat by like 50%. and they look at you
Totally,
like, well,
bro,
obviously they're clouds, right? Like that's what clouds do. And you're like, but the clouds are maybe a half a mile, if that thick. Yeah, no, it makes sense.
I'm not a scientist.
The ozone layer or whatever, it works. Yeah. No, I think it's great that there are people like us. Especially my kid came back a few times. Like, I tried to tell her about the black swan and she just couldn't get it. She's trying to tell an 80-year-old woman about the black swan, first of all. And it's like she never will, babe. Like just let that one go. We're going to take a lot of losses. Like we're going to take a lot of losses.
Right there.
Like why can we see, I'm only 48 inches tall. I shouldn't be able to see. So,
hey, but
doing good work, gentlemen.
First loss is hard, dude. That first loss is hard. So, especially when you're a kid, you're already competitive because you're learning that you can be better every day at everything, and so you're competitive already. But that first loss, you're like, I have to take a loss on that?
What do you mean?
Like it's so obvious.
I just showed you the formula. I just showed you the picture. We all know refraction doesn't work like that, right? Like the 80-year-old grandma's like, let's get back to the cookies, okay? The cookies are also level on the bottom, Grandma. Like, why are they not curved on the fucking pan?
That'd make a great skit, actually.
He's an Earth is
kid.
There's something.
Yeah, it would make a great skit, dude. A little 7-year-old kid explaining the black swan to an 80-year-old person, an 80-year-old astronomer.
Would you say these cookies are curved, or would you say they're flat? Would you say
I just
this
want to hear
bacon
the
sheet is
7-year-old
curved,
go, it's not a
or would you
Cindy
say?
Crane. Sorry, you were saying.
Just hearing them, it's nice, but it's nice when the young ones, because they obviously listen to us and we tell them things and they pick up on some of it, and some of it they already understand. And then they go out in the world and they're like, this is what I picked up lately. Here, let me just download it to y'all real quick. I'm going to shoot y'all in this. And it'd be nice to be a fly on the wall just to hear what they say, because they're like, you shouldn't be able to see a mile, but you can see 10 miles. What's happening right now? And everyone's around like, no, you can probably make sense. Like, you should be able to see 10 miles.
I love it.
Micah Checka.
What's up, son?
Sonny?
Hey, yeah. How you guys doing? I've been listening for a few minutes here. Doing all right.
We're good. We're just shooting the shit. Brandon left us high and dry over a meme that he posted. So
I heard that part and I saw what he posted. Well, I don't know. I understand why these Globers keep making claims if they're not going to back it up. It's like they run from their own claim. It's hilarious. So if you don't want to be called a dumb shit, Brandon, why are you still a Glober? Like, if there's that much problem with your ideology, I suggest you relook at it and change what is false. Just a suggestion.
Man, I missed it. I was wondering where Brandon was.
Brandon and infamous Glober.
That was a typo.
Well, maybe not
Is
infamous.
his name
but
actually Brendan?
I think so. He actually came in with his full name, and the moderators actually were like, "Here, let's change your last name because it's a bit too transparent, Brandon." But he's got this playful kind of attitude about him.
Brandon, are you out there? How do you feel about the Jays, Brandon? Brenton, sorry.
Oh, was it Brendan? I don't know Brendan, but
Like that, I get a call from a completely random number immediately as soon as I say the Jays. Shut it down. I'm just glad to know there's some flat earthers out there who are having kids, whether they meant to or not. There's a lot of us out there who are not passing the knowledge on at all, But you have a kid or two, you can multiply the knowledge 2 and 10 times.
Fruitful and multiply.
I just like knowing there are 6-year-olds running around out there like, yeah, but what about building 7? I mean, I'm not saying anything happened. I'm just asking, is it weird? Is it weird that a 50-story building fell, even though that's never been? Like, there's just 7-year-olds out there who have never, like, we weren't taught to thought that. I won't say how we were taught to think. I wasn't taught to think that way at all. It was just like, watch the news. The news is the news, which is obviously the truth. But then, you're like, why didn't the news talk about Building 7? I don't even know if we're allowed to talk about Building 7 here. I know the top of that building is flat.
Why? Yeah. And so was the foundation. But why was that BBC reporter talking about a building collapse that was still standing behind her?
Yeah. No big deal. Sonny, not a big deal. Let's get back to the towers, okay?
Yeah. Why?
And I don't know about all of y'all. Like, there's not I think the tallest building in the town closest to me is like 22 or 23 stories high. Like, you look at and that's in a rural area next to a somewhat not really urban area. So you just think about like a building that's twice as tall as that, and it just kind of, those buildings fall all the time. It's not a big deal. There's engineers who will talk about the foundation and why that happened. It just looks like a controlled demolition. It's not actually a controlled demolition. It just looks like that.
There's at least a dozen 40-story buildings going up here right now in this city, and there's several that are over 40 stories.
And so there's more than a dozen that are also falling because they just do that sometimes.
It should be just like in the end of Fight Club when the whole city just starts collapsing. He's going, holy shit, I had no idea what I was involved with.
My bad. I didn't realize we were doing that today. I don't know. Sometimes I feel bad about, I don't want to say subjecting, but opening up a kid's eyes because I don't want her to not be a kid. But it's also like, I need you to understand there's a war on your intuition. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying, I haven't taught mine about 7-Eleven,
That's just where we go to get Slurpees, honey. It's fine. Well, it comes up every year because it's here in a couple months. It'll be September 11th, right?
Sure forget.
What do you know? We're back here again. Why did they change out the Ukrainian flags for American flags today? Oh.
Did they?
It's not a big...
It's news to me.
I don't know.
We'll see what the law flag says about this.
I don't know if you guys like old or antique machinery, but I have a sewing machine from about the same year I was born, 1957, 58, 59, 60. A white sewing machine. It's modeled after the classic Singer, and it freaking works perfectly. It's a straight stitcher, but I can sew canvas with this thing. I can make covers, like all kinds of clothing. So I got it out finally after about a year and a half, 2 years of sitting in the corner, and I'm going to sew everything that needs sewn, which I have a lot of shit that needs sewn, from tents to jeans.
Is this one back when counterfeits were still made in America?
Yeah. Well, no, this one's made in Japan, but it's by the White Sewing Machine Corporation. I don't know.
I like that some old Japanese businessman was like, nah, call it white. It'll work.
Well, what the trip is, I got this machine here now, and it's probably made out of like a lot of the cars. A lot of the cars that were made in like the 60s and 70s here in the U.S. were made from Japanese fighter planes and so forth, because the Japanese scrapped all their shit and we bought it from them, and they used it to build cars for Americans, so we bought it again. You were driving around in your Toyota Corolla, was a fucking Japanese Zero dive bomber.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's a Mitsubishi, but we call it a Toyota.
That's right.
Yeah. A lot of our grandfathers were really happy about those moments.
It's funny because you never heard about it, like that wasn't talked about until years later.
I don't think they talk about it now, decades later.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Japanese, how the Japanese did so well. Go look up some guy named Deming, Deming. He brought statistical process control to the American businesses, corporations, manufacturing, and across the board industries. And they laughed at him. He took that information to the three big makers of the automobiles, Ford, Chevy, and GMC, or is Chevy the same as GMC? I don't know. Whatever they were, the big three. And they laughed at him. He went to Japan. They took it up, and they began an intensive process of using Deming's statistical process controls in manufacturing and surpassed all manufacturing in basically in the U.S. by using his methods. Then years later, the Americans finally caught on and said, oh, we better go with this because the Japanese have a better racing team. They have more technological advancements in their automobiles than we could have imagined, and higher quality products, closer precision. Like, so it's just funny. I'm thinking about that.
It's wild what happens whenever a culture or society doesn't actually have to pay for war anymore. Huh. We just have billions of dollars to do other shit.
Yeah.
Did you know you can make a tent 2 pounds? Like the most simple shit ever. You could make a dope sewing machine that some random guy in California could use like 70 years from now and it would be fine. Watch.
I know, isn't that wild?
Nah, let's go bomb Afghanis. Seems way more worth it.
I love deals like this now, even though this is a heavy piece of machinery. It weighs about 30 pounds. But
that's how you know it works.
It'll probably last forever, and that wasn't the point I was going to make. I was going to make a point. I'll think of it again, I'm sure.
Tick, tick, tick.
Oh, I had a story about last night and intuition. So I'll share this story with you. So I went out yesterday, and I usually take enough stuff. Like this time, I have enough stuff in case I want to like pitch a little tent somewhere to get out of the sun. I had my pad, my tent. I wasn't planning on being gone all night or even thinking about like staying on the beach, but I rode all the way out to the beach. It's 8 miles each way. Got there in the early afternoon, well, maybe 2-3 o'clock. It was really nice still, very warm. And I set up the tent, and I'm like all pitched out, and I was talking with Discord. I took a little swim. I came back up, dried off. I was sewing my tent. You think I'm crazy. Anyway, so I set up my little tent. Long story short, I'm laying there, and I'm thinking, I'll just spend the night. And then I was closing the zipper of the tent, the main compartment, and it's a little one-man tent. So it's got one door on the side. So I closed the tent. I was about to open it, and the freaking zipper thing fell off of the zipper, and it's dark. And I'm like, and so all these little things are adding up. So I realized I didn't bring my flashlight or my headlight for my bike. Why didn't I bring that? I would have it right now, but I had a phone to look around. I fucked with the zipper for a long time. And then I realized I'm not going to be as warm and comfy now because I can't close the tent all the way. And when you lay still and you have moisture and coolness, I start cramping up, like if I'm not warm enough. So I'm like, shit, I'm probably going to have to go. And so like I packed up all the shit. It was 10:30 at night. By 11, I was out of there pushing my bike across the sand to get to where the road was again. So I had to push the bike about a half mile, 3/4 mile on the sand right next to the water. So because what happened was I'm in the tent and I'm thinking, shit, I wasn't really thinking of spending the night. Did I remember to turn everything off in my house? And I'm 8 miles away from home on the bicycle with all my camping gear. So I got it all put away in like 20 minutes or less. Had it all packed
but you
up.
You were thinking that you were going to be camping there for the night, right?
No, I wasn't originally. And then I'm like, okay, the zipper broke. Think about this.
So you took a tent, hang on. So you took a tent somewhere thinking you were not going to need the tent? And you didn't bring a flashlight or a headlamp or anything thinking you wouldn't need the light? I'm just confused.
No, here's where the confusion ends. I wasn't intending initially to sleep overnight or even camp. Like I was just going to set it up in the daytime, lay down for a couple hours, and usually I just pack it up and go, like only a couple hours. So that was what I was intending. Well, I decided because it was so nice to ride all the way to the beach instead. Then I had my stuff and I'm like, well, I'm a little tired. maybe I'll just put the tent up and did that. So anyway, long story short, the zipper broke, which was really weird, like that it broke. It never did before. And I didn't know there was anything wrong with it. Anyway, so I'm riding home. I get home at about midnight or 12:30. And I had left my distiller on, and the pot that it was filling was full to the freaking brim. It just started leaking over. I would have had a freaking emergency here. Now, I wouldn't have had a flood because there's only so much water in the pot. Once
you had some hot water in your kitchen.
What? I have cool water running in a cooling pot that goes in and out into the sink. So that's separate. The water that's in the pot is just in there, locked in, sealed in. So it's boiling, it's creating steam, the cooling cools it off, and then it produces distilled water. So it had emptied the whole pot. Now, the next thing that would have happened is if I had spent the night, if I had been so comfortable, nice and warm and all closed up, if the zipper hadn't broke at that moment, if I hadn't decided to leave at that fucking moment, the pot would have like bowed out on the bottom and would have fallen over. It probably would have spilled some of the water in the burner, which is done before. It's never shorted out when it did that by accident. But it could have caused a fire. I got home just in fucking time. Now, that was really strange because it was only going by my intuition. Something happened where I'm like, and it was a little lackadaisical, a little lazy of me to not make sure everything was off, because usually I go out for a couple hours and the water's no problem. I come back, it's like 3/4 full. I empty it, go out for another couple hours, keep it boiling. So I was very fortunate that I decided at that moment, and it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't broke the zipper.
Why do you think you broke the zipper?
I think it was like God. I think it was a message like, fuck, you guys.
Was it what? Hang on. Was it like God or was it God? Those are two very, very different things.
Okay, I should.
And they are attributed to the originator. So was it like God or was it God?
Let's just take it out. I think what it was is like a subtle message from, I don't know where. I'll just leave the God part out.
Was it like a subtle message or was it a subtle message?
It was a subtle message because the subtlety of it is that I didn't recognize it for what it was at the time until I got home.
And so a message is something that has a sender and a receiver, yeah?
Yeah.
So who was the receiver?
I was.
Who was the sender?
Yo, mama.
Unknown. I don't know who the sender was because I'm not privy to that transmission method.
You don't know who sends you mail? It sounds like you do, but maybe you're not ready to accept who it was that sent you the message.
Oh, I think it was the creator. I mean, I'm just trying to leave that out to be more, I don't know. I don't want to say wishy-washy, but more open to other possibilities. But in my own mind, I think that's what intuition comes from, is from.
Sonny, don't placate the pagans. It's okay. You can say God.
Don't placate the pagans. I get you. You're right. That's funny. But I made now I'm going to
every time I hear someone say a word like luck or a word like coincidence, I realize like there was some other entity that made them say that word instead of just being like, nah, I was actually blessed. You were blessed by a broken zipper. That's hard to admit, right?
Yeah. And listen to this part, because if it all hadn't happened right at the time, now I could have laid there for a couple of more hours and go, well, let me just try to get comfortable. It only took a couple minutes. I'm like, this isn't working. So I got the message, well, I'm going to have to fucking go then. Start packing it up. So if I hadn't packed it up exactly that time, if I hadn't taken that much time to get it all packed up, to walk my bike to the street, to ride at the speed that I did exactly, to get home right at that very fucking moment, none of it would have been the same.
Like nearly impossible.
Yeah, like while I'm riding home, blazing down the highway in the middle of the night through the airport area. If I hadn't been going like 18 miles an hour on average through that stretch, then it would have been a different story. Or what if I had broke down? Or what if anything could have happened? But so I truly feel blessed. I go, thank God I'm home. And that was a moment I'm like, thank God there is a home I have to go to, because
Yeah.
I don't know.
Thank God you have water that is distilled. That's the feeling you should feel, because that's the feeling you should feel.
Exactly. Yeah. So it just makes me feel that everything is purposeful. I need to pay attention. I need to stay conscious of everything that's going on the best I can, especially what my part is, what my responsibility is, to take care of myself, to not get so, because I can get very, and I don't know how to explain it, very active, let's say, hyperactive. Yeah, hyperactive. And I can get very excitable and kind of like go off to la la land in my own bliss, and start forgetting about basic things. Like if I'm planning on leaving, I might be leaving longer than I intended, turned everything off. So I don't know.
When you could take it a step further, right? You live in a home. I don't know what your home's like, but you live in one, right?
Yep.
Is it made out of wood?
Concrete.
Is it made out of synthetic materials that they made from some other natural material? It's usually one of those two things. Yeah, so you live in a concrete home.
It's made out of the dirt.
What's concrete made out of?
The dirt.
The dirt. Did they mix it with anything, or was it just dirt that they made walls out of?
Well, they had to process the dirt.
Oh, water. Yeah.
Water and whatever they use. Lime.
No big deal. It's just water, right?
Sand, lime, and water.
I often like to bring back like those moments when you trip and you look at things for what they are, and you realize I've been walking on concrete for a while, but all that really is just dirt and water.
Yeah, just a hardened.
Nor the water. So, yeah, we figured out a good mix. I've been doing a lot of baking lately with my daughter, right? And it's all flour, baking powder, baking soda, eggs, water. Like it's pretty much like you could make any cake, muffin, anything with about 7 ingredients. I'm pretty sure. Just different quantities and different ratios of each of them.
And if you just changed it just a little bit, you could make all those ingredients dry as hard as concrete.
Terrible. Yeah. There is the next part about like temperature and density, which is like, is it in a 9x12 pan or is it in a fucking baking sheet? Whatever.
Right.
But I think being able to realize that part it's one of the most important parts of flat Earth, because I look at flat Earth like it is the new Paul. Like it is there's a new gospel, it's being spread, and you can listen or you can not, because even if you're on a flat Earth and you think all the weird cosmology shit, you really end up and you're like, oh, wait, I'm on a creation. So am I, because we all have this residue from before, right? Like even if we are flat earthers, we still like to think like, well, maybe there was a big bang and that made something happen. Like we have different levels of it. Apparently some people are flat earthers and think there's a disc moving through space, right? I don't think any of us do that, but I think it's an important thing to recognize, because it recognizes the like the stage or the staircase that you're on, right? Like some of us are flat earthers who still think space is real. Like we don't, like, what do you mean we're not the center? we're on a flat Earth, but the stars are still these like balls of gases that are burning without oxygen. So I think there's a lot of work to be done there. And then, I had a monarch butterfly fly up, so I'm gonna pay attention to it for a while.
Edward, say the word center again.
Is that crypto?
Yep. How you doing?
I have 4 brothers, crypto, and I never feel better when I'm around them than I do when I'm around you. By the way.
Am I your 5th brother?
I mean, I keep these little earpod whatever's in. They're wired, don't worry. EMF fanatics. So you're like not only my 5th brother, you're like myself.
All right. Fair enough.
What do you want me to say again?
Say the word center again.
Which word?
Center.
Center?
Yeah, yeah.
Or centaur?
The way you said
centaur.
No, center as in the middle of something, right?
We're in the center of everything?
Because the way you said it earlier sounded like sinner. And I just found it interesting. You said we're in the center.
Ooh. I was raised in the deep south of America, so we do that center thing quite a bit as well.
Yeah. I just found it interesting. As you know, I find it interesting how people speak and the different sounds that, like the amazing variety in which we're able to say the very same sentence is just mind blowing. You know, like different people say the same thing in a very such different ways. But anyway, that's what it was.
I appreciate that part of it too, because it is very much so. We are the center of everything, right?
Well, on a sphere, you could say anywhere, any one point on the surface of that sphere could be considered the center. So how would you transfer that over to flat Earth? You could also think of wherever you are as the true place, or something along those lines. If you want to get deep, because y'all are getting deep in here, I'm enjoying it.
Get in, Creation Bear. I hear you. You have a voice that is not monochromatic. It's the only way I could put it. I don't even have to look at my phone anymore to know that's you. But it's weird because I assume we all are sitting somewhere with headphones in our ears and hearing each other like we are our own voices. And we're all living our own lives, but sometimes we question a little bit of like, oh, is that just me and a personification of me that says they're in San Francisco or New York?
Yeah, you said you're on a creation. You could also say you are the creation.
Mm-hmm.
You're just as part of it, like
the whole thing.
Yeah, if you take a big bucket of say black paint or just any color paint and you splatter it over the wall, and there's drips over here and drips over there, well, that they're still the same paint nonetheless. So
yeah,
you're just as much the thing as everyone else and the thing itself.
And I think that's an important thing for all of us to remember. That's a great point of just whether you are the paint or whether you're the furthest reaching leg of this paint that's been splattered against the wall, we're all kind of the same shit. And they tried to tell us that we're not, because we live on different streets and in different cities from one another.
Well, this goes back to what you said about the staircase. What level people? I think a lot of people are on a lower level. They're not able to see or hear the things we're saying. You have to kind of be a few levels up if you want to. You got to have your advanced level day live glasses on. if you want to see the things we're talking about here, because it
Bro,
does get pretty deep.
imagine. I hate I got kicked out of the flat Earth debate and more because those people thought politics was real. I hate I lost vision and sight into what they were doing. I did.
Wow. Yeah, it's too bad. It's 2023. It's kind of late in the game for that, but yeah, go
But
ahead.
you sit somewhere like where we're at now, and it is something simple like even going into conversation with people that are real, whatever the fuck that is. You go into conversation with them, and they're like, "Man, that Neil Armstrong, huh? American hero. He made it to the moon. How about that?" You're like, where do we even start?
Right. There are like several staircases down. There are floors down.
Flights. we
Yeah,
got some.
flights.
We got some flights to do.
I do wonder though if some people, I think that's a healthy way to put it, that they have the chance to rise up the staircase, because I think there can be the interpretation that there's people that just are not cut out, never will get it. Once you go zombie, you don't go back, type of thing. I've seen it from both sides.
And weirdly, the way the Rona worked on a lot of people, like I've met a lot of people who are big space fans, and I mean not just space fans, but like have Legos of space, those types of space fans. Those people went through the last few years and were at least able to just be like, I'm good. Like I've not got sick and no one else has got sick. And then the people that did get sick, we just kind of had a cold or pretended we were sick so we could get out of work for 2 weeks unpaid. But it kind of makes sense to me in the way that God works. It's like, of course you would be able to like take something bad, make it good. And now I've used that as my jump off point for a lot of people around me, because a lot of people around me know that part of the truth. Somehow Rona became step one. That became and we didn't count on that one showing up, right? So like Rona became step one, and then all of a sudden it was like, so the vaccines were like a weird thing. So can we talk about the moon right now? And how someone 50 years ago made a phone call and it was like a live video chat? Can we talk about that yet? That's talking about that has actually helped me quite a bit. Just with the few people that I have around me.
Yeah, now that we've passed it for quite a while, it's funny that you can kind of see how people have fallen into the I call it the cocoa, the pre-cocoa flat
He's in
earthers.
love with the cocoa.
Exactly.
Thank
And
you.
you have your post-cocoa, like you said, that was like their jump-off point. It was such a
Mhm.
big red flag, and a lot of these things have this double-edged effect, right? It's a gatekeep for a lot of people. I think majority of the people, it's a gate, and they're not going to get past that, at least for quite some time.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
for
It's
other people, it's like it has like a negative effect. They see it and they're like, nah, nope, not buying, and they go against it. That's what happened with me with the. I mean, they do this with all the space news, but when they did the Tesla car launch into space, I was like, nope, I'm not buying that one. Even though I still believed in outer space. So
Yeah.
a lot of these things have that dual-edged effect where some people will be gravitated towards it, and then other people will be like deflected, like not want to have anything to do with it. So
I think that's the way God works. Like real quickly, they're like, nah, devil's out there. Like, nah, watch this. I'll just put a roadster in space, supposedly. And God's like, I got a couple that are going to question that. Like,
that's hilarious. Yeah, I love the way you put that.
You're going to make a couple websites. I get it. RoadsterinSpace.com. Yeah, I bet it'll say it's out near Mars or something. But I got a couple people that never question anything who are going to sit there and be like, that kind of seems weird.
Mm-hmm.
It looks a little fake. And it's so nice whenever you meet anyone who looks at Elon Musk, who is like this beast harlot system godsend. It's just like, nah, he's the man. But then you meet someone who's like, I mean, that just seems weird that one guy just kind of took on all this shit on his shoulders. I'm not even a big, what's the guy's name? Who wrote the novel? Who got buried? Who was the Nazi that declared it? Von Braun.
Was it a Von Braun?
Von Braun. Yeah. Like,
Nice.
and you come across someone random who, again, thank you, soundboard. They came across them and they're like, you know, I subscribe to everything, and I read Von Braun 20 years ago. And then a guy named Elon showed up and was like, we're going to Mars. And it was like, we're not going to go to the moon first? I mean, that's been my favorite so far, is watching those types of, like, it's a very niche culture who is like, they've read old sci-fi for no reason other than we were interested. They read the old sci-fi and then they knew like the implication, like, Elon. I had never heard the name Elon before I read Von Braun. That was 20 years ago. And now this guy Elon is trying to go to Mars. I don't know. I just think it's it helps me believe in God more and more each day. It's the only way I can put it, because he's kind of got it figured out. Like,
Yeah, I'm inclined that people like that have handlers. I'm kind of with you on the fact that he's not doing this all on his shoulders. I did go to school with a guy who ended up working for SpaceX and Tesla, and he would like read his books and tell me how amazing he was and stuff like that. Even though he said he did kind of seem as awkward as he was in interviews in person.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm inclined to think that there's these certain roles people have to play, but
they don't even realize the roles they're in.
perhaps, yeah, perhaps.
Like, they just gave them good benefits. I was like, nah, dude, I don't even pay for medical. And you're like, yeah, you didn't pay for medical. Got it. You also did go to the doctor this year. So did you? That's where I put the SpaceX, Tesla, Boring Company, X Company, whatever. It's like all that shit, all those things. You have a lot of happy employees who are like, I would never imagine just walking into a place and I don't have to pay for insurance anymore. And it's like, oh, you don't even know where the bottom of the barrel is. Sorry.
I've got some whole pitted dates from Indio, California, the date capital.
Did you check them for mold?
Not really. They were in a sealed plastic bag, but I guess mold can be in there too.
Sure. You got to squeeze those dates a little bit, see if any powder comes out. Anytime they're pitted, you know something funky happened. I will say, Creation Bear, I don't trust many humans, but I do trust you, by the way.
Oh, shucks. I appreciate that. I just joined today, and you guys are going super deep. So I'm like, okay.
Trust? What's this trust about? No, I assume all the other voices were created by AI.
That's a good meme. The Sky Calls. I'll have to go watch that movie, 1959.
Let me go look voicechange.ai. sunny.fullofdates.com. Picked him up. Got him.
Right.
I am curious where everyone else draws the line, right? Because I've always, excuse me, this has been my one question with everyone. Because if the earth is flat, right, then that means everything we learned is false. So I am curious where everyone else draws the line. Like, is the Bible real? A. Were we even in a civil war, let alone a revolutionary war? These are for the American people and English people, I guess. Are maps real? Like, that's another weird thing I show up with. Like any of the weird things that we just accept, like Egyptians built the pyramids, like any of that, like where do you draw the line? Like, where is reality? Because our whole life we were told what reality was, and now we get to sit here on our porches or wherever the rest of us are sitting, and we get to question that.
That's a very deep question. I've thought about that a lot recently, and honestly, I haven't really drawn the line. And that I mean, you could really take that in a lot of different directions, and because
depending how crazy I am, I
talked about this
can.
a little bit
You're right.
yesterday, bro. We touched on this just barely yesterday. How certain things they'll tell you, oh, you must not do this, and
Yeah.
it's perhaps maybe even beneficial for you. Say maybe sun gazing. Most people say if you look at the sun, you'll go blind. Well, I've certainly done a little bit of sun gazing. I know some other people have as well. So you have certain things that maybe on the bottle it says not for human consumption, and it maybe cures you. It's medicine for you. And
But
so
we just poured in the water source of a location that feeds 100 million people, and it's actually okay.
well, there's that too, like fluoride and stuff like that. But there's also other things like turpentine, for example. Like I bought a bottle of turpentine. I was dating this girl, and she was like, you must not drink that. You never ever ingest that." And I was like, I already done the research and everything, and so I took it when I feel like I needed it.
What do
And
you mean took it? You took a little shot?
no, just a couple drops. You just do like maybe 3, 4, or 5 drops in maybe a glass of water or something like that. So shot would be quite a lot of it, I think, because it's pretty concentrated. But like little things like that, where society will tell you you cannot do that. But
don't ever.
Yeah, never do that. You'll die. And it's like
Never.
it's medicine, perhaps. And so
Boy showed up without cancer. Like,
even
I
things
feel
like
I'm cancer-free.
maybe if you've heard of like kratom, sometimes you buy a bag of kratom on the thing, it'll say like not for human consumption. It's like, well, so it's like the question you asked is like, where do you draw the line? That's a great question. It's like, well, I don't draw it before any of those things I just mentioned, and I'd probably take it even a bit farther back. So you definitely have to question a lot of things they're telling you must not do. Even look something as simple as looking at the sun. They'll tell you go blind, and most people just automatically believe that, and they will never ever even consider something like sun gazing. So makes you really think. That's some deep stuff.
So where does everyone draw the line? That's my biggest question, is where does everyone else draw the line?
That is a good question for the day. Anybody else want to chime in on that? We were doing some questions for the panel yesterday. This is a good one to kick off with today. Sonny, you got anything good? Need somebody?
I fuck with the moon landings. I don't fuck with building 7. That's where I draw the line. Like, where does everyone draw the line? Creation Bear, I'm gonna let you take off, but
if I may,
you may.
I love staring into the sun. It's never hurt my eyes. It always magnifies how blue and silver they look in photos, and it doesn't hurt. And I draw the line probably with Bolshevism anywhere online talking about it, because that's usually just goes along with one other thing that I can't talk about. So
So that bit of history, 100 plus years ago,
Yeah.
that's where we
Yep.
draw the line.
Well, that and the thing
Nice.
that I don't know enough about, which is like I just want to know more about first, them fucking with the timelines and such, and the World Fair era and like Victorian era and things like that.
The Chicago World Fair was a completely normal thing that people did 100 years ago and didn't repeat since.
It's just weird that there's no text to even like research it. That's why I get upset. So
Yeah, the more days go by, the more I think this place is really mysterious, and there's so much more that we don't know that people just take for granted. And like it just, I mean, that could go into different branches as well. Like we talk about the shape of the Earth, but like even who are you and why are you here type of thing, like that is just as much as a mystery as everything else. It's not like that's a given answer and everyone just knows what that is. So I mean, this place is a big mystery if you really think about it, and a lot of people just go day by day and eat, sleep, go to work, whatever, and then never even think about it. So it is good to every once in a while take a step back and start to consider some of this stuff.
Yeah, people live their life thinking they live on something real when it's a fairy tale, because the spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball is scientifically impossible, cannot happen. But we're told often enough that it can that we believe it. Same thing with virology. Same thing with the things that go boom boom. Same thing with global warming. You can't have global warming if you don't have a globe. So if you repeat the lie often enough, obviously people will come to believe it.
Over and over. And none of us have the ability to actually comprehend all the avenues which they can take. Like, it can be in the novels, the Peabody awarded novels. It can be in the comic strips that they've now turned into books. It can be in the news stories. Like, it can be in the collections. Like, everything has been made into a collection. I don't know about you all. My kid loves Calvin and Hobbes, but I have to go read all these Calvin and Hobbes collections because they're talking about dinosaurs and other planets. So it's like, where do we draw the line?
Oh, we draw the line when they start to lie to us. We just say no more. Before when we question things, we kind of let it go. But now when we hear the lie, we just kind of go, no, I don't think it's like that. Fires in Canada coming down and making the sky just fires is like, well, I know. Tell you what, it's not fires, it's something else I'm not going to repeat here. But it's just, okay, I'll repeat it. It's formaldehyde. And so,
Do it.
So it's like, there's not one photo or video of a fire in Canada. It's like there's no one video or picture of Gulf of Tonkin August 2nd, August 4th, 1964. But in August 7th, 1964 Congress, the bunch of puppets there gave LBJ, a major puppet, permission to go bomb and kill 3 million Vietnamese, innocent Vietnamese, and 58,000 Americans, and drop more bombs on Southeast Asia that were dropped on all of Europe during World War II. It's a cool story, cool world we live in, guys. Cool, bruh. I'm learning how to talk like you 30-year-olds. Cool, bruh.
Oh man, mic drop.
Just call it Cap. Just call it Cap.
So what is it? Drop the cat, kill the cat, kick the cat. What's it called?
All of those things.
Stop the cat. Is it called Stop the Cat? Is that what it's called?
Kill
Cap,
the cat.
like a
Kill
cap
the
on your
cat.
head.
No, I like Kill the Cat.
No, don't. You're gonna confuse
I'm
him.
gonna fuck him up. All right,
You're
that's
gonna
fair.
confuse me. What's it called now?
It's like a cap on your head. Stop the cap.
Oh,
Stop-
really? I thought
stop
it was
the
like.
cap?
If you see a blue hat, that's the symbol right there.
Oh,
That's
really?
the
Stop
bat
the cap.
signal.
Okay,
I
stop.
thought it was
I thought it
about
was
like
cap.
stop me from popping a cap in your ass.
Yeah, exactly. CAP.
I thought it was cap.
Kind of looks
the
like
whole
that
time,
cap
man.
you're wearing on your little avatar there, Jim.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I got another one for when Globers come in here. We say Globers start taking off on their nonsense. We say, "Hey, bro,
Mm.
you need to sit this one out, bro."
Mm. You're getting close. Sometimes you just got to tell them about them laser tests they've been doing and figure those out.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro, dial it back, bro.
I don't know about you guys, but I like to reach back and unhook that, bro.
Nice. It's a seasoned veteran right there.
So when I get off work here in about another couple of hours, I've got a very interesting announcement that some of you may be interested in. I'm going to hold off and keep you in suspense for a couple of hours.
Are you a crypto altcoin maker? Like, just throw it out here.
It has something to do with coins, but they're not crypto.
You have 7 people listening, 5 of which are actually real people. So
It's only 1:30 in California. You got another 4 hours before you can break the news to us, man.
I get off work at 3:30 because I started early this morning at 6 a.m. So
look at him like, I'm a UTC man.
UTC?
Mm.
Seeing what our good friend dropped at 16 minutes after the hour about must-read fantasy and science fiction books: Buzz Aldrin, Satellites in Outer Space, Gravity, Solar System, Copernicus Probably Never Lived, and On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres. The Jesuits or the Catholics put that one together. Copernicus had nothing to do with it, and so it's really interesting that when you go to the library, down here, go down a library in the non-fiction area, it has books on each planet. In the non-fiction area, it has books on each planet in our solar system. Oh my goodness!
Sounds legit.
Someday I'm just gonna walk. I'm gonna take a couple of these books and I'm gonna go to the front counter. I'm gonna go, you know what, guys? This is fiction if there ever was fiction. This is a fairy tale, man. I want to see their response. So where's Elijah today? I'm looking forward to his next female crush. Maybe she's 8 foot tall instead of just 7. Is he due in sometime today? I wanna hear about his 8 foot crush that he found on TikTok.
He fell in love with a male basketball player with feminine traits. I also want to hear about this.
Okay, I think I got it. Creation Bear, CB. I think I got it. Stop the
Nailed it.
cat. Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
Stop
the cap.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap. Nailed it.
Dial it back, bro. Dial it back.
When you wake somebody up from their afternoon rest,
Stop the nap.
Funny, ladies and gentlemen.
Or else, if you really have to go to the bathroom and there's none around, you want to stop the crap.
That's wave picture, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, it sure got quiet in here once I opened up my mic.
Sorry, I'm just responding to some stuff in the back chats.
That and Wave Mixer, I'm wondering what
The
could
back
possibly be the
chats.
news.
Boy, on them back channels.
DeGrasse, I think you're pretty well aware of what I'm going to say, but right now I got a call. Got to go.
The suspense will get me until then. Oh, Sir Edward, what was your question of the day again? Where do you draw the line?
Where do any of us draw the line?
When Globers think it's a curve.
Because the line can be curved, right? Or is that not? Lines aren't curved. I fucked up in geometry. I didn't listen.
Well, when people start changing the definitions of something in order to retaliate a consensus on an idea, that's definitely where I draw the line. I don't know. There's a lot of instances. I mean, especially in Flat Earth, in family, all sorts of lines drawn. I don't know. I always remember it most because I'm in San Antonio and, remember the Alamo. And supposedly there's this courageous story of a man who drew a line and basically said, everybody who's with me, get on this side of the line. If you're not with me, stay on the other side. So it's an interesting figure of speech as well.
And that line was not curved, right?
Exactly. Unless they, maybe it was over a little anthill.
Took me a little bit to figure that part out. Honestly, that was like my biggest, what do you even call that? It wasn't really the red pill. It was just like, you don't get to use, someone help me real quick.
Revelation.
How do we measure stars?
How they say they measure stars?
Just while they're out on the sea.
Oh, celestial navigation.
And what do they use for celestial navigation?
Sextant.
Sextant. Yeah. Like, to me, and this was like my biggest moment of, oh, wow, they really fucked me. I thought that you could use, like, it's curved enough, but it's also straight where you're at. So you can use a sextant. Not seeing that all of geometry would have to be different if the lines were not straight. I don't know how to explain that, but they fucked with me. And once I figured that out, that was kind of my big come to of just, oh, you don't, like, it's not straight and it's not curved. It is straight. And now we can use this device because that's the way geometry actually works. Hard to explain that one.
Well, what's great about that one is it's kind of based on, honestly, a flat Earth assumption, right? I mean, of course, just looking outside and going, yeah, that's a level horizon, but using it in a Cartesian way, right? So, I mean, where it does get weird is that over a long distance, your compass, even though you think you're going straight, you're not going curved, you know what I mean? But how you would map that cartography wise, like even topography, like even when you do this in like sort of small swatches, if you will, it is weird when you actually get an angle change of your north and you're like, I'm actually getting the polar of this. However, when you see a map, they turn it into a square. right? So I mean, you're definitely onto something about that, right? But clearly, it doesn't work on a spherical outside edge, right? Just like you kind of said, like, how do I? Well, it's kind of flat, but it's also curved. It's like, well, how is it two things?
And coming here taught me that curved and straight. And even though I knew those two things in my head, coming here taught me, like, no, it doesn't matter how, like, you don't just get to pretend, like, no, it's really big. So in that point, curved is straight. So, like, that was kind of what it helped me understand, was that little bit of, like, wait a second. If I'm using a sextant, and again, I don't even live near the coastline, but I also understood, like, well, triangles aren't curved. It was one of those weird moments where I got to just fucking, like, figure out, and I just sat there and I was like, oh yeah, the people in the sea, they figured this out. This was like a scientific thing that they did. Like, they got all that.
It's that
Instead of
100.
just
It's that 180 degrees that'll get you. You're like, oh my gosh, it has to be 180 degrees because that's what a triangle is.
it's only curved when it's curved. Like, yeah, but you could, like, I mean, imagine a curved triangle. And it fucking, I don't know, I'm kind of retarded, right? So when people tell me things like, no, it's curved, but it's straight, I was like, yeah, that makes sense. And then I come hang out with y'all and I'm like, wait a second, that actually doesn't make sense. Like, it doesn't matter how big the curve is, that doesn't actually affect the straightness. Like, there's no straight on curve. It took me, and I hate to say it because I am a little bit retarded, but it took me a while to figure that part out. And then when I did, I just went up to strangers out in the street. I was like, did you know you're not straight when you're curved? And they're like, listen, I'm bi, so I don't even, like, acquired any of this. And I'm like, yeah, but you're straight. No, but it took a while to figure out, because then you think, like, how all of geometry works, and how all, like, Pythagoras, whatever it is that you subscribe to, like, none of it worked if it wasn't just level and straight and flat and the arc of a circle.
Well, like, yeah, I mean, a lot of people get sort of hung up on that. You're exactly right. But, you know, what I tell them, and I wouldn't say you're retarded, man, but, you know, like, if you point out the example of a bow and arrow, right? And if you just look at the bow and you turn that bow horizontally, right, to where the line is level, right?
You're shooting up.
That's a straight line, right? Like shooting up. That's a straight line. But then there's also the bowed part, right? That's curved. And that is also straight with it, at least in the y-axis, right? However, only one of those is a straight line, right? You could have a straight curve, and you can actually have a curved curve, right? You can have a doubled curve. There's honestly a lot of different names to geometry, and I would even say architecturally it gets even subjective, because people have different ways of expressing certain geometries. Like, you know, they even declare that some are sacred and whatnot. But you're exactly right in terms of that confusion. There's just not a straight line on a ball. However, you can have a straight curve.
Yeah, and they fucked with us, because they told us, and that was kind of one of those weird reality shifts of, like, if a bridge is straight, we know it's flat until it has a hill, which sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. But it was like they just told us, no, the bridge is flat, and it just happens to stretch miles away from us. It's still flat, but it's also curved. And it's weird how I don't even know what they call that. It's the dissonance, right? Like, it is the dissonance of just telling you, like, No. Like if you just stretched a pipe out and it was going to a town near you, it'll never curve, but it will curve. Does that make sense? And some of us, myself included, were like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I know how to dig a ditch. It was just really, that part was, and I still even come back to it now because it's still so hard for me to understand that a flat line exists on a sphere and they just told us that and now we're okay with it. Like, yeah. You get, yeah. You don't have to curve anything. It's just straight. And you're like,
Well,
not
it's definitely
even.
why they indoctrinate us so young, right? Well, this is how it is. That way, you're not really at a stage of mind to even question that information, and you just take it as true. Therefore, you go for the rest of your life until you either question it or somebody maybe tells you that information or shows you that information. And that's what drives me nuts is when these people are presented with the information, how the ego just inflames, right? And they like, no, it must be a ball.
And then they say things like,
curving. It's just
I'm an
too big for you
engineer,
to see it curve.
okay? Like, I'm an engineer. Like, I build bridges for a living. And all those bridges are long and straight and flat, but they're curved. You get what I mean? And you're like,
So they can't be both.
But
In my opinion, they can't be both.
So when you build a bridge, right? When you build a bridge, like you have to build it for weight bearing, right? So you're going to have to put a curve over it, but you're building that curve based on a flat level plane.
yeah. And that's the beginning of the dissonance. It's like, yeah, I need you to build a flat bridge over a curved surface. And they're like, yeah, I can build a flat bridge over a curved surface. That makes sense. I'm good. Oh, no big deal. I'll build it. How long is the bridge? 10 miles? Got it. Like, it'll be straight as fuck. And you're like, we don't get to do that.
They just start in the middle and go out both ways.
Yeah. Why are all the pylons the same height? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, but like gravity or something. Like, it pulls you and then you're fine. And you're like, but it's 10 miles away. So we should have lost like 76 feet or I don't know the distance. But it's like, yeah, I should have just lost all that and needed less material. But somehow I used more material than what the bid was. And now you're mad at me because it costs more than what it should have cost on a curved surface.
I'm going to start charging a curve tax for my clients.
Bro, meter.
I've got to level your curve first, before I make your foundation.
I'm sorry. And I like when you show up to a place that's like flat as 10 football fields and they're like, no, it's curved. And they're like, you're right. It is. You're like, you're right. And I should definitely charge you $300,000 more to do that. And they're like, yeah, that makes sense.
What about going to some of these like construction building companies and like, hey, what do you do to account for the curvature of the earth? So you're a bridge builder, right? So like what can I see the map that you use to account for the curvature? What the fuck do you mean, dude? I built it over water. It's flat. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but the water is curved and it's also spinning at a zillion miles an hour, right? So you have to build a bridge that kind of arcs to the left. I'm like, no, we just built it straight.
Flat Lloyd, right, said something interesting. I don't know if you might be able to elaborate. You said that there's such thing as a straight curve. Like, what would you mean by that? Like a cylinder?
No, that's what I was saying, like bringing up the analogy of a bow and arrow, right? So you have one straight line and you have one curved line, and they're even parallel to each other, at least in terms of their straightness, right?
Right.
They're both straight, but one is, of course, a straight line and one's a straight curve. Now, it is an absolute geometrical falsehood to say that you can have a straight line on a ball. However, you can have a straight curve on a ball. However, that's not in reality. You know?
Right. I get confused when you say straight curve. I mean, I do agree. I don't think that that you can have a straight curve. You can have a straight line or you can have a curved line. And I think we got to be careful, in conflating these terms because that's where they want us. There are no straight curves. It's either curved or it's not.
And that was the weirdest part of the dissonance, is that they taught us there are straight curves. They taught us that through grade school, middle school, high school, whatever. I was public educated my whole life, right? And they taught us like straight is curved, and you don't have to worry about any of that because it's straight, but it's also curved. Like just you're fine. Like it's curved. Just treat it like it's straight. And that's the
Oxymoron.
weirdest part.
No, I completely agree, Max, just because that's why I can't say there's a straight curve in reality. Right? Geometrically, theoretically, sure. Right? Even a bow and arrow, right? But the horizon of the Earth or even the claimed geometry, no way. Right? But that's what I was trying to say. Like, sometimes these globers come in too, and they're like, well, of course it's straight. And it's like, no, you're using it this way. Right. And I totally get you. And I explain the bow and arrow to them and they're like, oh, okay, I get it. Right. You're saying there is no straight line on a ball.
No, there's not, but there is, but there's not. So if you can just come back to science, it tells us straight is curved and curved is straight. Even though I have a little Datsun, right? The little thing is like maybe 16 inches long. Her back is as straight as they come. Straight. You wouldn't even know she was sitting if you asked her to. But what do you know? There's no curve in her little back. I don't think the true community is ready for that, but they will be one day. Like, we've gotten so far
Everybody's
into it.
back curve.
Everybody buy a Datsun. We all got straight dogs. Look at them. Look at them. They're all 18
Everybody's
inches
back curve.
long. What's their shoulder height? What's her health? Nope. Oh, my Datsun's sitting right now, so she's curved as fuck.
Yeah, but when they walk, look how horizontal they are when they walk.
Oh my God. That's the thing. My little 7-year-old comes up when my Datsun is sitting, and I'm doing air quotes right now. She's like, Dad, we're witnessing a rare thing right now. Like, the Datsun's back is not flat. Like, look at it. It's a ½ inch off. But it's, you could probably trust this more than you could a level that you brought from the town hardware store. So where, we asked Creation Bear, where do we draw the line?
We don't.
Because flat Earth seems to be the last place you could draw the line.
There's only one line to be drawn, and it ain't curved.
That's not a curved line. I like how we could all throw our hands out to the right and just like find the flat line, and the horizon won't drop below it. We're like, no.
Getting some background noise. I don't know what that is, but
It's probably
I blame Sonny.
I rock the hot mic.
I do think about that a lot, though, at least in terms of where to draw the line and how I was saying, like, you can kind of apply that concept to anything. And I think kind of You can see the engine, if you will, the machine gearing up for the whole political structure thing again. And like,
so where do you draw the line?
Well, they're even throwing
where
like
do you
RFK
specifically?
in there.
Where do you draw the line? What is real? What is not real?
That's a hard question. Because I mean, for example, like you have RFK Jr. or whatever, somebody I've like for the past 10 years have kind of followed, right? And he was censored and all this stuff, and all of a sudden he's running for president, and I'm experiencing cognitive dissonance. Like, how could you? Like, how could you be so fake? Like,
so are you drawing the line at RK Jr.'s Twitter account or not? Like,
nah, I'm not on Twitter. Kind of unaware, but
you get
just
what I'm
on
saying.
kind of the
Like,
stuff that's
where
coming
do you
out.
draw the line? Is RFK Jr. a person? Is he real? Does he want to replace the gold standard with Bitcoin 2, and that's a real thing? Like, where do you draw the line? Where is it? See,
I don't think you can.
I draw the line at Christ is Lord. I had to. It was just like, I just need something. They're like, the KJV is like a blah, 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 Shakespeare. And I'm like, I don't even give a fuck. That's the real one. I had to draw the line at the KJV, right? So where do you draw the line? You can draw it anywhere you want. Like, Christ doesn't have to be Lord, but you have to draw it somewhere, and it has to be real, because they're going to come at you and be like, Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. And you're like, yeah, but they had Phoenicians over there in 1095. And you're like, oh shit, I can't do that then. So where do you draw the line? That's the whole purpose of the conversation right now. Where do you draw the line? Creation Bear, you can hop in anytime and tell us where your line is.
It's a hard question to answer, because there'll be many lines in many places. So where do you draw the line
I
on
took
this?
a lot of Viagra, so I can tell you we're about to draw the hardest line.
Oh,
so
shit. Oh,
yeah.
You
Boys
ain't
got
joshing.
If you
My guy ain't joshing around.
Hey, it's just 6 p.m. We're good. We got this. So where are you going to draw the line?
On what?
And what you're allowed to say before we mute you?
Oh, shit.
I forgot I was in 24/7. I forgot I could get muted. I thought I was on Rumble. Oh, wait, Rumble doesn't do free speech either. Come on.
The question is, where do you draw the line on what?
I draw the line at the KJV. That's where I draw the line. Christ is Lord.
Your question is, where do you draw the line? My question is, on what?
The whole line. Where do you draw the line? Are dinosaurs real? Do you draw it there?
Well, where do we
space
draw the
travel
line
real?
on where dinosaurs are real?
That's what I'm asking the group. Where does the group draw the line?
And Jesus breathed upon them. The earth thy is flat.
Yeah.
Jesus spoken towards them.
He's got a good voice. We might film him. We might cast him next time.
Jesus breathed upon them. The earth thy is flat. He says,
Listen to that.
He says, it did he do.
Where do you draw the line?
On what?
The line. You don't
well, since this is a flat Earth server, maybe we should talk about the line on the Earth, right?
No, not just the line of Earth.
Yeah.
The line of reality.
The line of the Earth.
Where do you draw the line?
The line of the Earth.
You don't draw it, you snort it.
Now we're talking.
Exactly.
My
neck.
Ash, what's your position on the shape of the Earth?
Me?
Where do you draw the line, son?
I follow what Jesus said, and Jesus said,
What do you think? Do you think the Earth is flat, concave?
The Earth is flat. I don't think it's flat. I know it's flat.
Hey, Sir Edward, can you be quiet since you're waffling?
What?
Can you be quiet since you're waffling?
Waffling?
Since you're basically talking nonsensical at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of getting.
So yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. So Ash, what brings you to the server, man? You've been here for a little over a month, maybe 2 months. What brought you to the server? I've never met you before. Yeah.
Jesus brought me when he said the earth is being flat is.
Really? So what made you question the globe?
I don't know.
When
Have
did
you gone out
Jesus
and
say
done any
that?
observations? Have you ever seen any evidence?
Questioned it since I was like 15, 14, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Have you made any observations?
No. What do you mean?
I mean, have you gone out into the world and done any of your own long distance observations to determine whether or not the Earth is a ball? Do you feel the ball spinning at all?
I
What's
do
your
not feel
thoughts
the ball
about gas
spinning.
pressure?
Gas pressure? I don't know.
Because, I mean, you can't just come in here and just start talking about drugs and shit like that, being a little dumbass. I'm going to call it out.
Did you just call me a dumbass? That is disrespectful from you.
Yeah, well, you came in here like that. So let's talk about the Earth.
And me, Ash Cookham, me, don't take disrespect like that.
Okay, well, let's talk about the Earth.
From now on, you call me Sir Ash.
Ash, why were you saying what you were saying when you came in about Jesus says the Earth is flat? Can you give a citation for that?
See, Jesus said that Jesus breathed upon them, thy earth is being flat is.
When?
Where's the citation for that?
It happened some time ago.
Do you have the citation?
I don't have it now.
All right.
So you have no proof of that?
Should probably stick to things you do know in here.
I don't have proof of that. I just think that's what happened.
Sounds like you're saying a lot of things just to think because you think it sounds cool because you're in a flat Earth server, so you're just going to act stupid.
I'm trying to do a Bible accent, but I suck at it, bro. You know how the Bible has an accent? The old language. I'm trying to do it, but like I suck at it, you know.
Do you know what language that was?
No, it's not language. It's like you know what I'm saying. No.
Yeah, but do you know what language? What language they spoke?
Old English language.
That's not what they spoke.
Bro, I'm not talking about what Jesus spoke, bro. I'm talking about what the translation of the Bible, how it's translated.
And where in that does it say Jesus said the earth is flat?
It says, Jesus breathed upon them, he did, and said, thy earth is flat. He said, is.
When? Give us the verse.
It's in the Ash Cookham Bible.
You're very trollish.
Give us the book. Give us the verse.
Yeah.
In the Ash Cookham Bible, you have to buy it. I'm dropping it like in the next month.
So is like the ban button the fastest link to your website?
The ban button?
Yeah.
Why do you want to ban me?
You can't be
I want your
honest.
book, bro. I need that book.
What do you mean honest? It's I'm clearly trolling and you're being serious. Like what? It's ridiculous.
No, you're not.
What do you mean I'm not?
You're not. You're very dishonest.
No. I'm saying
You're making things up.
I'm saying I'm clearly trolling and you guys are asking me serious questions.
Well, that's the whole point. We are serious. We're not trolling.
Yeah.
But if you want to troll, we'll troll back. We troll harder than you will. So we got the ban button and we got the mute button on our side.
Trolling's against the rules. Did you read the rules?
No, I didn't.
Did you read the rules, Ash?
No, I didn't, Sir Sheepdog.
Oh, but that's part of the rules of being here. You got to read the rules to be here.
Not reading the rules is one of the rules. So I would suggest go to the welcome right now, and we'll talk when you come back. Go read the rules.
No, I don't feel like it.
I mean, you get your mute back. You get muted, so until you go read the rules, and then you beg somebody to unmute you.
RIP Ash Cookham, guys. RIP in the live stream voice tag.
I mean, we can take that from you too.
Just go read the rules. We'll unmute you when you come back. There you are. Read the rules, come back. I'll unmute you personally.
I'll mute you for 3 minutes.
What possesses an adult to come in and have a weird conversation like that?
Straight up insecurity and fear.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. No confidence, so everything's turned into a joke.
You notice how his demeanor changed too when Sir Edward wasn't like ramping up for him anymore? You know, it's like, oh shit.
The focus is on me.
But yeah, we can't tolerate that around here, you know, because it's making fun of us, right? Who are simply questioning the narrative that we've been told, that we've all been told, and we're down to have a conversation, even with somebody as, what did Sheepdog call him? Dumbass? Yeah, I think that was appropriate.
I don't like using that word, but sometimes like there's no other word to be used. You're being an asshole, and so you're being a dumbass. There was nothing intelligent coming from his mouth.
We should put that in the rules. Don't be a dumbass, but it's so subjective, I guess. I mean, because one person's dumbass is another person's wise man.
Subjective. It's relative, Sonny.
Yeah, it's relative to the level of dumbasses that are in your immediate surrounding area.
So if one person's a dumbass and all their relatives are dumbasses also, is that a dumbass comment?
Well, it's like the property prices that they're going to go down in your area.
They will. They will.
The intelligence will go down if you have some losers that are like bringing down the whole local area and dumb shittery. Then you're going to lower the value in that area.
Anyway. I wish I had a better choice word for him, but
Sheepdog.
no.
Sheepdog. When did Brandon drop that in the live stream voice text?
Probably about an hour or so ago. It was
Did he speak?
well, actually it was longer than that. I think it was at 1:38 my time. So 38.
Drop and run.
Yeah, you called him out, didn't you, Sheepdog? I
did.
Just switched on.
Yeah, it was looks like it was about 2.5 hours ago.
Did he speak?
Who was asking about that? It was
Did he actually speak in here?
He did briefly for a little while because he got upset because Tejas made a meme with him showing I forget what that device is called, where it's a wheel and however many revolutions, that's how you measure long distances. And so like apparently he was caught saying that device proves the curvature of the earth. And then whoever was with him went over it and he recanted it almost immediately or whatever. He's like, I don't like it that somebody made that a meme. I recanted that almost immediately, and I'm sorry that I said it, but I don't believe that. Blah 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 blah. And it's just not right that he's making fun of me like that. But like 2 minutes before that, he literally dropped that meme that I posted in the locker room. I'll drop it again in the live stream just so everybody can see it. But I was just like, oh my gosh, like you're gonna sit there and say that we all those things wrong, and then in order for the globe to be true, flat earthers are wrong. Like that's such a bullshit mock. Like I don't know if the right person had been in here at the right time to hear that, right moderator probably would have like sent him to detention or something like that. That's absurd.
Brandon, is that the guy with the accent and the lisp?
Yeah, he's got a speech impediment, but it's because of he was born with a physical disability. I think he has cerebral palsy. I'm not sure. I think it's cerebral palsy. But we don't treat him any different here. You know what I mean? Like he's intelligent enough to have a conversation.
Yeah, no, I was just simply trying to identify which Brandon.
Oh, Brandon W. Yeah, Miggy's handed him his own wig a few times, quite a few times. If he's out there listening, he's good practice for like silvers who want to get better at their debates. He's a good stepping stone. Because he's smart enough to have that debate, but he's not smart enough to get out of the debate.
Hey, on his list, what's cartography got to do with a globe?
Maps.
It's drawing lines on a bit of paper.
No. I mean, literally, like you're you're literally drawing a cartoon in place of what you think you're seeing out there in the real world. Has nothing to do with
You follow a shoreline, and then you get the degrees and the reading off the compass which way you're facing, and then you draw a line that way, and then you draw a line when you change direction.
You're
We got
looking at a
nothing to do with
coastline.
a globe.
You look at a coastline like, oh, it looks like it's doing like a little like crescent right there, and it looks like a cove. I can draw a cove right here.
Yeah. Doesn't have anything to do with a sphere. Things that have to be wrong. Astronomy. Yeah, well, that's wrong. Physics doesn't have to be wrong because that's a physical world.
Yeah. No, that was what I said in physics. I said, what did I say? I said something. I was like, what's physical about the globe? Let's go ahead and talk about the heat. It's like, well, gravity and mass attracting mass. I'm like, all right, prove it.
Astrophysics, which is theoretical.
Astronomy. Astrophysics and astronomy are the same thing.
Geologist. That doesn't have to be wrong. You can still be a geologist on a flat plane.
Yeah.
Exactly the same with seismologist.
Yeah.
Aerospace engineer.
You can do that on a flat plane. Matter of fact, they make airplanes for that.
That's what they make them for. Rocketry. Well, that's made on a flat plane. GPS was made from the Lorand system. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Celestial
you know
navigation. Why does celestial navigation have to be wrong? What things that must be wrong in order for flat Earth to be true? Celestial navigation. But that only works on a flat plane.
I once heard that longitude was made because of the ball or whatever, but latitude is made because of the angle to Polaris. That's what latitude is. And you have to have a straight
flat plane in order to make that angle.
Yeah, otherwise the angle's going to be different.
Yeah.
Global circumnavigation. So you can't
I never
sail
heard that one.
east and then you can't sail east and then sail around the north in an easterly direction.
Yeah.
Because that's what circumnavigation is. Because they don't go north to south.
To the north again.
Dude, there'd be so much more math for spherical trigonometry as well.
Photography. The fuck?
Did it kick you out?
Well, it's been deleted.
No.
Oh no. What happened there?
Oh, it was deleted? Oh, no, it didn't.
No.
It's been scrolled up a little bit. Let's see what else. There's astronauts.
AI and old dude are watching.
Yeah. That's funny. Photography. Astronauts. So what? You go
Astronauts? Yeah, they're
65,000
wrong.
feet. You go 65,000 feet in the air, and you're an astronaut. Cool. Good job.
Refraction. Wait, let me get this right. Things that must be wrong in order for flat Earth to be true. Refraction? No, that's what we claim.
Yeah, that's what we claim.
Oceanography.
Oceanography.
Well, that's just the same as
Geology.
yeah. Meteorology, which is just highs and low pressures and weather.
It's the same thing as geology.
Geodesy.
He's got a
You need
long
a
list to go
geoid for
through when he
that.
comes back.
Man, he's lost the plot, man. He must have just
Yeah.
grabbed this off some person on another server and not even thought about it.
How much history has to be wrong, right? I'd say like a couple hundred years.
I think geodesy. I think geodesy. He's claiming theodolites because that's a new argument that's out there.
Yeah, so they
Misusing
take
theodolite.
3 lines of sight and then they put it on a geoid. But that's not, that's not proof of anything.
Yeah. And they're misusing it.
He's been around for ages, but I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I think he just grabs onto these arguments that these globers say and then go, oh, it must be this. I'll go into 24/7 with that. But he doesn't actually understand it.
History, literally, like it's relatively a new thing. For them to say, "Oh, we've known for 2,500 years," it was heresy, supposedly, for 1,500 years or 1,800 years or whatever, right?
Well, I'd say around 1500s it got real big into changing it to glob.
Right. There was the debate was up.
Well, he's even got telescopes in there.
Oh.
Why would telescopes have to be wrong to be a flat Earth?
Anthropology, dude. Anthropology was my favorite one. I wanted to bring it up, but I kind of wanted to go in order because I wanted to refute everything.
Radar.
Engineering.
When
do you not use engineering on a flat surface? Surveying's exactly the same. Got to use line of sight. Military defense. Are you sure they use a globe? Military defense. Hey, Brandon. That's weird, man. So all that time he spent on this server and he's not learnt anything. He just comes in here just to
fuck off.
Yeah, weird.
He's like, I don't have all this information at my fingertips. I'm like, have you ever thought about like bookmarking a site, a website on your fucking Explorer on your browser?
Yeah, for you to put that all in a list, you must have information of why they wouldn't work on a flat surface.
Yeah, climatology.
Yeah, whatever,
So
whatever it
climate
is, but
change.
So in that case, we'll have to take him to task on each separate one at a
Yep.
time, to bludgeoning.
Yep. I only got through astronomy and physics, and as soon as I said astrophysics, he got off the live stream. So
I
like
heard
I
it.
said, let's do astrophysics, and he hung up.
He sounded like he was about to cry.
He obviously didn't want to argue. But yeah,
Well,
no, like
posting something
picked
like
a,
that, them's fighting words.
I know. I picked an arbitrary one too, just like radar. Immediately went to radar, and it's like, let's talk about line of sight. Telescopes. Aren't telescopes and observatories the same thing? Government funding. There we go. There's the reason why the Earth is a globe. Government funding. I think we found it. And then isn't geodesy and surveying, aren't they the same thing?
Yep. I think so.
So now he's just adding words to make his list look bigger.
Propaganda.
Resource exploration, doesn't that go under government funding? Military defense.
Yeah, but what's it got to do with a globe?
They got to find a reason to spend more money. Photogrammetry. Geographic information systems. I've never explicitly heard that term before, so let's look that up.
Why doesn't he add in like Grand Theft Auto into that list? Or like Angry Birds, like all those stupid fucking games. Sudoku.
Because they're all on a flat surface.
Row.
No, that was such a good picture too. Here we go. This is probably a good picture to represent geographic information systems. I've never heard of this before. Love that Eratosthenes. So anyway, yeah, I got to hold him to task now. Every time I see him, I should probably just save that into a separate folder for him, just for him.
We have an error. We're losing altitude. What do we get rid of first? Error, toss the knees.
Brandon, if you're listening, you get your own folder on my phone.
What was he actually having a whinge about? Because I heard him say something like, "Why are you bringing up something I posted months ago?"
It wasn't that he posted months ago. It was this. I'll save it and repost it. This is from Teos. I think Teos made it. Sounds like something Teos would make. Tagged him. I tagged Teos in it. So Brandon W's example of an Earth curve measuring device.
Did he leave the
see that?
server? Or was he booted?
Did he leave?
I clicked on where you'd replied to him, and it went, and I found it, and it's got his full name. Go to his profile, and I've got no mutual servers with him except for one, and it's not this one.
He left.
Oh wow, he left the server.
Embarrassed.
Oh well.
Sheepdog, you're driving people away from the server.
I just asked for him to explain it.
So you should have. That's good.
You can't ask people questions.
Can't ask questions. Oh man. I'm proud of myself. I made somebody like break down and cry and leave.
I'm not
I
sure if
wonder if
that's
he'll come
counted as
back
a
and.
wig. Because it's
No, I
Brandon.
won't. It's Brandon, dude. But I'm still proud of myself. Still happy for it. I held somebody accountable. That's all I can
To
do.
snatch their wigs. Supposed to snatch their wig, not wax the facial hair off them. You know.
Give me your wig and your shoes now. Your wig and your Air Jordans. I want them.
Well, Air Jordans are a container.
They're in an open container.
What about Reebok pumps?
Bro, tell me you had those when you were a kid.
For sure. And the white ones with the fluoro yellow and the orange ball.
Yeah. I had the white ones with the orange and blue.
Way less when you're wearing it.
Bro, I used to cut off the circulation of my feet and those things.
You weigh more because gas has mass.
Yeah.
Right.
You've got more gravity when you put the air in there.
But does it? It all just sinks to the bottom of the cavity, and it's like a vacuum at the top.
Somebody not wanting to get their Air Jordans dirty resolve. Moist Grundle. You've been around here for a while, but I've never met you. Quebec Independent.
Yeah, no rolls.
Didn't have any
Quebec
rolls.
Independent. If you can go up to live VC check-in 1.
He left.
Well, me. Oh.
Wait, did he?
Did you go to VC?
I don't know. Let me see.
No.
What happened to Brendan?
He got mad because I called him out on this meme that he dropped, and he left the server.
Quebec
Apparently,
must have heard about it.
maybe Quebec is I guess Brandon's a Canadian, so maybe Quebec is Brandon.
With his tail between his legs. All right, 1 hour to go until my
Gordon, I haven't seen you in forever, man. I mean, like legit forever. It's been at least like 6 to 8 months minimum. Mr. Smooth Criminal. What's up, Paul? Since we got a few open mics in here, another shout out to Ethergrass for getting that gold status. Congrats.
Well deserved.
Absolutely.
What's the difference between gold and gold plus? I see some people have both.
Well, gold's kind of a status thing over silver, but gold plus gets the mute button. From what I know, I don't know. Timbo, you might be able to elaborate.
Doesn't Globe Plus get a Danish at Starbucks, and Globe just gets a big coffee?
Globe Plus.
Is
You
the
say
difference,
Globe?
T-Dub? I think we can verify people with Gold Plus and ban people.
Yeah,
I
so
don't
we've got
think Gold can do that.
quasi moderator perms, like so we can give people the VC verified role, and yeah, we can people to and
Attention.
Do I get any superpowers with the silver?
Yeah, you get to access the rooms that a lot of people don't get to access if they're not silver.
Silver gets the small coffee at Starbucks.
and you can unmute.
I never got my
and
coffee, dude.
In VC
Sorry.
check-in, you can unmute people as a silver in the VC check-in rooms.
Yeah,
cool.
Unmute people.
Okay.
Yeah, you can unmute and do check-ins. Yeah.
You have to understand how Gold Plus works. Starbucks has a choice of a cheese Danish, blueberry Danish, a cinnamon Danish, and that's one of the things you get. You get more choices as a Gold Plus too. Got to play the game, guy. Got to play the cards that are dealt you, man. I understand. Timbo lowered himself and went into a Starbucks in Melbourne and picked out his blueberry Danish to go with his big coffee with French vanilla. That's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, it's such a weird shop. The only time I've been at Starbucks was to get I must admit, I was feeling a bit I wanted some sugar, so I got one of those they're called like caramel frappes or something like that. It's got the whipped cream in a can on the top with this caramel topping. I had one of
This
them
is
once, and
true.
it was so delicious, but I never went back to get another one because I don't support these big American companies trying to take over our little small coffee shops. So
I hear you, dude. I hear you.
I used to be addicted to the, what was it, a venti mocha frappuccino. And I used
their
to love those
sizing's
things.
weird. You ask
Yeah,
for a large and it's a small.
yeah. The venti is the
Must
super
be from
grande,
China.
the biggest one they have. But that used to make my
Venti.
blood sugar go sky high, so I had to give up on those. But I miss them.
Oh, they make one called a Trenti now. You know about that?
Oh yeah, that's like a larger cup, the venti cup.
Venti means 20 in Italian, I guess, and then Trenti means 30.
Yeah, what would happen? They'd always put more ice than needed to be in there because I get a double shot of the espresso with it. And what would happen? They'd have leftover stuff in the blender and they'd pour it down the drain. I'd say, hey, listen, go ahead and give me that in a side cup. Why are you throwing that away? The only difference variable here is the ice. You put too much ice in it, so you're going to throw away some of my drink.
Yeah.
So I'd ask for a cup on the side. Then eventually they just started giving it to me in a Trenti cup. I'd pay for a venti and get a Trenti.
If you see anyone walking around with a coffee here, it's like a small cup, and then the only ones you see that are huge are like ones from those American shops, the American coffee shops. Like I think we have Starbucks and Gloria Jeans. That's it. But everyone who drinks coffee drinks like a small cup, a smallish takeaway cup, like not those huge things. You guys have big. Everything's so big.
Wave Mixer say cunty cup?
Wave Mixer said venti cup. Or a Trenta.
It's too big to measure the drink.
For those people listening on YouTube, there's 23 people, I think, listening on YouTube now. We told you what silver gets and what gold gets and what gold plus gets. You might wonder what mods get. Mods, you get a bagel with with cheese, egg, and sausage on it, and you can get a topping of your choice to go along
I
with
want a
your
steak bagel.
yeah, so but you got to get to the mod. So for all you people on YouTube, come join because silver gets something, gold gets something, gold plus gets something, and mod gets something. Every time you step up, you get a little bit more. So it's not just one time thing. You get it as you go up the ladder.
Yeah, Gen A gets the lot.
Well, I don't need a steak bagel. I'll do it for a cookie.
Janae, did you not get your bagel yet?
I sure did not.
Oh. Uh-oh.
That's what you get when you don't hang around.
Uh-oh.
You get nothing.
Uh-oh.
That's all right. So what's going on with this bagel business?
It's just Jim's doing in his analogies.
Oh, how fun!
Yeah. Yeah, we fund it with we fund it with the Cash App account that we all donate to.
Yeah, if you want to donate to mine, I'll put mine in the locker room.
We've got.
Well, speaking of donating, if I may do a PSA for a forever long time internet pal, we all know and love Helio is going through a transition. He's moving. He has to leave one of the computers that he uses for Discord, YouTube things. He has to leave it behind. I don't know what the deal is, but so he's never asked for support. He never does, ever.
Never
He
does.
barely acknowledges that it's monetized and it just pays for the Wi-Fi kind of thing, or what his internet. So yeah, if anybody's got some spare dineros, moolah, green, dough, bread. Yeah, we don't do cash
Crypto.
no more, everybody. It's all electronic. Isn't that fun? It's so fun. You don't get
Crypto.
anything in the mail anymore. You don't get even a check in the mail anymore.
Oh, I got one the other day from Telstra. It was
Wow.
$3.40.
Wow. That's so cool.
It was so weird
That's
though. Like
almost
they get $3.40. So I was thinking, just leave it on my account as credit, and take the
so
$3.40 off next bill.
you know what's even more weird is seeing a payphone. You have a better chance of seeing a fucking bear in town than you do seeing a damn payphone.
Well, I got no chance of seeing a bear.
I don't know. It could happen. You just never know.
I liked how you said Helio's transitioning.
Oh, geez, Louise, stop it. Oh, okay. No, I appreciate you bringing that up because I need to watch my words. You never know who's lurking is going to come in. Yeah. No, I
Poor Helio.
appreciate it. Sheesh. Yeah, so he is moving. So he said until his first pay, he has a job where he's going to be. So, but he said money's going to be real tight for 2 weeks. So just repeating what I heard him say, I don't know, a couple of days ago or whatever just happened.
Yeah. I think I had a link saved for his PayPal and Cash App.
So I guess for the next couple weeks also, things are going to be different for the live on YouTube and elsewhere. So I don't have any info. I don't recall I don't think he said who's going to be stepping in to help out for that time period, but yep, for many, many years. Oh, and his Cash App is DM Cash Jr. That's it. All lowercase, all one. DM Dennis Michael Cash Jr. So yeah, the Cash App.
Yeah, all you out there
So
on YouTube land, there's like 20 something people listening. Don't be all
Yeah, you're
uncivil.
only there because of Helio.
So DM Cash Jr. Super easy. So yeah, it's kind of cool that it can be done in the fashion that it is. I mean, so it would be considered crowdfunding, but it's kind of becoming the norm. So I don't know if that name's going to change or something or what. But it used to be exclusive, to GoFundMe.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what happens if people backwards engineer an app or something and then just just basically kind of steal the ideas. And I don't know how all that works, if that works for that type of thing or not.
Yeah, I think they
I
still
mean,
take a 3% cut of any transaction.
processing fee. Bullshit.
I think that's a PayPal thing. When I had a GoFundMe, I didn't have to pay anything.
So GoFundMe is through PayPal? That I didn't know.
No, I linked my account, my bank account directly to it. But here's the thing: like when you do the GoFundMe, like it can take up to a week for the funds to transfer into your account if you do it
Oh,
for
I
free.
hate that.
Right. So like you get like $50 here, $20 there. You're getting it randomly, sporadically.
Oh, yeah, the receiver. Yeah, for sure.
Here's my understanding on Cash App. If you need the funds right away, it might cost you 3%. But if you let it sit there for 3, 4, maybe 5 days and then cash it, I believe it's 100%. I might be wrong, but that's kind of what I've
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because I used Daily Pay when I worked at Casey's for a short period of time. And Daily Pay, you could have it instantly, ahead of time. According to what your work reported as your wages for that day. And then so you could get immediately for $2.99, or the next day you could have it for no charge.
I think that's how Cash App works. If you let it sit there for, if you get some Cash App sent to you, if you let it sit for 3, 4 days, then there's nothing that comes out
Right.
into your checking or
The
whatever.
Daily Pay is just incredible. I mean, that's just, that takes away a lot of jobs, though. That's the only thing about that. I mean, because technically that takes care of, people who used to handwrite checks or, click buttons on a computer to do the checks. And then, also currency exchanges that eliminates all that. And then, the services that they offer is cash advance. There's places that are just that. That takes away those jobs. So,
Cash
yep.
advance is such a ripoff, though.
Oh my God. It sure is. It really does take advantage of desperate people.
Oh yeah, I did it. I did it once. It took me like 3 years to pay it back.
Ugh, I could almost have an anxiety attack just thinking about it, bro. For real. Haunt you. The
But even
daily pay
like,
is the same way. Daily pay. Yeah, you got to be careful. I mean, it's the same as anything else, almost sort of kind of, like credit cards. I mean, but credit cards don't have the near as some do for people who don't have very good credit score. But yeah.
what happened
Oof.
to Helio wouldn't happen here. So if he gave in his 2 weeks notice, they would have to keep him on the books, giving him work like that, or for the 2 weeks, or they'd have to pay him out 2 weeks. So that wouldn't
Oh, well,
happen here.
they really fucked him over on his
Yeah,
last pay period. That's something else I need to bring up the reason why he's hurting for money is because he decided to do, listen to this. You guys probably know this already, but for who's listening, he decided to do the right thing and give 2
yeah,
weeks notice. And then they turn around and pretty much, just really put it up the tailpipe and said, oh, well, we don't have any work for you.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know
So
if that's legal or not, but, that's messed up.
yeah, they'd
I
get
don't know
fucked
how it
on
is
here
in.
for that.
I don't know
That
how it
would
is in
never happen here.
Arkansas. Yeah, I don't know how it is in Arkansas, but in Texas, it's a right to work state. So literally, you can put in your 2 weeks notice, and you can be let go that day.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they'd
see,
have to pay you out the 2 weeks. Yeah, they'd have to give you 2
No,
weeks' wages.
no, it's a right to work state. They
What?
can
Absolutely
fire you.
give you any
They can
money.
let you go for no reason.
Ohio's the same way. They can say, we're letting you go. Goodbye. No reason.
see,
Yeah.
the thing that the employer has on their side besides the at will, whatever that is that, his schedule wasn't documented electronically or on paper or anything. So,
Oh, okay,
yeah,
yeah,
because that'll eliminate any chance of getting unemployment.
yeah,
So it's kind of like a double fuck you, really. I mean,
yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Because here you go. If you've been working for this person for 12 months, then they have to give you 2 weeks' notice if they're getting rid of you, or you have to give them 2 weeks' notice. But any time longer than that, and it goes up to a month. So you have to give a month's notice, or they have to give you a month's notice. Or if they want to get rid of you, they got to pay you out that month, a whole month of wages.
wow, that's how it is
So
over by you.
yeah, you're kind of protected against
That's
like
nice,
being
man.
let go like immediately and not having anything to back it up. So it gives you that time to get prepared and find another job. It's
Man,
yeah.
here it's just insane. I mean, you got horrible bosses everywhere, and I mean, so there's no accountability. I what you just described sounds amazing.
Yeah, but that's why
Probably.
we pay such high taxes as well. So
Oh, well, that's not so great.
And the spiders like
Well,
and the spiders like to hang out with him too. So the spiders
oh,
hang out because
let's not think about that. I'm sitting underneath a huge pine type of tree, so.
that's 2 nights in a
No.
row I've had nightmares about Australian spiders. Thanks, guys.
Ew, I don't know why.
Last job crossed over into different states. And then we ended up losing a major contract according to an email that the boss shared to everybody. He was like, we don't have the contract with them anymore. I can't support the company anymore, so I'm going to let it go. Everybody has a 2 weeks notice at this moment. And then my wife, badass, that she fight on them for the longest time, and she's like, they're still fucking working. And probably the reason why they said the business is closing is so that we get let go and they don't have to pay. What is it?
Severance.
Yeah, severance. Well, everybody got their last paycheck, and then whatever it is, that unemployment insurance policy thing.
What about holiday pay that you've built up? Do you get paid that out too?
I think I did. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like a major chess move they did. Wow.
Yeah.
We get a thing called leave loading here as well. So you build up your holiday pay, and then when you take your holiday pay, you get a leave loading, which is an extra, I think it's an extra 15% on top of your holiday pay.
Yeah, you guys are more serious about your holidays than we are.
Socialist paradise.
It's vacation pay. That's all holiday pay is vacation pay.
And all the public holidays are paid for as well.
So do you know what holiday pay is for us in the United States? Do you know what that is here, Timbo?
What?
Holiday pay means like you get a stipend increase for working an actual holiday. So like let's say it's Independence Day, right? Or Christmas Day. Well, Christmas, a lot of people don't work Christmas, but some places do, like in hospitals.
Christmas is a public holiday, though.
So you'll get like time and a half instead of regular time for your pay.
We get double time and a half.
Yeah, double time and a half public holiday.
Double time and a half for holidays mostly. You don't just get regular.
But that's all we get for holiday pay. If you're off, you're off. You don't get paid when you're off, unless you take vacation pay.
Maybe
we get
for
paid.
you.
Where do you work that you have to take your vacation pay to get paid for the 4th of July? What kind of place do you work? What the fuck?
I've got 8 paid holidays this year, not counting my 2 weeks of paid vacation. So we don't work on holidays. We just get paid to stay home.
So I got paid home to stay home for the 4th of July. That whole week, everybody got paid that week off. That's how our company works. We get 2 weeks at Christmas. We get the week off in July, and all the other holidays, we get 2 days for those paid. Plus our vacation. Plus I get 4 weeks vacation a year. That's on top of it. So I actually get around 7 weeks a year.
Yeah. So I give I give the guys, so because it's my company, I give the guys 4 weeks holiday pay, which is built up over the year, and then every public holiday is paid for, and a rostered day off every second week. So they work an extra half an hour, and then every 2 weeks they get a day off. So it works out to be, I think it's about 9 weeks holiday a year, all paid for.
Timbo, how you own your business? How long were you closed during the thing 3 years ago? Did you have to close down for a while?
No, because so they kept the trades running, but I downsized, which was kind of a relief actually, because it was
more money for you.
Yeah, well, I used to stress myself out and work, and then during that time I realised that it wasn't really that important, and I was working myself for not that much extra money, so I downsized significantly, and I'm actually still earning the same amount of money with less stress. So
was it in Victoria? Was it in Melbourne where they had all the strikes and that, all the workers and that, where they pulled out rubber bullets and that?
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, cool, man.
Yeah, we got shot at with rubber bullets, and
Yeah, 'cause
tear
he's like
gas and stuff like that. Yeah, we shut down the bridge. We shut down the city.
I'm
And then
surprised. I'm surprised they didn't shut like all you guys from working down as well.
they
So
came out. We got attacked with fucking police batons and everything.
if they shoot at you, can you shoot back then, like we can here?
We don't have guns.
Rubber band guns.
Oh, that's why they don't shoot at us.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So was it Melbourne that had the kind of like that microwave round thing that they shot at people that burned people's skin?
No,
That was in Canberra.
Yeah. Did you go to that?
No, I didn't go up there.
No. I went down to it, man. It was cool. There's a really good vibe there.
But now it's all disappeared. So
yeah,
it's
just
weird.
She's gone now.
Everyone just moved on with their life. Forgot that they were in a
Like it
jail.
never happened.
Yep.
Weird. Time for a history lesson, Timbo. What was it in the 90s that happened in Australia that caused the government to come after your guns? What was it? Was it a couple incidents?
It was Port
False
Arthur.
flags.
It was Port Arthur?
Yeah.
So it was basically one thing that caused them to come after the guns.
Yeah, pretty much. They've been pushing it for a long time.
So you guys just all kind of ran with your guns to turn them in, didn't you?
Yeah, they called
Pretty
it a
well.
buyback scheme. So, if you had, they even said that if you hand in your illegal guns, that they're not going to put it on a registry or anything. So it gave, and then they paid you for your guns.
Like $50.
Oh no, I think it was pretty decent. I don't know. I've never had a gun before, but they called it the buyback scheme.
Still restrictions prior to that. It's just that they tightened those restrictions.
Yeah, that's right.
You get a free cheeseburger out of it?
Couldn't walk around like in some states in America. You can walk around with it on your hip, in a holster.
Ohio is open carry. You can just walk down the street with a gun and nobody can say shit.
Yeah, well, we could never do that here.
If somebody in Australia came to the U.S., we'd be like, "You call that a knife? This is a gun." Kidding. Little Crocodile Dundee humor.
So is this how you remember it, Timbo? The Port Arthur massacre was a mass shooting that occurred on April 28, 1996 at Port Arthur, a tourist town in the Australian state of Tasmania. That's not even in Australia. The perpetrator,
I know.
The perpetrator, Martin Bryant, killed 35 and wounded 23 others. So it didn't even happen in Australian mainland. It happened in Tasmania, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I was there 2 weeks before that. It happened, though. If you looked in, hey.
I tell you
what
it's ridiculous.
I tell you, with T-Dub and Timbo and the other gentleman the other night, we're getting quite a history lesson and geography lesson on Australia, and we're learning about spiders too. Cool, man.
Shut up.
And bagels.
It's always nice to learn about the people that live down under on the ball.
The land down under.
What was the name of that song? You come from the down under.
Men at work.
Men at work. Okay. You think men at work were Globers?
Oh.
Got sued for
I
that.
have to read some of the old lyrics.
Sued for that song.
Meatloaf was a flat earther.
Meatloaf's not alive anymore?
He was, though. He was a flat earther.
Wow.
Or a truther, one of the two.
Listen to everything louder than everything else.
So, how did you find out that Meatloaf was a flat earther? Okay, I guess whoever brought that up isn't in here no more.
I read it somewhere. I don't necessarily know if I've seen it directly come from him, but I just read it.
Oh.
I don't know who the other person was, though, that said that, but I know I read it somewhere. I'll look into it, see if I can find it.
I'd try Reddit. Probably somebody there talking about it.
Sacrifice their families to the Illuminati.
It looks like in a song he's saying that the world could still be flat. So I don't know if he was just saying that in a song or mocking the fact that the world could still be flat. I don't know. But there is an article that said 15 ex-flat earthers that realized they were wrong and they went back to the ball. As if that's, shoot. That's just stupid. Yeah, but it looks like he said, he talked about flat Earth in a song, but I don't know if it confirmed that he was a stationary planer or not.
Pops back. I would need to hear what that person say before I take. Sounds like when people do that, they're. Oh, it's flat. Oh no, it's not.
Is it just me or is Janae's mic a little bit light? I could hardly
Do you have
hear.
the volume all the way up? Maybe I turned mine down.
But you don't want her full volume. You can't handle her full volume.
Well, I can't even hardly hear. I can't hardly hear her at all. I mean, are you back, Janae?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm checking my.
Okay, it's good now. I thought maybe you went off to Starbucks to get your bagel.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
Wait, it's free bagel day at Starbucks?
No, if you're a mod, you get a bagel and a big coffee. Yeah.
Oh, and how's this happen?
I guess you didn't get the email.
Hmm. I have been so neglectful of my email. I'm really being serious, not just because you mentioned it.
If you go
You're
check
not the only one.
if you go check your email, I think I got my small cup of coffee. You just they give you one of those little codes. You put your camera from your iPhone over it, and it gives you out a coupon depending on where you are on Flat Earth Discord
Well,
24/7.
I searched Starbucks in my and I didn't have anything come back.
Yeah, it's got a QR code that you can access to get your free bagel and coffee.
Oh well. Hmm. Not according to my Gmail, nope.
So you've been doing okay, Jenny? I haven't heard you in a while either.
Oh, I know. Just doing like in real life stuff, like like today, my mom, her garden just exploded with cucumbers. So,
Oh, cool.
yeah. So I don't have a seal meal. My mom doesn't have one, and I don't know. I think I'm gonna end up having to make some pickles. Hopefully, some dill relish. But I made cucumber juice out of a whole bunch of really huge cucumbers.
Heck yeah.
So I'm gonna be making ice cubes out of them, and then I'll be adding them to my limeade, which could
Heck
become
yeah.
strawberry limeade. So I'm gonna have an F load of ice cubes, cucumber ice cubes.
I love it. That's got to be like a unit of measurement, F load.
An F load, yeah, a fuckload. I'm gonna have a fuckload of ice cubes. In fact, I need to go to Dollar Tree, find some cutesy little the little ice cubes that have the rubber bottom, and you got to push them through. Because my mom's got this weenie ass little blender, and I know she can go get another one. She just likes that one that she has. Like, I want a ninja where you
They're
can put
awesome.
whole items in there and it'll just pulverize that shit up in a second.
Like there's one that's for like $70, and it's totally worth it.
Oh,
It's
I'm
a
gonna be
little bit
getting one
bigger,
soon.
but if you're willing to spend the money and get the nice one for like 110, 120, you can blend everything in there. You could probably blend
Actually, if I
stainless
wait
steel in
it
there.
out, actually, if I wait it out and if I write Santa Claus, I might be able to get one for Christmas. I think I'll do
I
that.
love it.
Or my
Maybe if you
mom's a
pull
pretty
teeth,
big
you can
gift.
get the tooth fairy to do it.
My mom's a pretty big gift giver, so I might get one for Christmas. Maybe that's what she's holding out for. Maybe she'll get me like some super huge system or something crazy. But anyway, but yeah, so she's got watermelons on the way. That's pretty damn exciting.
Heck yeah, I love fresh watermelon. Like I miss seeing those black seeds in there. That was
Well,
like
I
half
would
the
want to make.
experience pulling those out.
I don't know if you can freeze watermelon or not, like in its whole state.
I think you can. Because
So they could be
people, I
like
don't know if
ice
it
cubes.
freezes. Remember, people used to like put vodka into a giant watermelon and freeze it. Or were you never part of that?
I heard of that, but not the freezing part. Okay, I'm ignorant on this one. So you froze like what, a half a watermelon, or
Or you
you
just stick it in the
cubed it
freezer
and
so
then
it's
you
nice
froze
and
it? Wait, go ahead.
no, like you just drill a hole in it. You drill a hole in it and then you drill a hole in it and then fill it up, I guess. I don't know. I never did it. Somebody else has done it.
Yeah. Okay.
We did it in the Navy. When
There you go.
we had a big party. We had a big party in my A school, so we all went to Pacific Beach and a couple watermelons filled up with booze. I used to have a picture of me sucking a straw with a straw out of the watermelon.
Nice. I mean, watermelon is hella hydrating, man, big time. So yeah, and then on top, I mean, my mom's got a pretty big garden, so she's got green beans. That's pretty exciting. Hmm.
Oh, it is exciting.
So, what have been discussions that have happened today, or favorites, or what not?
Well, me, the only like the bot was playing most of the day from when I got in here, but I stopped the bot earlier to address something that Brandon. I don't know if you remember Brandon.
Mm,
He talks with a
anyway.
lisp.
Okay.
He
Okay.
drops a meme in the live stream mocking flat earthers, and so I addressed that, and he ended up leaving the server because of it.
How nice, because I was thinking zero tolerance policy. That works out. Right?
Well, yeah. I
I
mean,
don't think people need to be told how to act in here. I mean, come on.
no. Like it started because Tejas dropped this meme, or actually, you know what? It didn't even. So it's he dropped. I'll just show it to you. So there's this meme, right? Jenny dropped that. That was a meme that he dropped. I included his name into it for evidence, you know, to show what he was adding, things that must be wrong in order for the flat Earth to be true. And it shows a whole list of things, and then it
Well, that
says
sounds
things that
illogical right from the get-go to me.
right, right. But you know, like since he's a Glober and he's dropping that, I decided to address it. Well, right after that, and the bot was still playing. Right after that, Tejas drops this meme because apparently Brandon said that this thing, I don't even know what it's called, but I've seen them before. I know they measure based off of rotation. He said that this thing is proof that the Earth is a spinning ball. And then he recanted on it because he realized how stupid that sounded, because all it does is it just measures the rotation of the wheel and not the rotation of the ball. So because Tejas dropped that meme, Brandon was like, "Oh, you're mocking me. You're making fun of me. That's not fair." And then I'm like, "Well, hold on a second. You dropped this meme, the one that I dropped before, and so now we're going to address it." And so I started addressing it. And I got through astronomy, and I explained to him how astronomy was just studying the stars and there's no physical verification. And then we got to physics, and then I explained to him how you need physical verification in order for physics to work. And then as soon as I said astrophysics, he left the server.
Wow. How long do you think that took?
What, 5 minutes, guys? Anybody that was listening?
Nice.
Like it,
Well
maybe 5
done.
minutes.
Job well done, I say. Quick and efficient.
Yeah, and Tejas has proof of him actually. He dropped the link to his channel with the Brandon Spiral. So yeah, I was kind of excited. I didn't want him to leave, but I'm happy that I, could address something and make someone leave. That kind of gives you a little ego right there.
Oh, well, I didn't think that far.
But I don't like it when they leave. I want them to stay. So I wanted to go down the whole entire list. That was at least like 2 hours worth of content right there. But anyway, that's what we missed today. Or that's what you missed today.
Well, you meant for
Prior
5
to,
minutes, right?
yeah, nice little 5 minutes, and we spent like an hour and a half talking about it. It was nice. Hour, maybe. What else? So last time I talked to you, Jenny, your brother-in-law was talking about taking a trip out to a lake, buying a camera and taking a trip out to a lake to do his own observations. Did he ever do that? I heard there were some issues and you stopped talking to him or something like that.
Well, it kind of halted it all when my sister glitched out because I don't know. I don't think she was too drunk, or maybe she was, but she ended up saying, "I don't give a fuck what you think." I'm like, okay. So, not worth the expense of a relationship.
Right.
So, I'm sure at some point it'll be revisited again.
Okay. I was just checking back in, letting you know I hadn't forgot about it.
Wish I had something better to say.
Yeah, it's all good. How about books? You're one of those like old timey book shopper people. So, you found any new books lately?
Oh God, you mean like that one children's book I found?
Yes.
Oh my God. Oh, no, nothing flat earth related, but it was like a synchronicity.
Okay.
So my mom's got quite a bit of property, fairly large house, and she's got a ginormous shop for her thing. And so it's essentially almost like 2 full lots for, houses. So the extra lot is empty and it's got trees around it and around the border. And in the very back far corner, it's like this little hidey hole. My stepdad used to have like a travel trailer back here, and then like just a flatbed one. And then I think he'd hide other stuff back here that he wanted to do other stuff with. I mean, it's cleared out now. My mom always had to get after him about, having shit here. But so put well, first it was my chair, and then soon after that I brought my tent out here. So I've been honing my camping skills, clearing out and, trimming this very large tree I'm sitting under for lovely shade. And so I was trying to figure out what I was going to do for relieving myself. And so I figured out a method, somewhat practical, not perfect. Long story short, to make my point, I went to my favorite community thrift store, and it's, like really close to my mother's house. And I found shit there that made me do a double take, right? So whenever I think of it, I always like to go in and just window shop and see what like jumps out at me.
Right.
So I'm like in full, camping mode, looking at stuff. And I was thinking, wonder if I could find a 7x7 piece of rug or carpet. So I'm back there and it's all a mess, stuff's not really organized at all, thrown back there. And, I kind of go past it after I, lifted up a few things, and then I walked a little bit, and then I wasn't really thinking, right? Consciously thinking, but I turned around and then I thought, well, maybe from a different angle I'll see something without moving or something. Maybe I was thinking. And
Sure.
so I go in the okay, so it was above the rug mess. There's like a very deep, like industrial shelf. So, like, kind of underneath, there was this, it looked like a water cooler or something. I was kind of looking for a container to put my bathroom system I came up with, right? And
Hmm.
so it was way back there, so I had to pull it out to look at it. It was a retro portable toilet. Perfect condition. Perfect condition. It's called Reliant. It's like not as tall as a 5-gallon bucket, but it's like you got a sturdy. It looks like like one of those water coolers or something. But so it's like tan, and it has like a white bucket inside the outer bucket, and it's got a cute little seat and even a little thing to put your TP in. So for $10. So
Not
yeah,
bad.
I just happen to be
Those things
there.
usually go for like 50 or $60.
I know. I looked up online, so I'm like, woo, woo.
Heck yeah.
So yeah, right place, right time on that one. So I've been geeking out on camping videos lately. So I actually got a few cute pictures. Let me see. Super cute.
I went ahead and tagged you in while you're looking for that. I tagged you in a picture I took. I found a game at a thrift store, and it's like, oh, you can play 3. You can be age 3. Like they're teaching you at the age of 3 to match NASA.
Oh shit.
And then it's for one
Oh
player or more.
wow.
Like you don't even need a friend to play this game. You can do it all by yourself and program yourself.
Okay, so I just posted some pictures.
Oh wow, I
So
like the yard.
you really have to be looking at that entrance really closely or from a certain angle to see it. It's kind of small.
Oh,
I
it's your
know.
little puppy.
Yeah, that's Dexter. He's there right now. Yep.
Yeah, no, that's not a
He's
bad little deal right there. I like that. It's nice and shaded, and it's nice.
So I've been kind of trimming this tree a little bit. It's got a lot of low dead branches and stuff. So
You could
yep,
light a couple
perfect
citronella candles
little.
and keep that place bug
Oh
free.
yeah, something like that. Well, actually, what I looked at,
Grow some lavender.
lemongrass. Yeah,
Hmm.
lemongrass, eucalyptus, lavender. Yep.
That's an easy place to manage right there.
And yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a couple bug situations, but because there was like some pallets and wood that wasn't so good anymore, and I cleared all that out. So it's just like a little secret garden. Nobody knows I'm back here. I mean, my mom knows I'm back here, and the neighbor, 80-year-old neighbor lady, knows I'm back here.
Could you imagine if
Yeah,
you
all
were there and your mom
surrounding
didn't know?
neighbors. Oh, I could. I could totally sneak around in Benito. I could. Actually, this tree, I bet you I could climb this damn tree. I'll show you where I'm at.
If you do, I got dibs on the security cam footage.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I can only do so much from where I'm sitting, so. All right.
Yeah.
Phone, catch up.
All right.
My internet's is so slow, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I think I could totally climb that Damn tree. Yeah, I was kind of looking up earlier, like how far for. I mean, it's. Oh, I don't know how old the tree is. I don't know why I'm calling it a tree. There's no trees on flat Earth. Oh, it's not Sunday. Oops. Oops.
I don't even dare want to know.
I mean, once you get into that talk, I used to think that was like fringe theory, but now I'm not so sure.
You're talking
I
about
mean, I
like
think there's some.
there's no such thing as a forest. You're talking about that one.
Right. That there's no trees, well, live trees anyway, in our realm. But once you start talking about that, you have to talk about how everybody's is suffering from pareidolia when they look at mountains when they turn their head to the side. I mean, there's that too. You got to consider that.
You better get
Yeah.
your ass in here on Sunday because I want to hear all about this.
Oh man, Sunday, speculation Sunday. That's my
I
jam.
will be your guardian. No,
Okay,
shut up.
cool.
Jenny's talking.
Okay, cool. Sounds fun.
You
Sounds
don't even
fun to
have to
me.
mod. I will talk over them all day long.
Sounds like a good time. But yeah, so that just opens up a whole ball of wax. And then you have the mud flood, Tartaria, I'm not so sure those are not possible. I can't say that. I don't know.
You missed last
Fun.
Sunday. Sonny was giving class that day.
Oh,
I
geez.
didn't get
I
to
think I
stay
was
for
here
all
for
of
a
it,
little
but
bit.
Sonny was like all over it, man.
I think I was
You're
in here
there,
for a
Sonny.
short period of time.
Yeah, Sonny was giving class all day, like at least like 2 or 3 hours worth. He had his thing going, man. I was
Yeah.
happy for him. Yeah, I'm glad that it's something that got brought to the forefront because, like whenever you're asked the question, what else could it be? Like, I mean, there's a lot of ideas of what else it could be. Because to sit there and say that, well, it could be a ball, well, I mean, it's all hypothetical. And when you measure it, it's not what it is. So, like, you want to
Oh, well, I
believe
got
in
a
some
question
fairy
into.
tale. Let's
Oh, wait,
let's
I
talk
got a
about
one.
other fairy tales. Go ahead.
I got a question for you along those lines. How could it be that the President Nixon, on a telephone landline or looked like a telephone that was used for landlines,
They were bouncing it off the
phoning the
ionosphere.
moon, making a
The
phone
the
call to the
bat phone.
moon?
It was a green bat phone.
I wish it would have been a red bat phone.
I would have died if that was a red phone. That would have been funny as hell right there.
That would have been. I don't know. But yeah, how does that happen? How was that made believable? Did they have everybody so in love with their country, being, proud of being an American, that it was just like a post-it note they didn't see on the refrigerator anymore? I mean, geez.
Jenny, Star Trek told us from 1966 to 69 that space was the final frontier.
Oh gosh.
These
Space,
are the voyages of the
space.
Starship Enterprise.
Was it you, Jim, that brought that up the other day? And then we like looked into it and we're like, oh my God, it all makes sense.
It's
From
5-year mission
1966.
to
Yeah,
explore strange new worlds, to seek
from
out
1966 to
new life
June 3rd.
and
June 3rd,
civilization,
Jenny.
to boldly go where no man and woman has gone before.
Wait,
Jenny,
what is
Jenny,
what?
Jenny, at June 3rd, 1969 was the final episode of the first Star Trek, right? June 3rd. A month and a half later, we went to the moon.
Cool story, bro.
How fucking weird is that, dude?
Cool story,
Oh,
bro.
probably because for some strange reason, there was people in Hollywood that were friends with people, well, with Disney and
Think?
and then with NASA. So that's really weird.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
it's fucking like it all makes sense after that.
If they would have put a hammer and sickle flag on the moon and it blew in the wind, nobody would believe it. But because they put a USA flag and it was blown in the wind, we believed it.
What
That's
wind?
really awkward.
Was
Yeah,
it? Was it the Coriolis of the moon?
if those commies would have beat us there, then we wouldn't care. But because we got there first, hey.
Hey.
Was it the Coriolis of the moon? That's all I want to know. Was it the Coriolis of the moon? Is that why it was blowing in the wind?
I was told that when the mass of the Earth got to be a certain size, that's when gravity took over. So you could be on the bottom of the ball and still be standing upright. But the moon is 2,159.1 miles in diameter, about a quarter the size of the Earth. So I want to know when gravity starts, when it's 1/4 of the size of the Earth, because those 6 landings, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, and 7, happened on the side of the moon looking at Earth. So gravity must have taken over at 2,159.1 miles as well, because they were on the side of the ball on the moon.
I think I'd need a diagram for that one.
I'm just trying to see if there was any wind on the moon.
Hey, they
How
wouldn't lie. They wouldn't lie to you.
yeah, it doesn't have an atmosphere. The moon does not.
1/6 the gravity. Come
But
on.
it does not have an atmosphere.
1/6 the gravity. Come on. I
You
don't
mean
think Jen saw it on TV, because if she would have seen it on TV, she'd believe it.
you mean 0.1666666666666?
See, I saw it on TV and I believed it. TV would never lie to me.
Not at all.
CBS, NBC, and ABC, the only 3 stations we had back then. They wouldn't lie. Hey, Walter Cronkite wouldn't lie to me. John Chancellor wouldn't lie to me. David Brinkley
Oh, you know what
wouldn't lie
that's
to me.
bringing up is a parasocial relationship.
Yeah, they wouldn't
The
lie.
news anchor man.
They wouldn't lie to me.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts.
Walter Cronkite told us after the Tet Offensive in '68 or whenever it was in Vietnam, we're not going to win over there. We just have no chance. Well, it was a fake war anyway. I mean, people died, but we went for reasons we weren't told were right. And then a year later, Walter Cronkite's got a little tear in his eye because we landed on the moon.
Oh my God.
It was pretty cool seeing the flag blow in the wind on the moon. That was pretty cool, man. Patriotism.
But how many people do you think know that the alleged technology that they don't have anymore and can't get back again was less than what we hold in our hands every day? That just blows my mind.
I mean, if you think about it, we'll never get 1 megabyte of RAM back ever again.
I mean, I'm pretty sure people don't know that the technology and the telemetry data is just not there anymore. Or, as we would say, it never existed, but according to them, it's not there anymore.
I find it fascinating that they took their own oxygen with them so they could ignite and push themselves forward. in the vacuum of outer space. And then I really appreciate the fact that they could push off of what was inside the capsule, because on the outside, you can't push off of nothing, but supposedly they had things they could push off of with a big burst on the inside that pushed off of nothing anyway. Cool story.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I saw Gravity, the movie. Sandra Bullock.
And George Clooney was in that too.
I know, but I don't like him, so that's why I never mention him. I mean, I don't like her either, but
Yeah, but
I especially don't like him.
two big names, they wouldn't lie to us.
Not at all.
You remember Apollo 15? Excuse me, Apollo 13, the movie, 1995. What was it?
No, I need to. I need to. I don't think I've seen it, and if I have, I need to rewatch it.
I think it was Kevin Bacon, Tom
No,
Hanks, Gary
nope, I didn't.
Sinise, all the big names.
No spoilers, because I know it's an old movie and everything, but I haven't seen it. I need to.
All the big names. They never lied to us. Well,
why would they lie?
The movie was basically what we were told happened, when we were watching on TV. They might not make it back. They might burn up in the atmosphere because they might come in too steep and burn up, or they might come in too shallow and bounce off into the outer space and die there. So they got to come in at the width of a piece of paper just to get it just right. It's kind of like the Three Bears.
Goldilocks.
Just right.
The Goldilocks zone.
Oh my goodness. It's
And they
amazing.
did it all without navigation equipment, didn't they?
When you talk to older people, they go, oh yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. And then they ask you, did the moon landing happen? I said no, and they go, well, I don't believe that. I mean, then they walk away from you because they saw it on TV. Cool, man. Oh. I tell you, us older guys. See, some people say my generation's kind of like gone because we grew up the moon landing and we watched it, and it's like we weren't going to give it up no matter what because patriotism. And so, but it's the 25 to 35-year-old crowd that that we can capture, and then of course their children, we can capture them. But people my age, gone, babe, gone. Bye bye. I'll say this: if it wasn't for the virology lie 3.5 years ago, I'd still believe in my ball.
You think so?
Yeah. Because in May of 2021, when I started to look into virology deeper, I won't go any deeper into that. Somebody asked me, I was in the driveway in Texas, which is now 104 degrees today, and somebody asked me online, "Will you please check into flat Earth?" And I said, "No, I'm not going to be a crazy person, uneducated. You're all stupid." The only person I'd ever heard about was Mark Sargent, and so I'm not going to check into you guys, because it's just stupid, man. And so 6 months later, hey, I'm stupid, right? And so then the learning starts, because the unlearning is much more difficult than the learning.
It is.
You have to unlearn all the crap that you were told at the same time you're trying to learn the truth. So it's like, stuff in, stuff out of the brain,
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, no ball, stationary plane, why?
It's like when you spend 30 years popping your knuckles and then you're told that like you're going to get arthritis if you keep popping your knuckles and you try to stop.
And then I'm telling you what, guys, and ladies, I'm telling you what, when you learn, I got it written down here a second. When you learn that, got it here somewhere in a second. Yeah, I got no life, so I write stuff down here.
You're old school. I wish I had the patience for it.
Yeah. Um, let's see here. Oh, there. Oh, maybe it's this. Maybe it's this page. No, not that page. Not that page. Oh, I got it. I got it. When you learn that the Andromeda Galaxy, which is right next to ours, is instead of redshifting, expanding in the ever expanding universe, is actually blue shifting, is coming towards us, and it's going to take 2 billion years before it hits us. But don't worry about it because there's so much space that the planets won't run into each other. So that's cool. That's cool, man. I like that story. It's a cool story. And and then this is the fun one. Did you know people age faster at 15,000 feet than at sea level? You know that? I didn't know that people age faster at 15,000 feet than at sea level because of time dilation. I didn't know that, man. And so
Cool story, bro.
that's so cool. And then the perihelion precession of Mercury, the orbit is just a little bit, just a little different, and it changes by 43 arcs. It changes by 43 arc seconds over 100 years. Cool, cool, man.
So were these all rabbit holes you went down before you decided that the Earth was flat?
No, I've just learned about these things recently, and
Okay.
um, and then another good one. The other good one was our friend from California. We can't hear very well. He's trying to talk. I think he must be in his car.
It
He's
was a
probably
flat Earth too.
he's
I'm in
probably
my
in a
car. Is
tunnel.
it miking?
He's probably in a tunnel.
Am I hot miking right now? Or
It's just not
Wave
coming.
Jester?
It's not coming through real well right now.
Yeah.
okay, I'll turn my mic off.
And the last point was the Parker Solar Probe. The Parker NASA Solar Probe was reported in January 2022 that
Peter Parker.
it went through the sun's corona, and
Mhm.
it came into contact with 1.8 million degree Fahrenheit, right? 1.8 million degree Fahrenheit, and the most we can ever test for here on Earth is 7,100 degrees. So that's
Yeah.
250 times hotter than anything could possibly test it on here on Earth. But they went through the solar corona at 1.8 million miles per hour. But that's okay because outer space.
It's gravity. Yeah.
Outer space, yes.
Oh,
cool, man.
Don't they say that the sun is mostly comprised of helium too?
Oh, I don't know what their fairy tale is. I don't know, man.
And then like helium is like one of those inert gases that never burns, right? Ever.
I got one more for you. The poles are closer to the center of the planet, because we're spinning and we have centrifugal forces. So at the equator, we're 40 kilometers, more around than we are north-south circumnavigation. So the poles are closer to the center of the planet. So time runs slower there. In the poles, the time runs slower. A person at the equator is in a slightly weaker gravitational field than the one at the poles. The person at the pole ages slower relative to the person at the equator. There's been various times given, but I've looked at the difference between the person at the pole and the person at the equator over 100 years. They will age 0.03 seconds different. The person at the pole will age faster because they're closer to the center of the Earth. Isn't that a cool story, man?
That is a cool story, bro.
Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
I love it. I love
Yeah.
it.
So
So at the equator is the fountain of youth.
oh my goodness, man. Yeah, we're spinning at the equator, so centrifugal forces over time has made us 40 kilometers more circumnavigation at east-west than at north-south. All right. Right.
All right.
All right. NASA would never lie to me.
No. So how did it make you feel Like, what was your awakening moment like when you were like, oh my god, the fucking Earth is flat?
Well, it didn't take long. Virology took me about 20 months, and then the Earth took me about 1 week.
Yeah, I mean, like, what was it like? Because I remember what it was like for me. I was like, damn it, it makes sense. Like, if they're lying about everything, that would be just one more thing they could fucking lie about. And then I started looking into it. Sure fucking enough, it was. It was like they really are lying about it.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is we can see too far. We can see too far, and then you realize when you're on the water that you have, especially during the warmer times, you
You can
have
see
humidity.
really fucking far.
You have humidity, so that affects what you can see. And then you get into angular resolution. It's not things disappear bottom up just because of angular resolution. It's not the ball. You're not going over the ball or the curve. So naturally, unless you get a little elevation height from 50, 60 miles, you're not going to see all of Chicago because of angular resolution. Even though it's really, really, really cold, angular resolution isn't going to allow you to see the very, very bottom part of Chicago, and that's just how it is. But the Globers say you're going over the curve. Anyway,
Right.
that's why Josh Lewicki took his shot at Muir State Park a few years ago. It was 160 feet elevation height over 56 miles to see Chicago, and there was still a little bit of mist that looked like on the water. If you see the picture, it's a little bit of mist. If you remove the mist, you might be able to see the bottom parts of the buildings, but with the mist, you can't see the very, very bottom parts of the building.
Right. Mm. What a cool time.
Yeah, I thought I'd move here. When I moved here in February, I thought, oh, great, May to September, I can use my P1000. I can see Chicago day that's not raining or cloudy. It's like cool. And then I get here and I look. It's February 15th. It's really, really, really cold. I can see Chicago real easy from 38 miles, like right there in my face. And then about a month later, and I can't see any of it. It's like this is going to be no fun, man. And then I go April 2nd and look, and I see these two boats, and there's this huge wave behind these two boats. Usually, we see water behind the boat, proves we can see farther than even the boat is. But there was actually a water behind the boat, like a wave, and on the other side of that was Chicago, and I could only see about half of Chicago because the wave got in the way. It wasn't a wave; it was distortion above the water because it was getting warm out, and the sun was causing it, and the heat of the day was causing it to have the two boats in front. It looked like a tidal wave was gonna take them over, and I got the video of it, and it's just really I had no idea that happened. I had no clue that happened.
Yeah, no, like I'm starting to wonder, and maybe I can find somebody. I'm not very smart. I think of things that are fairly intelligent, but like I'm not one of those like scientific people that can put experiments together and do all of these things. Like my mind doesn't think like that. Like I just have great ideas, and my curiosity gets the best of me. So if anybody out there is listening, they want to try it. Like I'm starting to think that like because globers are used like refraction. Oh, refraction is bending the light. That's why it looks like you can see over the curve. It's like, well, what if it's the other way around? Like, what if it's refraction pushing the object below a horizon, an apparent horizon, right? Giving it the illusion that it's dipping lower than what it is. And I mean, that could just as likely be the reason why we can't, estimate the distance to the sun because, like, as the sun moves further and further away, it changes the refractive angles and causes a lensing effect to make it look like the sun is not getting smaller, even though it is. I don't know, but definitely something to look into as far as if anybody wants to consider that for a flat Earth experiment.
Here's what's happening that Ruhef and the boys on the globe side will never tell you. What that is, I dropped this right now, 49 minutes after the hour. This is what's happening.
Makes me mad.
This is exactly what's happening. When you get in that particular time lapse, when you get less refraction, things are a little bit or less atmosphere, atmos or whatever you want to call it. When you get a little bit get a little less going during that, you can see things pretty well on the shore. But when you get this up and down, when lights are going through the molecules, and the molecules are causing the light to refract inside the molecule, then go out and go straight until it's another molecule. This is what you get. This is what you see. Now Ruhef and the boys will tell you that it will cause things to generally curve downward, because it will hit more of the top of the molecule than the bottom, and when you hit the top of the molecule, it tends to refract down more than so you'll hit the top of the molecule more often than the bottom of the molecule, and that's why light can curve over the ball, right? And
Right.
so but this is actually what you get. And so when somebody tells you that
You
light bends,
dropped it in the locker room, by the way.
oh, I dropped it in the wrong place. My bad.
Yeah.
Well, I
You're all
tell you what.
good.
I
No
tell you
worries, though.
I
I just thought I would bring it up in case anybody out there in the live stream wants to be educated, because you're saying some smart things.
I tell you what. When you get to be the age that you saw the Apollo 11 landing and you remember, you're having trouble, man.
Hey,
Anyway,
you know what though? You know what? Real quick though, like every time I've learned that whenever you're talking and you're dropping um like picture information stuff, for the live stream, I have to look to see if you dropped it somewhere else.
I dropped it in the right place this time, so yeah, I got it.
Anyway, go ahead.
There we go. So all you thousands of people listening on YouTube, I dropped in the right place now. And so anyway, yeah. So this is what's happening. See, but they want to tell you it's something else, and obviously they want to protect their ball, but this is it right here, and this is the physics of light. And the physics of water is large bodies of water at rest will find, level. And so that's the physics of water. This is the physics of light, but they want to tell you something differently. And then you get then you get angular resolution things as you walk away. Will get smaller due to perspective, and will disappear bottom up due to angular resolution. And you can do that on a football field real easily.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I might. This was before I went to 2160 on my resolution on my camera. This might drop. This might. There it is. Let's see if this actually will download, because Discord you can only download like 500 megabytes at one time. See if this will actually download. Oops. Here we are. Wrong place. Again. Wrong place again. Let's see here. Okay, here we go. We're gonna get this right.
But it's so funny though, because even in your skunk bay refraction, atmospheric refraction, you don't see the background dip or change in size. It's just that water line, because of the way that refraction is working.
See if this loads. It's starting to load 196 megabytes. So Discord gives you a 500 megabyte limit. So maybe this will load at 196. This is that wall of water, or wave I was talking about that was behind these two boats. That behind the wall of water was Chicago. So let's see. This is from April 2nd. See if it loads. Okay, it loaded. Okay, cool. It just went. It's in. It better be in live. Better be in voice text. Yeah. So
It took forever to load.
there it is.
Yep.
There, coming right there. Yeah, there's Sears Tower. See how high that water is behind the boats?
Oh, geez.
A little bit. You might see another boat. There's the other boat.
Yeah, I mean that's
I've never seen
optical illusion. It
water
looks
that
like a
high.
wave.
I've never
Yeah, it
seen.
looks like a giant tidal wave coming.
Yeah, I've never seen it that high. And that's what's blocking, seeing Chicago real well. So that's atmos or distortions over the water.
Yeah.
This was the first day this was the first time I ever put my camera on a tripod. It was on the beach, it was on the sand, and it was pretty windy too. There's Sears Tower right there.
I can't see any images, but I'm sure that's not a water hill. But boom.
That was cool.
It looks like a tidal wave, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you get rid of that, that wave, make it more straight with water on the other side like you normally see, it's very possible you could see the vast majority of Sears Tower.
Isn't it funny though? Like when you buy the camera, like I'm gonna go out and do some observations myself, and then you get out there and you do it. Like shit, this is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah, especially when it's warm. When it's warm outside, you get so much stuff going on over the water you had no idea about. I got this picture of I got this shot of Chicago from 28 miles away. Here it is. See if I can see if it'll. Oh, second. Yeah, the one is 32 miles. No, that one is 38 miles away. This one is 28, and it seems not to have much going on over 28 miles. This is from Indiana Dunes. There it is. Crap. There it is. Yeah, that's 28 miles away.
Oh, that's beautiful. I like it. Was that right on at sea level, or were you elevated a little bit?
I was up on the middle part of the stairs.
Gotcha.
And I was there just kind of take the shot of the sun because I wanted to see where the sun was going down in relation to Chicago, and it never makes it behind Chicago. Like in Michigan City, in about a month, we'll get silhouettes of the sun behind Michigan City, and then it will, as you move up the coastline, you'll get it more and more, later in this fall. A lot further away, of course. But here, if I can find it, let's see here. Maybe I can't find it. I thought I took a picture of this way. Maybe I didn't. Well, maybe I didn't take the picture. I thought I did. Oh, there it is. Oh. So weird. I'm so not tech savvy. Well, anyway, I'll just show. I was going to show you the sun. I was going to show you the sun and show you the sun and Chicago in the same picture. Maybe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Northern. They're all Jimmy's.
Just so I was packed up, ready to have to leave, Chicago started turning on all its red lights. It was really cool. But the Rangers want me to leave because they have a hard close at sunset there. And so when I was talking to somebody, I looked over into Chicago, and all of a sudden it was like red and white lights. Here in this photo, it's all white lights. It was all red and white. I was like, I want to put my camera back up, but I had it in my bag, and I didn't want to keep them. So I want to get that picture someday.
Shout out to Paraplegic Coffee. He just sent me my coffee, big old package of coffee. Thanks. I haven't smelled it yet, but I'll be sending you the funds as soon as I get them here pretty soon, near the end of the month. Thank you, Paraplegic. Appreciate it. I love coffee. You can't run a revolution without coffee, that's for sure.
That's right. So is this mic sounding a little bit better now, or does it still sound crappy?
I don't think it was your mic. I think it was your location.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, let me say, Sonny, you're going to have to come down and visit me when I move, because I'm going to be moving to the coffee and chocolate capital of the world.
What? Where's that?
Well, that's the announcement that I wanted to make here. I was speaking about a little bit earlier. As you all know, I've been talking about wanting to get away from the city and get into a more natural environment. I have come to an agreement on a price with a piece of property, and I'm in the process right now of getting some funds transferred to our in-laws so they can go ahead and snag it up. Wow. And I'm hoping before that, well, see, tomorrow's Friday. Well, before the end of next week, I hope to be the owner of the property without even having to go down to another country. And I'm very excited about this. I'm extremely happy.
To another, you're going to another country?
Sí, mi amigo mío.
Oh, Mexico, or are you going further south?
Oh, I'm going further south. I'm going to be down in the tropics, brother.
Costa Rica?
Nicaragua.
Oh, shoot, pretty close. Interesting. I've heard people going to El Salvador and Nicaragua since I guess it's cooled down since it was pretty heated up in the 70s and 80s. But when I was traveling down there. But
well, the temperature is pretty constant all day, all night, and all year round. The lows are usually about 70, and the highs are usually like around 80, sometimes 85. In the very hot summer, it gets like to 89, but it never gets into the 90s.
depends on how close to the water you are. Yeah.
Well, closer towards the water is hotter because it's down near sea level. I'm actually going to be a few thousand feet up in the mountains, and it's a lot cooler. There's a breeze there. I'll be able to put up a wind turbine and solar power. I'm still going to be on the grid, but I'm going to try to do as much off grid as possible.
Well,
but I'm stoked. I used to own a house. It was an 1,838 square foot house, and it was on a very big piece of property. And I ended up losing that back into the recession of 2009. And this new property is 18,000 square feet. So I could put a house that I used to live in, I could put 10 of them on this property. And it's green, fucking green everywhere. Take a look at my YouTube channel, Sonny. And I got some clips up there, and it just says lot, other picture of lot that we're looking at, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, that's the actual lot. And it's in a very exclusive neighborhood. And with the economy, I'm going to be able to, I can't do it right now, but 1 year from now, I'll have access to money to go ahead and build the house. I just pulled money out of the bank to go ahead and pay for the lot. So I've got the money sitting there waiting to transfer. And I'm just fucking happier than shit.
That's really pretty cool.
So
I look forward to the time when I think there's going to be a lot of us that are setting up shop in some other, maybe different countries, different areas, things like that. And I look forward to the time being able to travel and go visit my friends in different places. And yeah, I think it'd be great fun.
Well, I went through a previous marriage, lost everything I ever had. Went through an economy setback where I lost a house. And, when it comes to retirement, I had no game plan, man. It was just like fucking work until I drop. As long as Social Security is around, and I've got my questions about that, but as long as Social Security is around, I should be able to be very comfortable for the rest of my life. I'm going to retire, so I don't have to work. I don't know what kind of hobbies I might want to do, but the economy's good enough that we can afford to hire a maid, and my wife will also be able to retire. I used to tell her how I was like George Jetson. I'd be, sitting at a desk with my feet up on the desk pushing buttons, and that's kind of like what I do at work. My buttons are attached to a keyboard. So anyway, she said that she wanted to have, Rosie the robot. She wanted her own maid. So I don't know about getting. I don't know about getting a robot maid, but I'm definitely going to get her a maid. I told her she could pick out her maid. I'm not going to choose her one that she feels comfortable with. I'm going to let her decorate the house on the inside. I'm going to have a major part in the plans on the design of the actual structure of the house and what all it has. I'm going to have her input, of course. I know what she wants in her bathroom, what she wants in the kitchen, but I'm going to. I gave my wife a house when we first got married, and I lost it. And so this is going to be my chance to make it up to her.
Right on.
Red pill, blue pill. We'll all still be living in the same house. So, one of the things that, but I've done a lot of different things. I was an auto mechanic. I did circuitry, assembly, with resistors, diodes, transformers, all that kind of stuff. I know how to read schematics. I know how to read blueprints. I did that kind of stuff. I've built computers. I've programmed computers. I've supported people with software applications. I've written a couple of software applications and made databases and stuff. And I've got, it's not like I'm like a jack of all trades, but a master of none. When I was just out of high school, I used to work at an RV repair shop. So I worked on learn how to work on like 12-volt DC and 120 VAC and plumbing and heating, brakes, air conditioning, carpentry. You learn how to do all of that kind of stuff. So most of the stuff I know how to do myself. And one of the things that I've thought about for a long time is if the crap ever really hits the fan and civilization collapses, I should be able to know enough to be able to, even if I'm old, the knowledge I have on how to do stuff, will make me a valuable member of that society. And where I'm going to be moving, it's like I'm so far fucking advanced, that people that are down there, I'm not saying that because I look down upon them, but what I'm saying is that I believe I might be able to bring a lot of my knowledge and uses to be helpful to those people without the world collapsing. And I'd rather do that as something I want to do rather than something I have to do. So I got kind of positive feelings about that too, man. It's my whole world is looking really, really good right now, and I can't hold it in. Unless I'm in a dead zone and nobody can hear me right now anyway.
No, we hear you, man. We're pulling for you, dude. We wish you the absolute best.
Well, for a long time,
you might be surprised when you get down there, though. You might be surprised. You might come across a bunch of like Nicaraguan rednecks that like know how to rig shit up. You're like, damn, y'all are teaching me shit.
Well, I'm sure that might be true. I was down there 6 years ago when my son got married. We spent about a week down there. I didn't get to see a whole lot of the area because what was happening was we're all involved in the wedding and stuff. But we got to see a few things, so it was kind of nice.
You reminded me of a movie that I watched recently where it was this like airborne ranger, old man, was living in the mountains. His son, who's like some FBI guy or whatever, CIA, whatever, he's looking for his dad. He finds his dad. He finds out where his dad's living. And then he stays the night at his dad's, right? And then this bunch of like SF guys come raiding the property because they're chasing the dude's son. And the guy's like, Dad, we need to leave. He's like, no, this is my fucking mountain. And they get in a tunnel, they crawl over to this place, and they start pulling pins and cords, and C4 starts blowing up the mountain.
Wow. I remind you of a mountain getting blown up?
Yes. Because you're like, I'm not going to be down at the water. I'm going to be up in the mountain. And then you reminded me of that movie. It's like,
man.
Just set that place up for defense. Let it go. Set it and forget it.
So 6 months out of the year, it's rainy, and everything is totally green there, and clouds are, filling the sky. It's all natural, God-made clouds. And during the rest of the year in the summer, the skies, from what I understand, I never had a chance to look at it when I was down there. I never had the interest. I was so busy. But there's like a ton of stars out there. And living here in the Los Angeles area, we've got the Griffith Park Observatory, the Mount Wilson Observatory, and there's so much light pollution, everybody's pretty much given up on using them for observatories. The only thing I can see are some of the constellations, the wandering stars I can see. But there's I see pictures like millions of stars out there, and I've never seen the sky actually like that except for one time when I was driving on, I forget the number of the highway, but it was the same highway where James Dean was when he lost his life. And I was out there, stopped on the highway, pulled the car over, had the lights off, and was standing there taking a piss, and just happened to look up, and it's like, whoa, and just totally surprising. So, I'm looking forward to be surrounded by greenery and stars and being thankful for the earth below and the heavens above.
Absolutely.
If you do happen to see it, I would love a photo because I've never seen it, and I personally doubt its existence.
Oh, all the thousands or millions of stars?
Yeah, no, the specific Milky Way pattern that they have whenever they're showing like time lapses of the night sky. You know what I'm talking about?
So that you have to like I used to see it as a kid. I kid you not, I used to see it as a kid when I lived in upstate New York, out in Amish country and all that stuff. It's definitely there. It's just I don't know, man. You have to really get away. A doctor I used
Yeah.
to work with, he showed me they were backpacking out in the desert and they could see it out there. So I don't know, man.
I
I
have
know
been
it's
away.
still there.
Like I've been to Afghanistan in the mountains where there is no light pollution, and I haven't seen it.
Right.
And then
I remember seeing it as a kid, not in any books. I remember looking up in the sky and saying, "Wow, that is really cool looking." I remember seeing it.
I remember my cousin pointing it out, saying it's supposed to be right there, but we didn't see it. I couldn't see it. It wasn't there.
That's funny.
I don't think I necessarily
personally
saw the.
remember it. I haven't found it since then, and I've been asking about it for a long time too, for at least a couple years. Like I said, I had a doctor show me a picture of it. He was backpacking out in the desert, out by the Grand Canyon, and he showed me a picture of it where it was like close to a sunset. And he showed it. It was his picture. You can't deny it. Group of people walking. So I've seen somebody else's experience because of it, but I know it wasn't because of a book that I read. I remember seeing it so clearly. I'm like, there was no book.
Hmm.
Now all I need is someone to send me that much cannabis product. Just joking. That'd be nice. Oh, look, I got 4 pounds in the mail. Oh, nice. I wish. Okay, which coffee should I try first? The baghead roast, extra dark. The back straightening roast. One sip will make you straighten up like the IRA, when he found out Carl Brown wasn't clipped, whatever that means. Oh my God. Or the Helen Keller roast. Coffee so good, Helen asked for it by name. And then we have the Cherizona dark roast. Which one should I try first? I don't know if I need the back straightening. Maybe. I think I'll try the Helen Keller roast first. And it is 4:20 on the West Coast. 16:20. Where did everybody go? Who's that? Mr. Sasha. Hey, Sasha.
Hello. What's up? Quiet.
Not much. Yeah, it's kind of quiet. You're pretty low. I'm going to turn you up.
Wait. Better now.
Yeah.
I only changed the ear.
You only changed the beer?
No, the ear. The ear. You know that you have that only microphone on one side. I changed the side.
I see the earpiece. I got you. I changed the beer and I sounded better. No kidding. Just kidding.
To change ear, it's a little bit maybe. What the fuck you did? Why you did? Why you changed the ear?
Yeah. How did you change your ear? Did you switch ears?
I took some donation. I didn't have before. I'm joking. Sonny,
So here we are.
Do you know who is JC23?
J what?
JC23. That's the name of the profile.
JC23. No. Is that someone here on the server?
Wow. Yeah, because I was like last 2 days I was in Nathan server.
Huh.
And there was a guy, and he was also put himself in, like he started to speak. He started to speak about 24/7. And he said something, why you people, something like, why if I go to 24/7, then I can speak about upward acceleration, you know. And I, what?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, for about 2 seconds.
Yeah. But this
long enough to get the words out of your mouth, and then we like, hell no. Okay, bring your empirical evidence of that. I don't know why we have flat earthers talking about upward acceleration. How would they measure it? It would have to be detected somehow.
There is something happening. You will find out with Dell and blah blah blah. Doesn't matter that. But this is another guy, and he said that he is from 24/7, and there is allowed to speak everything. And then I said, it's not that allowed, man. If I said, why are you saying that this is a lie? This is bullshit. Why are you saying this? Like I said, if you go there and if you bring the claim that Earth is going upwards, I said everyone on 24/7 will attack you. Nobody will speak with you. Nothing, you know. We'll ask proof for that, and that's it, you know. And he said, you know, he practically was saying that we are claiming that you know that Earth is going upward.
Well, that's the problem with flat earthers making claims, because the Globers are going to go ahead and use that shit and run with it and try to make us all. They're trying to paint us all with the same brush, and it's
But
not.
I don't think so that he is, because then QE said, I'm not coming like often on 24/7, but I never saw this person. Then I like, man, I never saw him. Like, what the fuck is this, you know? Then I ask you now, do you know who is JC23?
No, not particularly. It does
Yeah.
kind of. It sounds familiar though. I think maybe I have seen him in here or someplace. I'm not real familiar with that. It sounds familiar to me though.
But I told him, oh, next time come there and bring it up, please, you know. But I said, not when I'm there, when it's room full, you know, of everyone. Then bring it up and let's see how we will discuss that issue, you know.
Exactly. Let him come back
There's,
and talk about it here, and then we'll see what happens.
I checked. Does it sound like trash?
Huh?
Bad mic? No good?
No, it's
No,
all right.
sounds good.
All right. It's always really bad. That's why I never joined the VC. But how you guys doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Doctor, were you
Feeling good.
talking about that JC23 guy? Is that who you were talking about?
Yeah, because I asked, does anybody know who is he? Because he's speaking in the name of 24/7, and I never heard, and I don't know who is he.
Yeah, I've never seen him here either. So I don't know what I don't know. Maybe he's got a different name, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. He has no claim. It's kind of weird.
No, but it was today, yesterday. It was like he's speaking like on 24/7. We are speaking about upward acceleration, like, and me like, what the fuck? I'm at least every day on 24/7 the last. I don't know. I don't know anyone who's speaking about upward acceleration. You know, that's like
I
our
get it.
claim. You know? Like that one.
Maybe there's another 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, practically that one from the Flat Earth Society. Practically that one. You know.
Yeah.
And he's saying that in Nathan show. That means that he somehow wants that people that there wants to think that people from 27, you know. And I thought, what? Why are you shitting? Why you are lying? People from 24/7 will treat the same like here, you know. They will ask for the proof, you know. What the fuck you are saying?
Absolutely. Well, I haven't seen him, and I doubt we will. It's empty threats, probably.
Doesn't matter on the end
Well,
because I don't care about people.
what's going on in the globe?
Now
Yeah.
you're mic roboting.
All right.
The next one who enter must speak.
All right. Why is everybody so quiet now? No fair. Or am I in a dead zone?
We are not in that zone, but they are so near.
Okay. And I forget your name, but you're from Portugal, right?
No, I'm from Croatia, Sasha.
Oh, Sasha. Okay. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I don't have all the voices memorized yet, and I don't have access to all the icons on the screen. I'm driving right now.
Come on, man. I
But,
have like a 5 persons. If they are together in server, I will don't know who the fuck it is. Like there is some names, but I have for me similar voice. It will be like a who is that? Volga, Heretic, CB. They are for me similar, you know. And in what sometimes I don't know who is speaking if I don't see.
well, there's a few voices that I'm starting to recognize. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
But if I'm sounding like Portuguese, that's interesting.
No, I spoke to I forget his name, but he said he was from Portugal. Oh, there we go.
Miguel, yeah.
And okay, and who's that? Me?
Miguel.
Miguel.
Okay, cool. Not to be confused with Miggy, which is short for Miguel, and he also doesn't sound like he's from any other place, and local here. And I miss Miggy or Mayhem. I haven't heard him around for a while. He's really busy doing his other gig on TikTok.
Yeah.
So English is, I would say, my only language, other than a couple of programming languages. But I'm going to be learning. I'm in the process of learning Spanish right now, and I've got a YouTube video. I downloaded and got the audio off it. And what it does is, it's a lady. She says one phrase in English, and then she repeats it 3 times in Spanish. And you're supposed to listen to this while you sleep. So I've been listening to it the past couple of nights. I'm nowhere near fluent yet. Matter of fact, today I wanted to say something to somebody in Spanish, and I had it all pictured in my head what I was going to say, and I couldn't come up with the structuring. So 2 nights in a row now I've listened to it while I was asleep, and then on my way to work I listened to it. But I found that gets me kind of drowsy, like in a hypnotic stage. So I decided I better put on FED or Flat Earth Discord instead, so I don't get all drowsy. But I'm 65 years old, and they say, that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. So I'm trying to learn a whole fucking new language, vocabulary, culture, and everything else. So we'll see how this old dog does.
Awesome.
One thing I know, there's some oceans out there with very clear, beautiful water, and there's some islands out there. One of the things I want to do once I'm retired is take a trip out to the ocean, take my P1000, and plan ahead of time what I want to try to photograph, and try to see what kind of distance shooting I can do. I think that's going to be a very fun project. And of course, we're taking some pictures of all the stars that I can't see down here in Los Angeles.
Awesome. Music Guru is living in Spain.
That's true. He went from England to Spain. I'm going to be going from the U.S. to Nicaragua. So I'm not sure if he's learning Spanish too to live down in Spain. I'm sure he probably is.
Yeah.
But I got to say, Flat Earth brought me to making this decision. A few years ago, I didn't know where I was going to go. I figured I was just going to work until I dropped, had a good paying job, and fairly decent health, and said, hell, I just might as well keep on doing this. But the older that I've gotten, I thought, well, what happens, if I decide I don't want to work all my life? Where am I going to go? What am I going to do? And Flat Earth kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together so I could take a look at the big picture all around me. And that's when I decided I didn't necessarily like the scenery and I wanted to find some better scenery. And so a lot of the decisions that I'm making right now have a lot to do with my life after realizing that we're not on a spinning space ball. Made me look at the creation here that the Creator made for us, all of us listening right now. Whether you believe you're on a spinning ball or not, it doesn't matter. We're all living on the same thing. Not everybody can see, not everybody cares to see. But for those people that do see, you got to realize that we are a wonderful creation that a Creator has made. He's made a world for us to survive, and we don't have to have a big, structure with government and CEOs and property owners. That's not the way the world is meant to be. And I want to try to live it a little bit more like God gave it to us, at least as close as I can get to it.
Awesome. Well done.
Miguel, do you see the picture?
Let me see.
I can't see any pictures. I'm in a car.
Miguel, do you see the picture?
Okay, yeah.
Do you see that Lianelli? It's written.
Yeah.
I will go in 1 month there, and I'm going holiday there, and I will look some spots maybe I can get. Look how it's beautiful. You can go left, right. Yeah. There is also some small islands.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I don't know distance. I will check how much it's distance on Google, and then I don't have P900, but I have something. I have 60 zoom. I think it will be enough also.
Yeah, good location choice.
Yeah, I need weather only good.
Yeah.
But
Weather.
doesn't matter. I will be there, and I will one day I will try to. If it's nothing, doesn't matter. I I saw everything in Croatia. I don't need to look in other countries.
Yeah. That's a good location.
But this is good location because if I find really good, I can watch left and right and straight. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you choose that time of the day with low humidity in the air, it will be awesome.
Are you still in Croatia, or did you move away?
Oh, I'm in UK now.
Oh, okay.
I was in Italy also for
I
that.
know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know somebody in the musical world, which separate world from this, but he's from Croatia, and he originally lived out in Florida, but just recently moved out here to California. But I was just wondering if on any small chance that you might guys have heard of each other, but I'm sure you probably haven't.
There is some people from, but not my country, but ex-country Yugoslavia, who are also they were coming here, or they also have a channel, but it's located, I think, in US. But they are making everything on our language about flat Earth.
Well, this gentleman, his name is Davidas, and he had a Discord channel. That's how I first joined Discord back a while back during the flu season a couple of years ago. And he's into guitars. I'm into guitars. Sonny here, he's into guitars. Flat Earth dude's into guitars. So we have that kind of a mutual bond. But yeah, I'm into music. I'm going to have more time to play with my guitars once I retire. But Davidas, he's an interesting person. He's very, very talented. What he does, he has a guitar and an amplifier, a little keyboard, and a little like a drum type machine. And he goes into public places and he'll just lay all these separate tracks down. So like one for the guitar, one with like the drums with the snare, and another with the tom drum or the snare or the hi-hat, whatever. And just individually put all these pieces together and make a song and then start singing to it. And a very, very, very talented individual. I only wish I had 1/10 of his talent. But his name is Davidas. He's from the person that I've ever talked to that's from Croatia.
Okay. I will look for Davidas.
Yeah, search for him on YouTube.
Okay.
Got long on there. Yeah, he was a street performer playing for whatever tips you could get. He played gigs where he got paid to do it, and he's a full-time performer. Coco, he got stuck at home. A street performer, yeah. But anyway, like I said, he was a street performer, and he'd also play gigs. And when the Coco flu season came around, and he couldn't do anything, he was doing a internet tour, and he played something like every day straight for like 4 or 5 hours, streaming live, and just going ahead and taking tips or whatever you call it on YouTube, super chats like that. So, and just watching this guy live. And he was over in Florida when this happened, but like I said, he's out here in California now. But just this guy is a remarkable talent. So if you found him, take a look. He's got a ton of videos, for over.
Is it DOVUDAS?
DOV
U
DOVY
Y
DAS.
Yeah.
Davidas.
Yeah, he has some symbol, and I found him. Yeah. Okay.
Well, if you like music, I think you might be able to appreciate his abilities. If you are musically inclined and play any music, I think you'll be impressed by his versatility and being able to be a one-man band.
I will look into. I subscribed.
All right.
But now it's 1:45 after midnight.
Oh. Well, if you're getting tired, may you have a pleasant evening and good dreams.
Yeah. Because in last month, I'm listening US guys, and that means to 3-4 in the morning. I need to rest. But okay, I'm not working. I'm not complaining.
I used to be a late night person. I'd go to work all day and close the bars at 2 a.m. Finally get to sleep by about 3, just to wake up at 8 and get up and start it all over again.
Yeah.
But nowadays at 10 o'clock, I'm asleep in the chair, if not 9. And like last night, I fell asleep in my recliner watching TV, woke up a little after midnight, got up and went to bed.
With the age, it's getting, yeah. I'm 51, but I can still, wake up. But yeah, it's not like before.
Well, I wake up at 5 a.m. and I don't need an alarm to do it. It's just my body is trained, and I like it earlier in the morning. Stuff done, first thing. I've got an earlier shift at work, My shift starts at 7 a.m. and I get off at 3:30 p.m. So right now it's 4:45, and I'm still hitting traffic here coming out of Los Angeles, and it's bumper to bumper here. I mean, I'm looking forward to not having to deal with this anymore. When I can not have to drive back and forth to work, deal with traffic, deal with jerks, deal with people cutting in front of you, almost causing accidents. Los Angeles.
Yeah. But I was always night hawk, how to say, even from childhood, even when I was very, very young. I was 12, 13. I was listening radio till the morning, I don't know. And when I was going to school, for example, it was like an afternoon school in high school. I was going to sleep, let's say 7 in the morning, and sleeping all morning, and I was sometimes I was late because afternoon in the school, because of my nights. I was studying during the nights, and I could not never study in the morning. I don't know. Then life changed. Then I started to work, but I worked also in a bakery, also night shift. That was fucking.
I had a problem with conventional schools. They didn't like me there. So a couple of times I got kicked out and had to go to a continuation high school. And then I went to an experimental school called Alternative School. And it started off with 50 students from 0 through 12th grade. But later on, I ended up going to a place called Evening High School. And school started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and was over at 9. And I really loved those hours.
Yeah. Somehow, always in my childhood, I thought, why we are fucking going at 7, 8 in the morning in the school? This is torture,
Hey, Wave Mixer, do you know of the Olympic Alternative High School?
Not the Olympic Alternative High School. I know that there was an alternative school in Pasadena, California. And I know as of a few years ago, it was still there, but it's changed hands and owners and locations and a bunch of stuff since I went there 50 years
this
ago.
was down by the beach. This was down by like Culver City sort of area. I actually had a friend from high school. I was in the area close by, I guess, and I see my friend Jeff pops up. He goes, come on. He goes, come on in. Emmy Lou Harris, my friend, is playing at the high school. So I hopped in. He goes, yeah, she let me borrow her car. So I was with my friend from high school in Emmy Lou Harris's car and actually went to the concert and saw her play very early on in her career.
Oh, right on. She was famous already, though, right?
Yeah, she already had like her first album, I think.
So you heard me mention Oh, go ahead.
I was saying she was playing a free concert at this Olympic Alternative High School on Olympic Boulevard.
So when I was growing up in high school and junior high school, there was a very popular party band called Mammoth. And right in the... So, I went to one of the parties they had there that they played at once when David Lee Roth just started getting into the spandex. And I think that was just before they changed their name to It might have been just after. I don't remember for sure. But yeah, dude. And at one of the kids that I grew up with, in the back of her house, there was an alley. And then on the other side of the alley, there was another house. And that's where the Van Halen brothers lived. And we used to hear them play when we were hanging out at the pool in the backyard, having no idea who they were. Linda, that lived in the house, she knew who they were. She talked to them all the time because they were neighbors. But then I look at, okay, so someone's famous. And I think that a lot of times, I can't speak for other people, but I've placed too much value on somebody's reputation and looking up to them. And a couple of the people that I really put high up on a pedestal, once I actually got to know them, I realized that there was they shouldn't be the ones up on the pedestal. So, well, he did do a lot to the guitars, the guitar world. Although he wasn't the person that originally invented tapping a guitar. It was, I think it was a classical guitar player on an acoustic guitar that used to do that many years ago, but I don't remember his name offhand. And then there's Sonny, and that guy can pick an axe like nobody else, and for hours at a time, not just doing a 2-hour gig and setting it down, but just standing up and providing the music all day long. I've seen it. I've been there. So hats off to Sonny.
Yeah, I wish I had more active gigs. I'm going to try to round something up like that so I can stay active.
Well, I'm a lot better at the technical work, working on guitars, modifying them, building them. I haven't built any, all the wood and everything from scratch, whether an acoustic or an electric. But I've stripped them all down. I've done a bunch of work, redone all the wiring and the controls. But my playing ability, it's nowhere where I would like it to be. And that's a lot because, I get interested in it, I go for it, and something comes up, I don't work on it that much. And then another decade or two, I'll pick it up again and pretty much be where I left off at. So, but people that can really play, and you ought to check out the Davidas on YouTube, Sonny. What I was saying earlier about how he goes ahead and has like a one-man band, and like he'll get up inside of a home or on a curb or whatever. But what's really cool about him is he pulls people out of the audience, and a lot of his videos will be someone requested "Smoke on the Water," and this person stole the show, and he'll also bring an axe and play, or someone will sing. And that's what music is all about: is sharing with other people, playing together. It's like the universal language. And unfortunately, our universal language of music has really been butchered and chopped up. So if you look like, old, anybody knows how to read music, and you look at, a musical score from like Beethoven or Chopin or Liszt or whoever, and then you look at the music today, and it's kind of like the difference between having an 8-cylinder V8 engine and a little 1-cylinder go-kart engine, trying to power it. It's just it's not there. There's no substance there. Just the main basic downbeat, and a lot of them use click tracks, and they all use the same thing. So many songs they're just not music. I love the stuff from the 70s mostly. A lot of stuff from the 60s. Didn't care too much for the 50s. The 80s, a lot of that. Some of the metal stuff, I was really into that. But even that stuff, none of it is really as technical as what used to be written, centuries ago. You take a look at the architecture nowadays. All the new buildings are just straight walls. And then you look at the buildings from 100 years ago, there's very intricate, detailed architecture. And it's like, wow, how come they were doing this 100 years ago and we're not doing it now? Probably for the same reason that, we went to the moon in 1969 and we can't do it now. We had that technology, but we destroyed it. And it's a painful thing to bring it back. So I just got out of a tunnel. I don't know if it's just been dead air this time or if anybody else had anything to say and I couldn't hear it. But I'm out of the tunnel. I'm on the home stretch of being home. I think it was this morning. I had a long, interesting talk with Stacy on the dunes, Salt Lake Stacy. Salt Lake Stacy. And I had a conversation with her that started when I was pulling out of my driveway at home and ended when I pulled into my parking spot at work. So I don't know if Stacy's out there, but shout out to you. That was a very good conversation this morning. Now I'm talking to myself, so that's not quite as interesting. I've already heard everything I have to say. I will say that the skies appear to be a blue, and I don't see any kind of stripes going around. So that's kind of nice. It's always a pleasant day when you can see the San Gabriel Mountains just north of my house. There's a 2,000-foot elevation, and from as the crow flies, maybe 20 miles, there's days you can't even see them because of the air pollution here. So, Sonny, come back and rescue me so I'm not doing the Wave Mixers All Alone show. Are you still plugged in and listening?
Yeah, but I'm going outside right now. I'm about to walk out the door with the bike. Got to get outside. Stir crazy. So I'll be back on later.
All right. Well, Sonny, it was good talking to you. It's always a pleasure hearing you, especially when you play your guitar, but that'll be another time.
Likewise.
Anyway, brother, you take care. Ride in peace, bro.
Take care. Talk to you soon.
So, by any chance, any people listening right now in here that believe that we are living on a spinning globe that magically holds water to it as it spins around 1,000 miles an hour at the equator? And I'm going to be moving right by that equator, pretty close to it. I'm going to see if it feels like I'm moving any faster. I like cars. I like fast cars. I've got a car that I've taken on the racetrack, both on drag racing and road racing. And I love the feel of accelerating. I love the feel of the centrifugal force pushing me back in the back of my seat. I like going fast. I just don't feel like I'm going about 1,000 miles an hour at the equator anyway. So when I get down there farther, hopefully I'll be going a lot faster. Well, I'm out of signal. Okay, I can see who's on here now. Hey, Timbo is there. Sunny's still there. There's Miguel and Tias, UK. Oh, okay, the light changed. I can't look at my phone anymore.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity do. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man.
Take control of your soul.
Take deception on a biblical level is orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
I don't know. I haven't actually looked into. I knew it was just nonsense.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about it here. I guess like there was a conversation going on, so I'm not trying to interrupt that. I just like put it in the chat to see if anyone else wanted to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Was it a coefficient? The K value is that?
Well, I mean, we can talk about it if you want. When I said the modus tollens argument, I actually meant the logical syllogism, right? The actual logic of the argument, as opposed to the observation of the black swan that you talk about sometimes. Like, does anyone have an interest in the logic that goes on? Yeah, that's actually the modus tollens argument that he's talking about.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty.
You know, like the I think it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Like the logic that goes on.
That's not modus tollens. What are...
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
No,
that's modus tollens.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is, Helio.
Okay.
Okay, so does anyone want to talk about that? Or if they don't, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm not trying to force it on anyone.
Well, are you like are you challenging what the application to the black swan?
Yeah.
Okay, can you want to specify your point so we can then we'll.
Sure. So my criticism is basically that I'll just explain it briefly. So like everyone, I'm not expecting everyone to have like, you know, a background in this. Like I don't have a background in either. So I'm not expecting everyone to like automatically understand what I'm saying. So, you know, it's fine to challenge me back. Like I'm totally comfortable with that. But I'm just gonna give like a quick overview, okay, of the argument as he puts it. So it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, okay? His formulation of the argument, I'll paste it in the chat so you can read it as well, is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, that's the P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, okay? And that last equation is how you ascertain the distance to the geometric horizon, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first premise. That's a conditional premise, okay? The Earth is a sphere part is the antecedent, and then the every horizon distance measurement part, that's the consequent, okay? The consequent is the part I have a problem with, but I'll finish the syllogism first, okay?
Go for it.
The second premise is the negation of Q, all right? And that is we have a horizon distance measurement that is greater than 9.4 miles, aka the black swan observation, okay?
Yep.
So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3,959 miles. The black swan observation contradicts the Q, which is this position that we apparently take, that all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, okay? Now, my criticism...
So is your... Oh, go ahead.
Can I just finish off? Like, so I'm really close to finishing right now.
I'm sorry, brother.
No worries. Yeah. So my criticism is that the attribution of the Q to us, which is that we believe all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, is actually a false attribution. It's a straw man. We don't actually take that position. And I can back that up by telling you why. Because
let's go.
For us to take that position, we would have to assume that there's no atmosphere on the Earth.
No.
Because that's the only conditions in which there would be no refraction in the atmosphere.
You're conflating geometric and apparent, bro. So yeah, his logic is.
Well, hey, wait, hold on. Did you finish? Did you finish your point?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That's okay. You can give me your responses now.
All right, good. Go ahead.
My response is that you're conflating geometric and apparent because you just now invoked refraction. The argument is that the physical geometric horizon must fall within those parameters. It's the physicality of the geometric horizon, the land itself. For you to invoke refraction, thus the apparent horizon, you are conflating.
Okay, so what I would say is that the importance of my criticism is that for his argument to be valid, we have to hold the positions. Okay, we have to take the position that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. We do take that position. I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
But I do disagree with the idea that we take the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. We do not take that position. That's my whole argument here.
Oh, okay. So what you're
Yeah,
saying is that the problem is in the every horizon distance part.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was another claim here made where you actually contacted this person that observed this. Did you say that?
No, I don't think so.
So is your claim that the horizon is basically at an optical position? Is that your claim?
No, my
to use the geometric constraints, which are absolute, would be negated by the claim that, well, the horizon is just optical and it's just in an optical position at any given time.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question, right? But
it's the only counter.
Well,
exactly.
My position in relation to QE's argument is just this:
that the horizon is an optical phenomenon.
How about hold on. Let's discount QE's argument. How about us, the people that are talking about it now, let's just us talk about it.
Well, that's the thing, because my whole argument is about QE's.
You're with the argument. We're probably going to say the same thing.
Yeah, but you're asking me not to talk about the thing I'm trying to talk about.
Answer AI's question.
Okay. My whole criticism of QE's argument is that he's misattributing a position to us that we don't hold, and therefore his negation of that position is not valid because we don't hold it.
Okay, let's stop you right there. Let's stop you right there, though. Your position is irrelevant.
It is relevant because he's trying to negate it.
No, it's not.
Hold it, and he can't negate it.
It doesn't matter what position you're holding. He's trying to negate the consequences of the nature of the Earth, not.
Tolan's argument is very specific. And,
it's not about a position, is it?
Well,
is it about a position?
We're talking about geometry, Ben.
Well, the thing is,
I'm talking about principles, like your position that you hold versus the nature of reality itself. He's not arguing against your position. He's arguing against the consequences of the sphere if it's a certain size. So your only counter is not, this is not my position. Your appropriate counter would be, there is no geometric horizon. Therefore, the horizon could be anywhere it damn well pleases.
Why do y'all have such a problem grasping this? It's so simple. I mean, it's like you're not understanding.
I know, it's just, it's math. It's like they claim to be the mathematics experts. It's like, you guys don't understand math. Do understand math. We understand geometry. We know that the math, the math of Earth, is 24,901. We know where the horizon is supposed to be. It's supposed to be right there.
I have a quick comment. To any of your guys' position, it's strictly to the geometry of the Earth, of the shape of what you guys claim it is. So you guys can all have different positions. Doesn't mean his position has to be aligned to what you believe, because it's irrelevant. It's what the geometry of the Earth's position is.
You know what? In addition to that, Jose, we can actually attribute, whatever the haze or whatever they want to call the freaking atmospheric conditions. We can throw a little more math on it, or if you want to, but
no, he's just not understanding. He's saying every horizon distance measurement. Okay, so what it's infallible, bro. Like, you're just not understanding.
Do you understand my criticism, just to make sure?
Yeah, I understand your criticism. And
could you just tell me what it is? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm just trying to figure out.
Yeah, what you're trying to say is that whenever he says every horizon distance is an inaccurate postulation from y'all's position.
What I'm actually saying is that he's arguing that we hold two positions and that they're contradicted by the black swan observation. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere with 3959 miles. I accept that. We hold that position. But we do not hold the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. That part is a swap. Is a straw man.
Y'all
understand the position because we only need one. We only need one. That's why it's called the black swan.
No, yeah.
That's why we only need
If we hold that
one.
position, could you cite where we say that?
There's a category error. He's not arguing.
It's where the horizon distance comes from. That figure comes from any nautical manual.
But that's only the geometric horizon, right?
That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, but then we don't claim every horizon is equal to the geometric horizon.
How
That's
about
not what it says.
How
That
about
is what it
one?
says.
It says
Yeah, it
every
says-
horizon distance measurement.
Yes,
means
can be no
physical-
greater.
The physical geometric horizon is.
No, but that's not what he means by
confinements-
horizon. That's not what he means
Oh,
by
you
horizon.
know what? You know what? You know
Yeah,
what
because
it means.
he doesn't mean geometric horizon when he says horizon. Or does someone else want to disagree with me on that?
That is what he's talking
Everyone besides you agrees on that, as far as I
Okay,
can
so say
tell.
he does mean geometric horizon then. Okay, then in what sense does an observation of the black swan contradict the position that every geometric horizon cannot be greater than the geometric horizon? That's a tautology in any case, but how does a black swan observation contradict that? That's why I don't think he's saying geometric horizon. I think he means horizon in the sense that we mean apparent horizon.
Tautology. I mean, did you say tautology?
It's a tautology if he's just saying the same thing. If he's saying every geometric horizon distance measurement can be no more than the horizon geometric horizon distance
How
measurement,
many
that's a tautology.
geometric horizons are you describing here, bro? Tautology? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, if you don't know, maybe let someone else respond to me.
Yeah.
India, go ahead. I'll shut up. My bad.
You're misstating his argument for one. Okay, it says cannot be greater than.
Yeah, that's fine. Correct. I could take that correction.
Must be no more than every horizon distance measurement.
Yeah.
Must be no more than 1.225 square root of observer's height in feet.
When he says horizon,
And it
do you
says
take that as being
specifically
geometric or apparent?
horizon. It says geometric horizon right in it. It's
It doesn't.
pink. It's in pink, dude.
Yes, it
I'm
does.
looking at it right now.
Could you post it to the chat? 'Cause I'm working on a different definition. This is the syllogism, right?
Yes.
I'm taking mine from a quote that he gave me in the chat.
Right. Do you think syllogism will win the argument when it comes to the ultimate shape of the Earth?
Okay, I accept what you're saying there with the geometric horizon part, but that comes afterwards. I'm not talking about that's just him reiterating what the equation means. I accept that part. He says horizon before that, where he says then every horizon
measurement.
Yeah, but that horizon bit, that's the bit we're questioning what he means by that.
The geometry of the Earth, bro.
Okay, hold on.
Geometric horizon. If he was here, that's what he would say. The geometric horizon. That's what he's talking about.
So when he says horizon the first time, he's talking about geometric.
Both times, yes.
And our whole side knows that.
Okay, so
I thought when you say horizon, you don't mean geometric horizon. You mean
well, we know the horizon.
what we would call the apparent horizon.
There's no such thing.
Oh my goodness, bro!
In the gold model, there's 5 horizons. So which one do you mean?
Well, it's not up to me. It's up to QE. It's irrelevant what I think. I'm going based off what I think he thinks. And I thought horizon would have meant apparent because he specifies geometric afterwards, after the second part, the calculation, which is obviously referring to the geometric horizon. So he's saying here... So he's saying here that every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. Is that what you're saying he's saying?
Yes.
That's a tautology then, isn't it?
No,
because it's got parentheses around geometric.
Oh my goodness!
Do you see the semicolon? Okay,
hey, can you type tautology in the chat? Because when I look it up,
no, this is called sophistry. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
This is
sophistry.
It says needless repetition of an idea, especially in words other than those of the immediate context, without imparting additional force or clearness, as in widow woman or whatever.
And it does provide additional clarification. So that doesn't fit those confinements parameters. It does.
Okay, well, freaking show me where it makes any sense at all.
Enio, stop screwing over people.
Yeah, you keep using the word tautology, right? And he just read the definition. Okay, yeah, he just read
I won't use tautology anymore. So,
well, no, what I'm saying is it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work because you're saying that it's a redundant.
He's partially correct.
Well, it's just a clarification, right? In the definition, it says without adding.
Just let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Okay, we all know it's not possible to see the quote-unquote geometric horizon. So the model predicts that it would be in a certain place. So if you actually measured it physically, it should be there. So it is kind of a tautology, but the error of the tautology is on the globe side, not the flat Earth side. Because the globe Earth side will say the geometric horizon is exactly where it needs to be. But you could never see it.
Okay, so let's say that's the case, and I think it is the case for the most part, right? You can never actually see the geometric horizon, okay? In what sense does this black swan observation disprove the existence of a geometric horizon?
Well, for 5 years, all we've heard is that we do see it. So now, just to stake your claim, you're saying you never see
it's listen. He's trying to prove that the geometric horizon does not match the prediction.
Well, what's the prediction?
No more than 1.225 the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Right, but we don't claim that the horizon that you see is the geometric horizon.
Now that it's been dismantled, you don't claim that.
Well, we've never claimed that. That's why there's a term called the apparent horizon that differs from the geometric horizon.
I've heard myself over 100 times.
Okay,
that both
so to find where the apparent
physical
horizon is, do you need to use the geometric horizon?
I think you would, and you would also apply
you cannot
the
do
refraction
any curve
calculations to it.
Listen, you can't do any calculations without calculating that horizon first. That is going to be the first order of business.
Sure.
So if you cannot locate that point, that place, then the rest is just gobbledygook.
Yeah, this used to be the question,
Which
right?
is the point. The point is to show that the idea of using a curve calculator or saying this thing is over the horizon, under the horizon, it's just, I think the point of this is more to show the fallaciousness of using the curve calculator or apparent behind the curve, ships over the horizon, masts being visible before the bottoms of the hull is a bunch of baloney. Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, we would see the ships disappear bottom first. If the Earth was a globe, we would see the sunset over the horizon. All this kind of stuff. So
Copernicus even says this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. Okay, so you can't just bail on this as if it. Now we're not saying any geometric horizon. We're saying that didn't exist, but Copernicus himself said it. And uses this as evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
You can't use it that this is evidence that Earth is a globe for 400 years and just to say, "Oh, we didn't mean that."
Because the P900 came out.
So is that the position of say AI? I see you lighting up as well. Is it your position that when he says every horizon distance measurement, he means geometric horizon?
Yes.
I know that's your position, Indio, but AI, is that your position too?
Look, you're trying to get it to a point where the geometric horizon is always going to be where it's going to be, but you can never see it, which you don't realize that you're actually conceding that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not...
Yeah, it's 24, 901.
But is that your position too? Is that your reading of this syllogism, AI?
No.
When he says every horizon, he means every geometric horizon.
There's only one horizon, bro.
Is that the geometric horizon?
No. What is the definition of the word horizon?
Well, are we going based on the National Geographic definition or the Andrew Young subject matter expert definition? Because they're two different
What the actual horizon is. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. If you're going to point to a horizon in a photograph, in a video, in the real life? What are you going to be pointing at?
It would be the line where the sky appears to meet the land.
Bingo! We have a winner.
Welcome to
But then, like many subjects, you find more technical definitions when you go a little deeper. And then if you go a little deeper, you'll find that there's 3 definitions. So, are we to just reject that?
No, bro. If you're going to point to me a horizon, what are you going to be pointing at?
Yeah, but there are colloquial definitions for many terms that have a more
If you're going to point at a horizon in a photo, in a video, right. Bingo. Yeah. So you already answered the question.
So we are going to ignore the more technical definitions then. Why?
Present them, man.
We're already accepting that they don't matter, so why bother? I mean,
but they're irrelevant to this. Okay, so the astronomical horizon is irrelevant to this. So are you saying
the apparent and the geometric aren't?
Listen, are you saying that ships go over the astronomical horizon?
No, I'm not.
Okay, how about the what do they call it? What do they call it in sailing? The artificial horizon. Do ships go over the artificial horizon?
I think ships go over the geometric horizon.
The ships... Holy shit, dude. You think ships go over the geometric horizon?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
So how do we find that?
Well, you can see it. I knew you have one. But
how about if I show you a video of a radio-controlled motorboat on a 400-foot lake just being obstructed by nothing?
Anyway, for the flat earthers watching,
not one video, like 10 of them.
Yeah.
With Webb.
Correct.
So now you have an anomalous data point. Okay.
Sure, I'll look at it. I mean, if you give me a reference, I'll read up about it.
Not a reference, a demonstration.
So is it the apparent horizon that cuts ships off from the bottom up, or is it the actual horizon that cuts them off from the bottom up?
Well, I really don't want to move off of this modus tollens argument yet, because there's a couple other things I wanted to go into. But the short answer is that I think that the geometric horizon is the one that cuts it off, and the apparent horizon is the one that you see. And that those two things are consistent with one another and they can coexist.
So when the boat is way off in the distance and its disappearance is consistent with the distant horizon, it's somehow actually being blocked by the closer horizon that's physical.
So let's take what he said in the context of this image, right? So the geometric horizon in this image is supposed to be a mile away. That is what is supposed to be cutting off. It should be cutting off the oil rigs. But you can see this visual horizon more than 9 miles away. So where did the geometric horizon go? Did it become transparent?
I think it's still there, but then...
But it's supposed to be blocking the light that is coming off those oil rigs.
Yeah, well, do you believe that light can bend through the atmosphere? Do you believe that light can bend as it travels through the atmosphere?
Can bend. Yeah, I believe it can bend, yeah.
Okay.
So you said it's blocking it. You said it gets blocked by the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but the light can bend over that horizon and meet your eye.
Okay, but the horizon went from in front of the oil rig to in back of the oil rig.
Well, the apparent horizon did, yeah.
Well,
the geometric one stayed where it was.
You show me or tell me or demonstrate it in any way, shape, or form how a horizon that should be obstructing something from the front can leapfrog the object that should be obstructing and appear behind it.
Well, this is another part of the...
No, so just tell me.
I'm about to answer you. Okay. This is another part of the claim that's being made. And I don't know exactly where the horizon is in that image, but I can't really argue that it's definitely behind the oil rigs unless you can substantiate that decisively.
There's actually the person that took this image took some more yesterday that are a lot clearer.
Well, I mean, to really know for sure, I think you need to take more data measurements than we're taking. Isn't that the case? I mean, can you be certain of where the horizon is?
Well, if the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the land, it's a subjective visual impression.
Yeah, but that line in both of those images is not exactly clear.
Well,
I mean, it's a hazy day.
It certainly is not in front of the oil rigs.
No, I agree. Or at least it doesn't appear to be.
So how would it?
But then it could be. I mean, it could be the case that there's some strange atmospheric
How is a mechanism which could make that happen? Just
I don't know.
bending light doesn't cover it because you have to bend it in such a way, I don't know what, corkscrew it or whatever. You have to bend it in such a way whereas the line, which would normally be obstructing, somehow flipped and got behind the oil rigs.
Well, you're not going to like this answer, but if it was up to me, I would say there's so many anomalous refractive artifacts in that image that it's worthwhile just throwing it out. I know you're not going to want to do that, but you have to look at that image and think there's a lot of crap going on in there.
Doesn't matter.
But it's been repeated.
Yeah, but it hasn't been repeated without a lot of artifacts of refraction. That's the thing.
So you saw the one that was done yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you like sandbagging, like pretending you didn't see it?
Well, I did see it, and I saw refraction in that image too.
So, guess what? Turbulence, atmospheric turbulence, is not refraction.
Well, there's a lot of waviness in that image, and I think if there was better focus, you could see the cranes were distorted in a similar way as they were in the original.
Now, tell us the mechanism where waviness in an image translates to horizons jumping in front of each other, back and in front of objects.
Well, I'm not sure that the horizons are doing that because, like I said, it's hard to determine.
Listen,
if you're on a globe, it has to do that.
What you're doing is called FUD. Okay, it's called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They used to do it in, corporate circles, back IBM versus Microsoft, and that's all you're doing. You can't name a mechanism this would happen, not a physical one. You can't even conceive of one in your mind. Okay, you can't even make one up using a fucking exotic material. There's no way it could happen. That a horizon is going to get displaced from in front of an object to another. It's just not going to happen. It can't happen.
Well, I mean, can the horizon not appear to move further back due to impacts of refraction? I think
appear to move further back means it appears higher in the frame of the
I think it does, doesn't
frame.
Doesn't the horizon appear higher?
But listen, if the oil rigs are behind the horizon, the oil rigs will appear higher as well.
Are we talking about the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon?
It doesn't matter with either one. It does not matter. We're talking about an apparent horizon. Wherever it appears to be, if it's in front of the oil rigs, if refraction is lifting everything up, it's lifting everything up. It isn't just lifting just the horizon up and sticking it behind the oil rig.
So let's assume that that refraction has lifted everything up, okay? And the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs. What?
How would it get? No. We're not going to assume the second part because the second part is impossible.
Well, what prevents that from happening due to refractive effects? Like, why can that occur due to refraction? I mean, I know it's been argued that our model of refraction allows for anything to happen, but if that's the case, then why can't this be happening too? I know you're not going to like that, but
because the light comes to the camera, right?
Yeah.
So if there's a horizon and there's an oil rig behind it, and the light has to come from the oil rig, so the sunlight reflecting off the oil rig comes to the camera. The sunlight reflects off that hump of water that you think exists. That comes to the camera, and those are sequentially behind each other, right? They're in different positions, in distances, one in front of the other. Okay? No amount of lifting or twisting is going to make that horizon, the oil rig, suddenly appear in front of that physical object. Dude, what you're basically telling me is, I can be on another side of a hill, there can be refraction, and it will appear I'm in front of the hill and not behind it. That is ridiculous, dude. That is a ridiculous statement. You cannot conceive of any way to do that.
Yep.
Well, like I've talked to people about this before, like in the on the Glober side, and their position seems to be that, and I think I agree with it. Like,
that refraction is magic.
No, an observation like this, with as many obvious artifacts of refraction as are in it, extreme refraction, shouldn't really be counted as a great exemplar for any position, because except for the effects of refraction, because it's so laced with it. I mean,
so a hand wave dismissal.
What about finding a black swan?
Hey, listen, bro. What Indio set up for you? What Indio set up for you is a physical relationship between objects. What you set up is just a penumbra of plausible deniability.
Concepts. We know that when there's the entire argument of ships behind the horizon is that we're using the ideas of everyday light. When one object's behind another, you can't see it. Okay? You're saying there's just some magical light where if some object is behind another object, it can appear in front of that. That's ridiculous, dude.
I'm willing to accept for the sake of argument your position that the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs, right? But we haven't really established that concretely, have we? Because we can't. So
visually, it appears to be behind the oil rigs.
Yeah. Well, it might be.
Visually, especially in the second video, you can see the water lapping up against the bottom of the legs of the oil rigs. So we know the horizon can't be there.
In both of these videos, they're hazy. There's a lot of distortion in them.
But you can still see waves smashing against the bottoms of the oil rigs where the oil rigs meet the water. So we know the horizon can't be at the oil rig, but the globe predicts they're in front of the oil rig.
But not the globe including refraction, does it? Like this is the globe.
No, yes, the globe including refraction, even including, say, you take the standard 7.6R.
Well, this isn't a standard 7.6R day, is it?
Why isn't it?
Because we can see how much haze there is. Do you think they're both standard refraction days?
I didn't think there was particularly a large amount of haze in the second video.
Or what was the first one?
I don't know about the first one. I thought it might have been a little hazy, but the second one is way more clear, and you can see a lot more. And it's irrelevant, dude. This is all just a bunch of red herrings.
Because refraction is the whole argument.
No, refraction is not the argument because you're not stating an argument of refraction. You're saying an object that's behind another object can teleport in front of it.
Well, we haven't established the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs yet. I mean, to be
Why not? Why not?
Well, that's for you to do. How have you done it?
It either has to be in front or back or on it, and it's not front, back. It's not in front of it, and it's not on it, so it has to be in back of it.
He's just being dishonest.
Oh shit!
I'm not being dishonest. What have I lied about?
You're being
intellectually dishonest.
Let me put it this way.
Look, you guys, listen. I said this 3 years ago when the servers first started. Y'all are never kicking, dragging, screaming. You guys are never going to let go of this ships over the horizon thing. No matter what amount of evidence is shown, you're going to fucking deny it. No matter what. Despite the fact that there's 300-mile observations in Antarctica of mountains, which only could happen if a mountain was twice the height of Everest. And that's in the National Geospatial Agency, right? They print it. It's not some flat earther. You can go on YouTube and look up sea captains talking and saying, yeah, I can see 200 miles down here. Okay, so this is all well-known shit. You guys can't accept it because boats go over the horizon, because it's a globe, because it has to. Some silly shit that someone postulated 500 fucking years ago is your best proof.
All right, well, since we don't agree with the observation, could we go back to the syllogism? Because I still have a problem with that syllogism.
Apparently, because you don't understand. You can't even agree what the fuck a horizon is.
Well, it's indeterminate, I think, but in both images. But I think we could probably get to an agreement.
You have a problem with it.
Listen, if you want to deny your ice, then that's fine. There's no point in going over the syllogism because you're just denying objective reality. So, what else? Right. So you can take any of these images, right, and just apply a negative, not a negative color filter, but invert the colors, so you get more contrast. It isn't changing anything. It's just changing the color values, and you can clearly see the horizon without any problem.
Do you think there'll be a black swan without any kind of refractive issues in it? I mean, do you think that's possible?
This isn't. You act like this is the only thing. You act like this is the only black swan in existence.
No, I know that there's. I mean, based on his definition, the majority of observations are going to be black swans, aren't they? Yeah. Any observation that has a non-geometric horizon is by definition a black swan based upon his syllogism, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So that's most observations.
Well, then that's 500 years of stupid arguments, right?
Well, it's also 500 years worth of like black swans that we've been calling white swans, but now they're black.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me the analogy is kind of strained.
No, it's not the analogy that's strained. It's the fact that these were all black swans, and there was a long line of confirmation bias.
But wasn't the argument always about black swans? Wasn't the argument always about refraction causing you to see farther than the geometric horizon? That was always the argument. This isn't a new argument, in my opinion. It's being phrased in a different way, but fundamentally, it's the same thing.
No, listen. So when a ship, when an object appears over the horizon, what is that? Is that the geometric horizon or not the geometric horizon? Like, when does this refraction take place? Like, only when an object isn't obstructed, like the prediction?
Most of the time, you're going to be seeing an apparent horizon that's being loomed up by refraction. But the thing that's obstructing, the things in the background is the geometric horizon.
Do you have any evidence that happens most of the time? Any?
Well, you're arguing the same thing, aren't you?
I'm not arguing anything of the sort.
Are we disagreeing that most of the time you're seeing the apparent horizon?
No, you just said loomed up. You just said most of the time objects are loomed up. Do you have
loomed up in the sense of refracted up. Most of the time you're going to be
any
in
evidence
conditions
of
that are
that?
standard refraction at least.
Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any evidence that refraction is the general case?
Well, are we disagreeing that refraction causes light to bend?
We know that reflection, listen, the fact that an effect can occur does not mean it does occur. Listen, this is typical bullshit sophistry from fucking Globers. The fact that an effect can occur does not mean it is occurring, okay? And you guys proclaim that somehow refraction is the general case. It's the general condition of the fucking air that we look through every day. Well, then how did you figure out it was a fucking globe of 3,959 miles in the first place if all your measurements are optical? How'd you figure that the fuck out?
So what's your position?
No. How'd you figure that out if everything you measured and looked at was bigger than it really was in the first place?
Well, not bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
No.
Optically larger.
Well, I mean, that would be towering, right?
Everything
it doesn't have to be.
Up, it's spread out, and everything.
It's not larger.
Bigger.
No, it's not. It's not
larger.
Bigger.
It's modeled as larger. What do you think 76R means?
Yeah, you mean the planet, not the actual thing you're looking at?
Look.
Are you talking about the globe being larger, or are you talking about what you see being larger?
The globe would optically appear larger if everything was being... Okay.
Then how are you seeing
just a way of constructing a rule of thumb?
If the globe predicts a horizon at 9 miles and I see it at 10, does the globe look like a larger globe? Earth of a larger radius?
But that's the problem, right? Because you're saying that this defies expectations, that this defies the prediction of the globe. But I don't know how it does that, because our prediction has never been that the horizon will always be geometric.
You don't actually have a prediction. You don't actually have a bunch of post hoc bullshit, dude.
Well, I'm going off of Huey's argument, and I'm assuming you're a subscriber to that argument. If you're not, then you can tell me. I'm just going based off what his argument is.
Look,
shit.
His argument speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be retranslated or reconvened. You know what it is perfectly, okay?
Yeah.
And you just got off the fact that, listen, the globe, the measurement, the claimed radius is based on optical measurements, right? Surveying, looking at things. Now, to after the fact say, well, those optical measurements that we did, they're in fact actually wrong because things are loomed up. Like I said, what do you think 76R means? That means they increase the radius of the globe by 1/6 and then model everything as if the rays of light are straight.
Yeah, but that's just to increase the distance to the object. It's not to increase the size of the object. But that increases the entire size of the Earth. It doesn't increase the size of the object, though, right? You weren't saying that, were you?
It will increase the distances.
Optically, it does.
Optically, it does. It'll increase the distances because all the angles will increase in size. So optically, the Earth would look 1/6 bigger than what they actually measured it as. But what's happened was they came up with 3,959 miles. They started doing measurements, and they're like, holy shit, this doesn't fit. We're going to have to add something to this fucking formula to make it fit our fucking globe. So that's what they started doing. But that didn't work, so then they started with deflection of the plumb line and deflection of the vertical, because now down isn't down, and we got to curve the plumb line and project it on an oblate spheroid. And this is a bunch of shit you don't know that they did in surveying, but this is what they did. You guys think that like a globe projection is like some straight lines? No, it's not. They're all curved plumb lines.
Okay, do you think that it would matter if no one on the globe side actually subscribed to this position that all horizons must be no more than the geometric horizon? Would that be important or not?
I think what should be important is that they stop telling kids that ships over the horizon proves it's a globe. That's what I think.
No, they were not lying.
The next time
If it's
QE
true,
comes
they
in,
wouldn't have to lie to kids.
whenever I try and talk to QE, he just mutes me. The next time he comes in, could you ask him about that horizon part? If he
We're talking about QE. We're talking about your ridiculous argument here.
All right, don't get upset.
Find a flaw in the argument.
No one's emotional here apart from you. Okay,
You can't rebut it, so you're trying to find a flaw in the wording.
Well, no, I was under the apprehension that he meant apparent horizon when he said horizon, but you're saying he meant geometric horizon. And if that's the case, then it does change the argument quite a lot.
Dark Star, you have to think about it like this. If he's applying it to a globe earther and he's applying it to globe Earth, like the geometric horizon, that's what he's talking about. He's not putting in what he believes into the argument because he's trying to test the predictions of the globe, right? With this black swan, right? So why would he use apparent horizon? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, yeah, because I'll tell you, because he's sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he's comparing an apparent horizon observation, the black swan, to a geometric horizon position, and that's if he's saying that the horizon, because the word horizon, okay, it's ambiguous in the context that he means to put it in because it means different things to different people, right? It would be better if he said exactly what that word meant in that context because it's not clear to me, and I was confused. I thought he meant apparent horizon when he said every horizon. Like when he said every horizon distance measurement, I thought he meant distance measurement to the apparent horizon.
Let me ask you if this
not the geometric one.
Would this statement make sense? Ships being obstructed by the apparent horizon prove the globe. Would that be a sentence that made any fucking sense to you?
No.
No. So that's why he's using geometric horizon, because we've been hearing for years the geometric horizon of the Earth, the leading edge of the ball, is what is blocking the bottoms of ships, objects, buildings, you name it, whatever the object of the day is. They're saying the geometric horizon does that.
Sure.
Okay?
So
if the geometric, this is basically saying the claim that the geometric horizon proves the globe because it blocks the bottom of boats is false, because the horizon is not where the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
But which horizon? The apparent horizon or the geometric?
The geometric horizon, because
but the geometric horizon is exactly
this is a corollary of the original claim. The original claim is the geometric horizon. You said it yourself. Is what is blocking the bottom of objects.
Sure, but
you never said. Did you ever say that the apparent horizon is blocking the bottom of objects?
No.
Okay, you said the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So that's the horizon he's talking about, the geometric one. The same horizon everybody's been talking about for a long time.
But we never made the claim that the geometric horizon can be.
You just claimed it about 10 minutes ago.
No, the geometric horizon is just a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. So that's not even a
10 minutes
question.
ago, you claimed that the geometric horizon is what obstructs objects.
Yeah, I don't renounce that claim.
Yes.
He's too smart.
So he's refuting that claim. He's refuting that claim. He's using geometric horizon.
But he's refuting that claim by presenting an observation of an apparent horizon. I don't see how that does that.
Okay, well, then.
But how does that do that?
A refutation is that it's apples to oranges because he's showing an apparent horizon and not a geometric horizon.
But that's the thing, because it makes a lot more sense from his perspective.
How do we differentiate between apparent horizon and a geometric horizon? How do we differentiate which is which, right? So that's the next question. So if it's actually the apparent horizon that makes objects appear to be obstructed, yeah, so that's where we're at. The apparent horizon. Because that's what it is, the images. Images, what you look with your eyes. So that's the apparent horizon that makes things appear that way. So that means whatever's happening is a purely optical phenomenon that has nothing to do with any geometry at all.
But do you think it makes more sense, like in just reading it, that he would say that up to this point, I'll read the syllogism. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square miles. 1.225 square root of the observer's height. We have a horizon distance measurement greater than 9.4 miles. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959. Doesn't it make more sense if he's saying every horizon in the context of every apparent horizon?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a syllogism because then you're starting to import other logical conclusions into it.
This is exhausting.
You're trying to make really a formal syllogism, which only has specific purposes to like prove one idea, and trying to import all these other conclusions off of that. Logically, this is absolutely true. Okay? Logically, it's absolutely true. The conclusions based upon the truth of this may or may not be true. Those have to be proved by their own syllogism.
But the actual if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? The Q is that every I'm gonna rephrase it in the way that you're arguing it is, which is geometric horizon, just to be clear, okay? The Q is then every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon distance calculation, okay? The next part is the negation of Q, right?
Hold on.
So how does this observation of the black swan negate that position? How does the black swan observation negate Q? Do you see what I mean? Like, I don't see how that works.
Here's how it works. Can you guys hear me?
Look, your only argument is this picture is not Q, and it's something else.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's the apparent horizon here, clearly, right? And we're talking about the geometric horizon in Q.
Okay.
If that's what I don't think that's what he's saying, but if that's what you think he's saying, I still don't think it makes sense.
Well,
we don't care.
I've got this. Hold on, guys.
I just think you're
all right. Check this out.
Whatever you got to do, whatever you get paid to do. I don't know.
I wish I got paid, bro. Do you want to pay me?
You're doing it for free? Holy shit!
Why is this fun?
Listen, no, it's not. If it's fun, then you obviously paid, or you just think that we're a bunch of clowns to play with. But check this out.
It's fun to work out problems like this. It's fun to kind of think about.
All right. So, do you understand geometry? Spherical geometry. So, if you're 1 foot above the ground, the geometrical horizon cannot be further than 1.22 miles from, but you end up seeing the entire oil rigs and shit. I mean, we're trying.
Yeah, but that's the apparent horizon, isn't it? The geometric horizon isn't further than 1.22 miles, but the apparent horizon can be. That's always been the position.
What do you mean? All right. Well, how about you describe the geometric horizon? What do you mean by that?
The geometric horizon is a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. So that's the geometric horizon.
All right. So what is the circumference of the Earth?
Was it 24,000 miles?
A little bit more, but that's closer than the other guy I was talking to got.
Okay.
So. All right. So there is a physical barrier, a hump of water between what you might or might not see at 1 foot observation.
Yeah, assuming no atmosphere or refraction. Yeah, but obviously that's a silly
Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn minute. Hold on. Oh no, I didn't. I'm not talking.
I mean, it can only be that position if we have no atmosphere.
I'm not. God, can you let me freaking talk? I'm not assuming any type of refraction or anything. I'm talking about physical obstruction here. We're talking about a hump of water between you and the observation point, which is 9 miles away. Say the second oil rig. You just picture you as the camera 1 foot or so off of the beach, and you're looking 90 degrees ahead, and you're using 24901 calculations. Would you even be able to see that without absent of all refraction calculations or anything? in the geometric calculations, would you be able to see that? Yes
Absent
or no?
refraction, I'm not sure. You'd have to run it through a calculator, but there would definitely be obstruction there. Yeah.
The
Absent
answer
refraction.
is no. The answer is no. I've already done it.
Can I say
The
something
answer
real
is
quick?
no.
So, Dark Star, I don't like how you're like, when you say refraction is silly, like you're trying to imply that we think refraction is retarded. We definitely believe in refraction. What's actually silly is that you can't actually give us an example of the refraction you're describing, what is causing this observation. You couldn't even think of one when India was asking. That's more silly than anything, right? Like, it's not that we don't believe in refraction, is that what you have to believe in order to get that observation, you can't even put it in words. Like, all you can say
it's like there was no atmosphere at all. In the geometric calculations, if you were on a sphere and you were at, to look at these oil rigs, you wouldn't be able to see them at all if there were no atmosphere at all. You wouldn't be able to see them at all.
Yeah. Okay,
But then
we
all
do
of a
have an
sudden,
atmosphere, so what's the
refraction
importance of
makes
that
it
statement?
look like it's flat.
Wait, what's the cause? What's the cause of refraction, brother?
So it's the angle of incidence and I think the density of the medium.
Right. So it requires an angle of propagation from the point source through a differentiation in medium, correct?
I think it can be. I'm trying to remember the wording, get it right. I think that the density can be, or it can be. I don't want to badly butcher it.
It has to be different, correct?
If you say it right,
it can be a
might make
uniform
it possible. If you
gradient.
say it right, it might make it possible.
It can be a uniform gradient, but the same kind of medium.
Listen, if the medium is ubiquitous, then there cannot possibly be refraction.
So you're arguing that there isn't refraction then?
Okay, pay attention. You already said that the angle and the change in the medium, so that means it's different. Okay, so what India was asking you is to describe a relationship optically where the objects swap places.
The objects swap
Follow
places?
that? Yes. So the hump that you're supposed to be blocking things, then all of a sudden gets behind the thing it's supposed to be blocking. Okay, so you weren't able to give any type of plausible explanation. You only just referred to refraction. Refraction exists. What would be necessary for this type of observation to happen is basically heat-seeking, laser-guided eye missiles being shot out of the ocean miles past the hump of water that's supposed to be blocking the very ocean that's shooting you in the eyeballs with its eye lasers.
Right, that's assuming that the
passing through
where you believe it is.
Passing through. No. There is no where you believe it is. You point your finger at the apparent demarcation line where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the horizon.
It's not clear at all where the actual apparent horizon is in these images.
Is it beyond? Listen, is it in the middle of the two oil rigs, or is that still water?
It could be.
What do you mean it could be?
Can you rule it out? It could be the case that the last oil rig has parts of the uprights.
Is the Earth, in your opinion, bro, is the Earth 24,900?
Hold on, Helio, you asked him that already, and you're interrupting AI's point. 1 sec.
So I'm saying it could be. It could be that the horizon is in between those oil rigs.
But why? Why would you say that?
Well, what rules it out? Why would you deny it?
Okay, I'm gonna have to look at the picture one more time just so I can be certain what the hell you're trying to say.
The truth is we can't be certain because of how much distortion there's in the image. That's why I would say you should throw it out. But I know you're not going to do that.
No, bro, that's not how it works. Okay. Right. So here we have, let's see. We have, the sky is yellow. Then I'm scanning downwards. All of a sudden I see a completely different color. And when that color appears, it's beyond, or at least higher in the field of view, which would necessarily mean beyond the last oil rig.
Well, the oil
At
rigs
best,
are elevated.
Well, that's
you actually
cool.
Look on an elevated platform almost, and you can see that it's.
I really don't understand what the point. I really don't understand what the point of that assertion was.
So you just see it's not above it.
What's not above what?
What do you think I mean by that? The horizon line, you old man.
So you're telling me that the horizon line doesn't appear above the bottom legs of the oil rigs? That's your claim?
I don't think you guys are comprehending that the horizon, where the horizon's supposed to be, is like 1/6 of the distance to the first oil rig.
What are the assumptions with where the horizon should be?
The geometric horizon should be.
But that's never going to be the horizon you see, though. So why would you expect it to be there?
That's fantastic, but it can't be in front of something that's behind it.
But you keep going back to this position as though we hold that the geometric horizon is
because the path of
isn't.
the ray would have to come in at a higher angle on the camera. Understand it's being projected onto a plane, and for the horizon in the image to appear higher than the bottom of the oil rig, it has to come into the camera at a higher angle.
All right, I gotta go now, guys. But it was nice talking to you. I'll be back maybe sometime next week or something.
All right, peace.
See you.
Fucking glasses.
I'm bored. Dude, at the end of the day, they just don't want to admit where the horizon is. That's all it is. At the end of the fucking day, doesn't matter. The whole refraction argument was nonsensical. The whole geometric, what QE was talking about, was nonsensical. When you finally hold your toes to the fire where the horizon is, they just don't want to go there. Because that just destroys the whole point, the whole argument. Everything he has to say just destroys.
Well, the premise is thus that the geometric horizon can never be seen. Therefore, anything you're ever seeing is a consequent of optical phenomenon.
Which is our point.
Duh. Which is the only appropriate response to that is duh. So their only ground to retreat into is, well, I still need a geometric horizon because it's only possible that a geometric horizon could cut the bottoms of things off. And that's why they're so afraid of angular resolution arguments.
It's a reification fallacy and a black swan fallacy, just to conclude.
What's a reification fallacy?
Yeah, then define a black swan fallacy.
Concreteness, right? You're equating an optical phenomenon with physicality.
Are we?
argument,
Are
guys.
we? So do we, flat earthers, claim that the horizon is physical? Do we do that?
Or do you tell us that boats go over the horizon?
Just
I'm
answer my
talking about
question.
your specific argument, your black swan argument.
Sorry, do we, as flat earthers, claim we have a physical sphere edge for boats to go over? Or is
That's not what I'm talking about, Nathan. I'm talking about your
Yeah,
argument.
you get angry, you little bitch. That would be
Still don't understand the
your
argument.
reification of an Earth curve edge into the optical position that's the horizon. That would be you who reifies.
You're shifting on me, Nathan.
Yeah, because it's true. Yeah, shifting because I do not in any way, shape or form reify the not actual location in the distance into a physical geometric horizon. I do not do that. You globe worshipping zealots absolutely do. You are guilty of reification. You reify a not actual location into a physical edge of a sphere. So you are, again, for the second time in a row you've joined, projecting your reification of your model onto us. You are guilty of that fallacy.
So you're not claiming that optical phenomenon is physical?
No. We claim the optical horizon is merely the optical horizon. You think it's the edge of a sphere, you moron!
Okay, well then your argument
would be that you're guilty of reification, twatbag. Yeah, no shit. As the penny finally dropped, that you're accusing us of the very fallacy you're guilty of when you reify your globe model. And by doing it with the horizon, which is what this argument you're accusing us of being guilty of a reification fallacy, is in fact you turning a non-physical position into the edge of a sphere. You're guilty of it, not us, you stupid idiot.
I'm not making an argument. I'm not making an argument, Nathan.
Oh, you're not making the argument that the horizon's the edge of a sphere?
No, not.
Well then, welcome to Flat Earth. That's correct. The premise of that religion that apparently you're not arguing for anymore is that the horizon is the edge of a sphere. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Oops.
And with that, I'll say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who did tune in on the Nathan Oakley premiering stream for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, and all that good stuff. Of course, a massive thank you to all of today's Discord and G Plus panels for making this after show possible. Be sure to check out nathanoakley.com and the Flat Earth Debate Forum to keep up to date with the community debate. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
So there's a claim in play, and when a rebuttal that absolutely annihilates the claim that we're on a sphere Earth comes their way, they will censor it, because they're cowards, and they know their globe's dead. So they can't hear the rebuttal, because then they'd have to respond to it. So they fundy mute it, and bleat that they're being censored while they do it. It's absolutely pathetic, Ed.
Right.
It's cowardice and fearful.
Yeah. Telling. It's also projection.
Yeah, it's really cowardice and fearful if you mute Discord while lying about it.
He doesn't
normally
mute
do.
Discord, you idiot.
We can hear
Yes, he
you
does.
the entire time.
Sorry, Ed.
You're gaslighting yourself.
Yeah, he's projecting. When he decides that he's going to talk through the rebuttal to an argument, he's saying, are you muting Discord? Because I'm in the mood to interrupt this rebuttal so nobody has to listen to it.
Oh, Ed. 1.22 frames missing, geometric horizon, Black Swan. Do you even know what the argument is? It's your position. Most Stolens is your position.
Where's Rumpus when you need him?
if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, does that sound like your claim?
No, it sounds like yours, actually.
I
told you he doesn't know what a
Thank
claim
you for
is.
proving our point.
So
was
kudos to
quick.
10th. What he's done is he's taken Ed to the point where we're making literally the assertion that the Earth's a sphere in modus tollens and asking, how is that us making a claim? It's us asserting your claim. You can't reverse the burden of proof on that modus tollens now, can you? You can try, though, Ed.
Hey,
Because Nathan just interrupted you. You didn't say a thing about it.
Actually, I did, Ed.
No, you didn't. He gave the answer for you.
If you would
He
keep
wouldn't let you answer. He answered.
So meanwhile, the argument is about Earth being a sphere radius 3959 and the black swan showing beyond all certitude that the horizon is beyond the geometric limitations of an Earth with a radius 3959. Ed wants to argue about who interrupted who, though, right, Ed? Because that'll censor up this conversation good and proper. Your Earth sphere horizon is debunked because it's geometric and the black swan disproves that. Smart move, Toon. Yeah, a lot smarter than coming here. Because you'd be annihilated and humiliated as we rubbed in your face the fact you haven't got a bent baseline and the fact that what's been confirmed by all of your direct measurements that you've affirmed this with prove Earth's measured flat.
The midpoint between them is 524 kilometers at an angle of 53 degrees. So
proving Earth's flat with a horizontal baseline in order to give you that angle. It's another flat Earth proof. Let's see if Jaron catches this one.
Mm-hmm. So that he was able to measure this 53 degrees.
An angle off a flat baseline, proving Earth is flat.
So then this is the actual like altitude calculation, right? And he's using a flat baseline here. There's no curve between the two people involved. Also, this is just the picture. There's no curve between the two people involved. He's using a flat baseline here. There's no curve between the two people involved. Also, this is just the picture. They know their baseline is 1.11 kilometers. They cut that in half to get 0.5.
That's 1.15 kilometers flat.
He's using a flat baseline here.
To be a triangle. So you're saying that all Earth curve, it doesn't exist in this at all then? This is definitely requiring a flat plane.
There's no curve between the two people involved.
To measure this angle, to give you the difference in the triangle. So this is a flat Earth proof.
He's using a flat baseline here.
This measurement requires Earth to be flat, Toon. I wonder if Jaron will point that out. We'll see.
That's the point. Yep, you got it. This is an evaluation and assessment after 8 years and being leaders of the flat Earth. This is the evaluation that we're gonna listen to.
Wait, hold up. Did I get heard before? Can I get a mic check?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Did I get heard before?
I
minutes
didn't
ago,
hear
10
you.
minutes ago. Oh shit, man! Mike was lighting up and everything, so I thought I paused that. I wanted to comment on the video before.
You were if you did talk, we didn't listen.
Right. Okay. Right. I don't know why. I was lighting up. I paused the bot, and I was talking. So you didn't hear my whole rave?
No.
Oh, because yeah, I just wanted to say about that one. It was really interesting. I was talking to that guy, Indio and AI, and the guys were talking. I don't know how old that is. I was just saying, like, I take my hat off to India and AI. They know their stuff. I'm nowhere near as as knowledgeable and educated as those guys. Did want to critique them a little bit though. Like, while it's fun to go into the refraction argument with the black swan, it can be fun, and you get some interesting conversations out of it with the Globers. I just feel that it does ignore the elephant in the room of the whole point, the main point of the black swan argument is the geometric horizon. And once you go into the refraction argument, the Globo, black swan, you've put the geometric horizon argument aside, made it. It's the main argument. You've made it secondary of secondary importance, and then now you're focusing on their wanting to make up an excuse for what's being attacked. Like the main point is your geometric horizon, which is their claim that it exists, and that it, like they said, like they were saying, your claim is, the claim has always been that the geometric horizon blocks boats and buildings. As soon as you allow them and then start arguing about refraction with them, basically giving them the geometric horizon. It's taken for granted. Like Heretic says, about the ghosts and goblins, or refracted ghosts and goblins. Yeah, that's a refracted goblin over there. All right. It's not the real one. It's the refracted one. Well, where's the real one? Can we see the real one? No, you can never see the real goblin. You only ever see the refracted goblin. Oh, well, okay. Show me the real goblin, and then we'll talk about seeing refracted ones. I think that's where we're at now, and that we should really try hard always when we present the black swan and they say refraction. No, we're not even going into the refraction argument. We're not even going to ask you to define what refraction is. It's off the table for now. Give us the geometric horizon first. Then we'll talk about refracted geometric horizons, refracted horizons, or apparent horizons, because we only have one horizon. Prove that is geometric. Refracted, a geometric horizon. Let's see that one first, then we'll talk about refraction. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say earlier, and that was my rave before, and nobody heard it. Okay, well, that's cool.
Yeah, I was thinking, he fucking paused it and didn't say anything.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, man, because they've got to determine that there is actually a horizon before it can be refracted around anything. So, we always go on about, Earth curvature, prove Earth curvature, but we kind of let that slip on the black swan argument, don't we? Because they say refraction, and then we start going into refraction. I think Heretic does it well every time. Show me what it's refracting around. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me that
definitely
geometric horizon that it is refracting around.
Yeah. Exactly. I think we need to focus on that more. Like, it just depends who it is. If they want to go into the whole refraction thing, that's on them, I guess. But it really is ignoring the point of the modus tollens argument. sorry to interrupt. I've got to go in a minute anyways. So I'll go back on mute or listen on YouTube or something, and we can continue to play. What?
No, it's okay. Thanks for sharing that. I
No
was
problem.
watching this, this GIF, atmospheric refraction. And you see these ships, passing by close this camera, at that time. So yeah, there's a lot going on. It's in the water and hot day, but I have seen some refraction, but not like this, this big thing, so at long distance you can see like a wind passing by in a hot day, so you see something, but not just like this huge thing.
Yeah. Yeah, like Jenna Massey's posted there.
But I was talking not watching in the water, so it makes maybe more difference. But when I was watching in my watchtower, I could see this in a hot day, the wind passing by. But because it was so hot, you can see some some hot waves, passing by. So, but yeah, it's so I could see, but I could see that place, it's still there, so it doesn't change many things, They claim refraction is bending, but it is not, I don't see. I see with my binoculars. I saw that location every day, and just that day that was more hot. Yeah, you can see it's more a little difficult, the visibility, but the location is there. It doesn't go down or up. It's something is happening because it's a hot day, and even at long distance in a normal day with better weather conditions, I could see some mountains that belong to Spain. So I'm here in Portugal, and those days that are more hot, there's a white haze, and you can't see those mountains mountains there. So yeah, visibility it changes, but the locations of the places are there. Just because I don't see in that day doesn't mean that it went to some imaginary curve. Anyway.
Yeah. I think they need to do more study.
They don't do observations. My conclusion is that they do prefer to stay on the computer to find out the truth instead of go out looking the world. The reality. I do it every day. And when they claim that it's a refraction at that horizon that we can see on the in the water, in the ocean. But they did forget, to look at left and right, because they can at long distance you can see more distance, far away, looking for left and right, and I see no curve there. So where is that refraction? They claim it's just a fairy tale story. the refraction is so big that we don't see that on the reality.
Yeah.
But
I think yeah,
if they if they try to go to travel in a hot air balloon, as one is going up, you can see more land that you can't see from the ground. So yeah, that's perspective. They can try this, and you can go up, and you will not see any curvature. So
well, there has to be a point, doesn't there? That when you raise an altitude, there has to be a point at which going higher is no longer going to help you anymore. If we were going up above a ball, right? Yeah, as you go higher, yeah, it would allow you to see more of the land, right? Increasing your elevation. There has to be a point at which you get, right? If you're standing up above a ball, be point at which you reach, the height at which you reach, no longer helps you see any more of that ball. Will not be able to see any more. How high is that? I've been asking that. I haven't got the answer yet. How high is it? At what point do you reach? At what altitude do you reach? And it no longer is going to getting any higher is no longer going to help you see any more of the surface. You couldn't see at lower elevations. You know what I mean?
Some of them, they claim they can see curvature by watching a airplane window, but if they go to watch at front of the airplane, the pilots see a flat horizon always. So yeah. Yeah, there are some F-16, so they have a curved glass, so it does interfere. But when you look at your back, you can see the flat horizon behind you. So, but that guy, that guy from the Mythbusters, he was traveling in this F-16 something, other airplane, but and he was saying, you almost can see the curvature of the Earth. I mean, he was looking through a curved glass window.
What do you mean almost? Did he actually say the word almost?
Yeah.
There's no almost seeing something.
Yeah, he was watching and talking and yeah. So anyway.
Can almost see that thing that I haven't seen yet. What? How do you know you can almost see it then?
You can see the curvature in that airplane from ground level. I don't have now I'm on the laptop. I don't have my files.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know, yeah.
Those guys that went to this they call it space walk, something like that. Those guys. He was filming with a GoPro, and there's a picture that you can see that curvature from ground level.
Yeah, I know. They're so
I mean,
icky.
Why don't they go with the better cameras? They are filming linear instead of fisheye lens.
rectilinear, yeah.
Nowadays,
Dishonest arsehole.
Nowadays, ESS, they are correcting their mistakes because old videos you can see those solar panels they put there, their live streams. So I saw those solar panels curving, but I know that they are flat, straight. At that time, I was asking why these solar panels are coming, but I didn't knew
Yeah.
the answer. And nowadays they are correcting that. They put something in that camera now, but they can change the background. I mean, and they didn't film 360 degrees around.
Right.
They could film from an airplane, that same altitude that we see there, with the flat horizon, but because it has a a fisheye lens, it's curving, or they can do that later. But it's like filming with a camera pointing, below the airplane. Yeah, and filming what is beneath us, just like that. And then with a fisheye lens camera, it's curving. So that's all
Yeah.
we see. And I have watched some live streams, and it's not 24 straight following. There's cuts. There's sometimes I saw a picture that was at night with stars, but I can see in details the stars. So it was like that, steady.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
So
so
I gotta go.
difficult.
I'll be back in a few.
Okay, nice to talk to you. Yeah. That's very cute. It's
Hello. This is going to be an irrefutable proof that this black swan image cannot be the result of refraction. Impossible. So, if you're not familiar with the black swan image, visit Quantum Eraser's channel. He has a few videos on it, so you can familiarize yourself with it so you have a better understanding of what I'm talking about. So, key fundamental facts about this image is that this oil rig is roughly 6.3 miles away from the camera, that the globe predicts that the horizon is roughly 1.5 miles from the camera. We can see from the image that the horizon appears to be further than both of these oil rigs. And some people have disputed whether this is the horizon. But we know for certain, well, with a pretty good certainty, that there is water in between this rig and this rig. So we know that the horizon must be further than this space. If it's further than this space, and this space is beyond this rig, then the horizon appears to be at least further than 6 miles. And I'm going to show that that is impossible. That if the geometric horizon is 1.5 miles away, for it to appear 6 miles away and be obstructed by this oil rig. So a fundamental fact of light is the light comes to the camera. We do not see out. The light of the sun reflects off this oil rig and it arrives at the camera. The light from the sun reflects off the geometric horizon, and regardless of what path it takes, it arrives at the camera. So, show you a little diagram. This diagram shows a bunch of things. First things first, these straight rays represent no atmosphere, right? Straight lines, the light's traveling straight lines. Here's the geometric horizon. The line travels straight. This rectangle represents the camera sensor. So we have a geometric relation between these points. Oil rig, horizon. So what Glover's claim is that there's refraction bending the light up, and the light, instead of appearing down here on the no atmosphere horizon, it appears higher. And that's fine. It can appear higher. That's not the problem. The problem is that the rig is 3 times the distance of the geometric horizon and is blocking the light from the geometric horizon. This is blocking the geometric horizon. This means that the rays of light from the oil rig must overtake the refracted horizon ray. No matter how it's refracted, it could be bent way up here, it doesn't matter. It has to arrive at the sensor first before this ray in order to appear in front of it. There is no other way that this can happen. Okay? This ray would need to be superluminal, a faster than the speed of light ray, which in regular atmosphere, as far as we know, is impossibility. Some people think that it's just impossible, period, to go faster than the speed of light. We know that this is a constant medium, that these rays will travel at roughly the same speed, and that this ray would have to arrive before the ray of the geometric horizon, no matter how high it appears on the sensor. Okay? So that's a simple proof that this image cannot be due to refraction.
Water, when unmanipulated, is to find its level. So whether you look at a cup of water, a bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the ocean, it's flat. Of course, natural motion is not considered and doesn't equal a curve. We have 0 authentic pictures of the Earth and they're all composites, and NASA even admits that they Photoshop Earth images.
It is Photoshopped, but it's has to be.
On numerous occasions, NASA admits that we can't go beyond low Earth orbit, which is between 99 miles and 1,200 miles away. The interesting thing is that the moon is said to be 238,000 miles away, which is a difference of 236,800 miles. No matter if you're on the ground, on top of a building, a mountain, a hot air balloon, an airplane, or looking at high-altitude amateur balloon footage, the horizon never fails to rise right to your eyes. Whether you are looking at Toronto's skyline from Niagara on the lake, 31 miles away, Chicago's skyline from Union Pier, 43 miles away, or even Oahu from Kauai, which is up to 108 miles away from center to center, or 73 miles away from the closest points. You will not see any curvature where it's supposed to be. According to the Pythagorean theorem, which states that the curvature of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, Oahu should not be visible whatsoever, but you can see the whole thing. In 1887, Albert Michelson and Edward Morley conducted what's known as the Michelson-Morley experiment. This experiment was attempting to prove the speculated motion of the Earth around the Sun, and when it failed, Albert Einstein was forced to form the theory of relativity to overcome this problem. In fact, anytime mainstream science is faced with undesirable results,